everyone, and welcome to the lobby here, brought to you by the media crew for Gamers8. And what we are going to be doing is we're basically going to be going behind the scenes, knowing more about the talent, knowing more about the players, just having a relaxed time. It could be some interesting conversations. It could be strictly Street Fighter. But hey, I want to take you guys for a ride so you get to enjoy things before Gamers8 goes live. See you in a bit. I'm actually here with one of the contestants for Gamers8 in the Invitational, Weiss from Saudi Arabia. Weiss, talk to me. How you feeling? Good to see you. So I see you in the lab right now with Juri. Let me ask you this, because I have little to no information on you, and I've heard that your Juri is incredibly strong. Why did you go with Juri in Street Fighter 6?
I've been playing Juri since Street Fighter 4.
No way. You've been playing since Street Fighter 4. Okay. Talk to me about that a little bit.
Well, I started the game. It was my first Street Fighter. I never played Street Fighter before. The first Street Fighter I ever played was Street Fighter 4. And Juri wasn't in the initial.
She was Super Street Fighter 4, I think.
Yeah, Super Street Fighter 4. Yeah, I started with C Fiber. And as soon as before I used to play some of King of Fighter. I like Kim, and I saw similarity between Kim and Juri. As soon as I saw Juri,
tell me. Just sorry to cut you off there. Tell me the similarities between Kim and Juri.
I guess the feet. Taekwondo. I guess it's the style that they're using.
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep a straight face when he said the feet, because that's where you have to cut this whole thing off immediately. But then, okay, so Kim, Juri, Taekwondo. All right, we get that. So you've been playing her Street Fighter 4. Did you play in Street Fighter 5 as well?
Yes, but I didn't like her that much. It was a little bit different. But in Street Fighter 4, she was more like more zoning a little bit. And Street Fighter, the zoning was a little bit weak in Street Fighter 5, so I switched to Seth, actually. I played Seth in Street Fighter 5.
Okay, now, let me ask you this, right? This is just because I played Seth like 2 months before SF5 was completely done. Way too late, but his V-Trigger 2 is incredibly fun. Now, do you think Seth would work in Street Fighter 6?
With Trigger 2, no.
I don't think so.
The parry. I mean, the strongest thing about Seth, in my opinion, is his Trigger 2. Here, the parry system will block all kind of mix-ups, whether it's high, low, cross or not cross. It will block all kind of directions. So Trigger 2 will not work here that much. I don't think it's gonna work.
So then, my counter argument to that would be, Rashid's level 2 shouldn't work, but it does. Blanca's level 2 shouldn't work, but it does. Because again, if you mix it in with throw, if you mix it in with other tools they could potentially give Seth in this game, I understand where you're coming from, because you just hold parry, but then 20% throws from punish counters, various situations in the corner. I think Seth could work, because some things look like they mechanically shouldn't work in this game, but they do. Do you see where I'm coming from?
When you think about it, yeah. Here, Rashid, I'm not familiar with Rashid yet. He's still recently been added to the game. But I saw some clips about him that whenever he used this tornado thing, he could do his dash to force you not to block it. And while you're holding the parry, he could punish counter with the throw. So yeah, it could work also.
And we're here with another one of the contestants here at Gamers8 in Saudi Arabia. Can you believe it? Saudi Arabia. I've never been. I don't know if he's ever been either, but he's definitely been traveling the world more than me. But yes, it's none other than Norway's #1 Street Fighter player. I want to say you're the #1 fighting game player from Norway, but I could be wrong. It is Phenom. Phenom, talk to me. How you feeling?
You would be right that I'm the #1 fighting game player in Norway. So just so that's known. But tell me how I'm feeling. I'm a little bit tired, a little bit jet lagged. Just came from Las Vegas, but I'm in good spirits, so I'm having fun.
Good spirits can take you a long way. Now, first of all, it's good that you mentioned where you just came from. So he was at basically the biggest fighting game tournament in the world, Evolution 2023. Over 7,000 combatants for Street Fighter. And this guy has the stamina, the physique as well, to endure, how long you traveling for? 20 plus hours?
Definitely, 20 plus hours. One of the fights was 15 hours straight. I was in the middle, stuck between two people. I couldn't even move for 15 hours. So, but I'm built different, so that was nothing to me. I just tanked that flight.
Now, let me ask you this. Before you went to Evo, I assume you got the call for this event. Did you know what you were walking into when you said, right, I'll do Evo and I'll do the long ass trip to come here? Because that's mentally enduring, mentally taxing, but it's fun either way, no?
Evo was I already booked Evo before. I think I had got the invitation for this tournament. So whether I liked it or not, I couldn't. I had to do that trip.
You see, you see, for me, because if given the choice, ideally, I'd want to do it. But physically, I don't think I could. That's why I rate half of you players. You, Punk, Oil King, Hot Dog, like tens, hundreds of you. Like, we're actually still waiting for someone to arrive because he's not actually here yet. And he's still on that journey. But then, let me ask you this, right? Where did you place in Evo out of 7,000 people?
This year I didn't do that good. I got 49th, so I'm not really happy with that.
Out of 7,000 people?
Yeah, but that's should have been way better for me.
Winner mentality right here. And you did come 9th at CEO. So you haven't broken into a top 8 at a major just yet? Am I right?
No, but I mean, there's only been 2 tournaments, and this game has 7 more years to live. So I'm pretty sure I'll do it at some point.
No, I could definitely see that coming. Now, right, I've got to ask you, this is something I've always wanted to ask you. Why is it that you don't really enter weeklies or smaller tournaments? I always see you grinding online. You've gone back to streaming, thankfully. He's gotten off his lazy butt and started to stream again and make more content. That's something he should have been doing for a while. Just don't subscribe to his food channels. No, it's not that good. Don't do it. But it's a thing where I only see you arrive at major tournaments. Is there a reason why you don't really enter like weeklies or online weeklies and whatnot?
Yes, because usually online tournaments are like, let's say they're at a Saturday, Sunday, sometimes even on a weekday. But the issue with that is that it starts at, let's say 4 or 5 p.m. and it ends at midnight or late. And it's like, I want to do other things sometimes during my day. I just don't want to, play tournament all day. So I usually don't like to enter those because usually the price, let's say if the prize pad isn't big enough, then I don't want to spend my whole day playing in those tournaments. It doesn't, like, I don't need that experience. Kind of, you know what I mean? I don't need tournament experience. I already have a lot of tournament experience, but I do get a lot of practice in lobbies. I invite a lot of the best players to get, matchup practice, etc. So yeah, it doesn't like hurt me that I don't join them, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I watch everyone else play and I just don't get to see Phenom the Moose go at it again,
I guess that's a good point. I guess maybe I should do it just to, show people that I'm still alive.
Well, I mean, that's what your Twitch channel is for. They know you're still around. But then, right, let me ask you this as well, because I know you are fundamentally astonishing, right? And this is me, because he's been beating me at fighting games for a little while now. Why, just one last thing, why Ken of all characters? I thought you would have gravitated towards Cammy instead.
That's interesting, because my Cammy, who I don't even practice that much, I'm actually like I learn her very fast. Ken is take a bit longer for me to learn because it's not really my type of character, I guess. But I really enjoy playing him. I think it's fun. I think he's very strong, obviously. But I like playing him because I feel like he has a lot of different tools. It's just hard to navigate when to use all of them at which point, etc. That sort of thing. So. But I think also Ken is really a good character for me to learn the game properly. I think Cammy, if I play her, I will be a little bit stuck in that same style that I used to play before with that mid-range heavy character, button heavy character. I feel like with Ken, you kind of have to utilize all the mechanics. I think you will learn the game better like that in the long term. You will understand the game better.
We're still continuing on with the lobby here at Gamers8, and I'm joined by another amazing fighting game player just across the board from the Asian region. And me and him, we're actually into, what we like to call manga, Japanese graphic novels. I'm with Xian from Singapore. Xian, it's been, how long has it been? I can't remember the last time I spoke to you.
Yeah, it's been really long, and we know we all have been diverging our time into Street Fighter, so it's great to be out here again.
See, now, I've got to start with the Street Fighter questions first. I think the recent match footage I've seen of you was DJ winning one of the, I think, Doryu, the Chinese tournaments online, where you just completely dominate. I've seen you in one of the ICFCs as well. My first question is, DJ doesn't look like a Xian character. Why did you gravitate towards DJ in Street Fighter 6?
So DJ was actually an accidental main that I had because I was messing around the whole cast during the first 2 weeks, and I was beating a lot of people with DJ, and people just wanted to play my DJ. So I didn't have time to play other characters. So everybody just want to spar with my DJ, and somehow I had too much experience playing DJ, and that became my main.
Okay, fair. Hey, listen, sometimes people's mains are actually just, it happens accidentally. Serendipitous might be the word for that there. Now, DJ, arguably top 1, people have him in his top 5, people have him in the top 10, but where does Xian place DJ in Street Fighter 6?
I don't like to downplay, but I think DJ is somewhere around S minus. Yeah, I think he's somewhere between the 4th to the 7th spot, depending on the meta. Like, it could go up or down any moment from next week to last week, to the next month. But I think it's around 4th to 7th.
Now, I've seen Mono play DJ. I think Fudo's gravitated over to DJ as well. For me, the damage output is incredibly high in Street Fighter 6, and DJ is there. He's almost suspect number 1 for that. EX Just Cool with the launcher, stand fist, punish counter. I think even Hot Dog's playing DJ as well, right? Is he just fitting the Asian play style better than the Western style? I mean, is there anything you can say on that?
I think a lot of people don't have a character that their style kind of fits in Street Fighter, and DJ is very versatile, so it fits kind of all kinds of players who wants to play different style. And of course you got JP, which fits everybody's style as well. I guess a lot of people main DJ because they didn't want to main JP, since JP is all around the world, but DJ is also kind of the same. So like, these two characters I felt have a lot of play style diversity, so I guess that's how people get into it, and that's the reason why they main DJ.
Now, another thing I wanted to ask you is just your overall opinion on the game. I've heard, positives, I've heard negatives, and this game consumes a lot mentally. How are you able to keep up and stay in the zone with such a crazy game?
I think for me, the game or the meta of the game does not matter at all. For me, what really matters the most is how many new players like the game. And for Street Fighter 6, it really caters very well to beginners, to pros. As a pro, you have to go into the meta of the game no matter how mentally draining it is. So we are kind of used to it. So as long as Street Fighter 6 caters more to beginner friendly, I guess that's the best.
Interesting. Now, who is Xian's number 1 character in the game? Who do you think is the best character in the game? I always love asking him in this opinion.
I think I would like to say it's either Ken or Luke.
One last question. Have you got any new manga recommendations for me? It's been a little while since I've asked.
I've been playing Street Fighter 6 every day. I stream on Douyu every day, at least 8 to 10 hours. I haven't been doing anything in my life besides playing Street Fighter 6. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm a bit upset because he's given me a lot of manga recommendations over the couple of years. So I wanted to see if I could sneak one out of him just here. But you know what? No, I thoroughly respect that you've been focusing on Street Fighter 6 because this is a big deal. $1 million prize pool here. Evo was not too long ago. The Cups have a $2 million prize pool. Like, do you think we're going to see more of these gigantic prize pools for Street Fighter, or do you think it's going to stay the same or dwindle a little bit? What do you think?
To me, I only hope esports is going to go higher and higher. And this feels like just the beginning for me. I think a lot of people can see the potential of esports and how Street Fighter 6 has categorized to all kinds of players, building up all kinds of fans. And in my opinion, this is only going higher from now.
Perfect. Wise words from the Gen Master. Remember, that is a character that put him on the map worldwide. Jan, one last thing. Any final words for the people at home before we let you go?
Big shouts to everyone that has been supporting me, and recently this year we started Versus Vortex, so feel free to support us if you guys like it.
All right, Jan, Always a pleasure. I'm going to let him get to his business here at the Media Day, and that is us. We're going to continue on with the lobby. It's not a player this time. I'm actually joined by commentator veteran, 10 plus years in the game. General consensus is he's the number one commentator. He has the iconic voice that you know and love. Yes, it is the F-Meister. It is F-Word, the one with the terrible French accent. He is here with me. But F-Word, talk to me. How are you feeling today?
How are you today, Charmias?
You guys can rate it for yourselves, but hey, we're...
Just come naturally to some people. Just, that's all it is. I can teach you, bro.
Don't subscribe to his language channel. It's not doing too hot at the moment. But hey, it's 2023. He could probably be 100k subs in about 2 weeks. Who knows?
Angry Bird. The Angry Bird is a different league. It's a different league. Evo champion, or
Do you know what? You bring up Angry Bird. Speaking of that, because obviously we actually didn't attend Evo this year. We were actually focusing on this and other things in our real lives here. But I mean, what were you feeling when Angry Bird won Evo? That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually with the UAE FGC scene. A bunch of guys arranged a little session, get together, and obviously for me, I know the kid since he was quite young, so there's an emotional tie there, and I want him to do well. So I was invested. But seeing the local guys react, it's like, man, it meant so much. To have moved to UAE like literally in November, and then to have Angry Bird win the first Evo since I relocated, and to be amongst that scene when it happened. And there's a whole group chat as well. It's like, man, I'm thinking of leaving the group chat because it's like 1,000 messages every 5, and it's like Angry Bird pictures, Angry Bird congratulations. It's huge for the scene, and it's not just UAE. Even he's Jordanian as well. It's also Saudi. It's the whole GCC. It's the whole Arabic world that has now been impacted by this result, because we've seen talented players from this region before for other games. You've got Takamura. There's loads of other examples, Latif. But to win a tournament of this magnitude at that age, it's super inspirational. So yeah, it meant a lot, man.
Now, we did mention this before. There was over 7,000 competitors for Street Fighter 6. The game's just about 2 months, over 2 months old, and we've already seen that here. Do you see the numbers going higher or lower? Because remember, that was the number of Street Fighter 6. Tekken 8's on the horizon. Mortal Kombat 1's releasing later this year. Do you see Street Fighter slightly dwindling, or maybe the number going to maybe 8,000 next year, judging by what happened just a couple of weeks ago, or last weekend, I should say?
I mean, Project L is there as well. I think it will be optimized like anything, right? Essentially, the overall number of players, I think, is going to be higher than it's ever been, which is great news for us and great news for the scene. But, the 7,000, as we saw, I think it was 5,000 for Street Fighter 5, right? We know that's going to significantly dwindle down. There's a lot of players doing cross games. Right? I mean, for example, Leffen's a great example. The guy just won Guilty Gear, for crying out loud. He's a very strong Street Fighter 6 player, right? But these people are going to have priorities, and there's people below that Leffen level, way below that Leffen level, that are also going to need to prioritize, and that's going to impact, what they're going to dedicate their time to. So, and also, as you mentioned, with all the competition coming. But the good news is the overall player base is going to be bigger than ever before, especially with the netcode we've got now. I mean, it's going to be I think we're in a very, very lucky position as fighting game players and fans.
Now, another question I wanted to ask you is, what's your general opinion on the game right now? Because it's a very hectic game, Street Fighter 6. It's very hard to keep up with. The corner's arguably even worse than it was in SF5. And there's actually it's definitely a more robust system we're working with, but it's very hard. It looks like for the players right now, because they're actually forced into a lot of things, right? They have to pick a main that they're probably not comfortable with. They've got, tournaments with gigantic prize pools week after week, even in local tournaments, having over 600 plus players. What's your opinion overall on the game and how the competitive scene is handling it, I should say?
I guess there's two questions there, right? So the game in general, I'm a huge fan of the game, because one thing that they've got spot on here is, regardless of how broken or unfair certain things are, there's a few characters that I could rant about. I'm not gonna, right? Because we don't have all day, JP. But the actual game, that what you can do, the creativity, the fun that you have doing it, I find that quite rewarding, and I think it's more addictive. For me personally, it's more addictive than 5. One thing that I found in 5 was I'd play 5, enjoy myself, but the frustration of losing, I don't know, it might just be me, I don't know if everyone feels this way, but you'd lose or win and still be quite frustrated. I'd have that experience personally. In this game, I don't like losing, but I can lose, and it's not as I'm just not as frustrated. Now, it could be because the game's new. There could be specific reasons for that. I don't know, but I think that the layers of depth they've added to the game, I feel like there's always something you could have done, arguably, in most situations, apart from that character I just mentioned. And yeah, I just think the game is really addictive and really fun right now, which really compensates for any kind of lack of balance or overpowered scenarios there are. Do I think the game needs addressing in terms of some of the stuff they put in it? Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, please. Yeah, there's some things that are a bit OD, a bit too, over the top. And I'm not talking characters, I'm talking system mechanics, like drive impact, for example. Like, how do you adjust that? How do you apply it? You can't get rid of it. What's the risk reward? What do you change here? There's a few things I'd like to see addressed, but overall, super addictive, super fun. Now, in terms of the scene and how the players are adjusting to the prize pools, to the consistent competition, I think it's the healthiest you're ever going to be as a competitor. It's a great time to be involved because you've got so many opportunities to test your tournament mentality, to try and actually go up against the best. You got people like, Punk entering like 4 or 5 tournaments a week, So you got an opportunity to try and get in those, if you're within the range, to try and get into those events and try and compete with some of the best in the world. And then you got the locals. You've even got offline events coming back now, like for Street Fighter, which is super exciting because even though the netcode's so great, player base is so big that we can still get decent numbers in offline events, offline weeklies as well. So it's a super exciting time, and I think everyone's very active right now. I hope what I'm hoping for is there will be a tail off, there will be a drop off, but I'm hoping that we don't lose too much. I'm hoping maybe a 40% dip. We still have a huge number of people still attending, a huge number of companies pumping money into the events, into the opportunities, and just keep playing. I'd say to everyone, because that's very likely to happen at this early stage.
Now I'm joined by probably the greatest video game player of all time. That's what I remembered you said. He came from Vegas straight to Saudi Arabia, and he's here playing more Street Fighter. I'm joined by none other than Punk. Punk, talk to me. It's always a pleasure. How are you feeling today?
I feel pretty good. How you doing?
I'm glad you asked that. I think you're the first person to ask. You know what? No, I can't complain. This is a place I've never been to before. A little bit tired, but it's part of the obligation, and we get to do what we love. We're part of the 5% that get to do that. So my first question, thank you for asking me that, by the way.
Ask the host how they doing too. You can't just let them ask you. You got to throw it back at them.
Nah, see, I love this guy. Has got so much etiquette in and out of the game. So I know you are just a video game fan in general. Now, if you could compete in as many games as you wanted to, would you do that? Or is it better to solely focus on one?
Or do you mean like different genres?
Different genres, because I've seen you play a bit of Smite. I don't know if you've dabbled with like games like StarCraft or League of Legends, and I know you play as many fighting games as you possibly can, and you learn them in a very short space of time, which I thoroughly respect. So if you were given the chance to compete in, let's say, Smite, for example, would you do it?
Probably not, because I don't like to play with teammates and rely on them, because I feel like my skill is very high, and if anyone's messing up and I lose because of someone else, I'll be very angry, which you can't really express to your teammates, because then you just look like a bad person. So I feel like I would like to stick to the 1v1 games.
Now, bringing that up, I used to think this a little bit about commentary, because the way I talk about the game and I articulate it, sometimes I'd work with someone and I think, well, they don't know the game. And I'm like, well, flip it on its head. It's like, maybe I know too much. And it's like, do you feel that might be a thing? You might come across as a little bit too aggressive if your teammates couldn't keep up, because again, you are an exception, not the rule. Similar to Ending Walker, guys like Problem X, guys like Men at RD. You guys are exceptions to the rule. Do you think you might come across as a little bit over aggressive if you were playing those team-based games?
Probably. I just know that I don't want to rely on someone else, so I know for sure I would be very angry if I wasn't the reason that we lost and the teammates, like some of them were lacking. Yeah, I know I would come across very aggressive.
See, he is words to live by when it comes to do it yourself. When you want something done, do it yourself, and fighting games allow that. Now, obviously, I know you for your Cammy play. Your Karen play from Street Fighter 5. You did play a lot of Street Fighter 4. That was correct. Because now, if I'm not mistaken, just a little bit of lore here. Yoga Flame, the YouTube channel for Street Fighter 4. Were you the CM Punk always critiquing players' gameplay, like the Yuns, the Evil Ryus? Was that you?
Yes, I was that person. I think all my matches on Yoga Flame, though, he put only losses. I don't know why. He's a hater, low key. But he only ever uploaded my losses for some reason. No clue why, because I didn't lose a lot in Street Fighter 4 online. So the fact that he did that used to actually make me very angry also.
And then you just kind of proved everybody wrong when you just burst onto the scene properly with Street Fighter 5. Because I think your first biggest win was the NA Regional Finals. Was that 2016? Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't win, but it was my breakout tournament that I got third in.
Now, from that moment, did you realize, like, right, I can definitely go the distance with fighting game esports? Or did you just like, I just like playing games and entering the competitive environment? What was that to you?
For me, I just like playing the best players. I already knew that I was just as good as everyone else, and that wasn't really surprising to me. It's just that I never really could play competitively in Street Fighter 4 since my mom didn't really let me because I still had to do school, so I couldn't really do it until I finished. So for me, yeah, I think I just like playing competitive games. Just playing someone that's just as good as you and beating them is no better feeling in my opinion.
Now, your mentality, for me, how I look at it from my perspective, you're like win or nothing. That's basically it for you. And then carrying on that mentality towards how to beat your opponents, your philosophy for studying characters in the game. I mean, is that something only a select few players can work with? Because not everybody has a winning mentality. How does someone gain that winning mentality is probably my question to you.
I'm not really sure how you could gain it. I just got it because I played with my brothers growing up all the time, and you play with your brothers, you don't want to lose to them because you talk trash and then y'all get into fights. So you don't really ever want to lose to your brothers. So for me, I think that was like my biggest thing that made me how I am today is just playing with them, and with so many fights have broken out in the house, it's not even funny. So for me, that's for it. But I don't know. A lot of people I see, I feel like they're okay with losing, getting second, third, fourth. I think that is crazy to me because you're still not the winner. So you really shouldn't be too happy. But I understand you can be a bit proud of yourself, especially if, it's your first time in that position. But in my opinion, you should always want to win because, why would you not want to win?
Vicious here with Gamers8. Now, we've enjoyed our time up until this moment. We're about to get a little bit serious, but also a little bit more intimate. I have one of the birds, Big Bird, coming through. First and foremost, obviously, big fan of you, Marisa. How you feel rocking such a great character? Wink.
So, rocking Marisa is a very, very, has been a very interesting decision from my side. A lot of people have been confused as to why I'm playing a big body character when I used to play characters like Rashid, Ken, Luke, so fast rush down characters. But I do believe in Marisa. I do believe in the potential she has. And, it's very fun deleting health bars from 2 hits.
No one's going to disagree with you there. But I think what I do want to know also is you watched your brother, your brother in arms, your training partner, excel above and beyond this past weekend at Evo. One of the biggest questions that everybody was asking, would you have taken that game after that pause that had occurred during the grand final set? Let's say it was Capcom Cup finals, right? And that occurred. Would you have taken the round?
So I'll make an exception for my friends. If it was my friend, Mena is my friend, I wouldn't take it because, first of all, it's still the beginning of the round. We still didn't start. We didn't still do anything. So we're basically just, continuing the game as it is. It's basically just round start. But if it was, let's say he had this much left, I had 80%, 90% left. I don't know. I find it very hard for anyone not to take that one. But since it's the beginning of the round, I'll take it. Because nothing has been played yet. I'll only consider it if things have been played out and we're almost close to the end. Then I'll consider it. But since nothing have been played out, like the way it was, I won't take it, to be honest.
Now, we've had a considerable amount of hours to get from one place to the other. Taking a look at your past EVO performance for Street Fighter 6 and your expectations, it didn't necessarily line up. What are some of the changes that you're planning to implement going into this event at Gamers8?
I think I came in with the right idea to EVO. I came in with the right playstyle. I came in with the right everything. But the issue was I didn't implement it in winner's side. And winner's side, I think I didn't follow my plan. I didn't follow the playstyle I wanted to play. But in losers, I noticed that I won like what? When I went to losers, I won like about around 8 games. So I went to losers from round 2, last match of round 2. And from there, I climbed all the way to 33rd place. So that's a lot of games. The reason I lost to Fudo was not because I didn't follow my game plan or I played bad or anything. First of all, it was Dalsum. I don't have a clear game plan against Dalsum, so I don't know which plan to follow. Second of all, I should have won 2-0 against Fudo, but I dropped super combo the first round, which he was able to win that and then win the game. So if I didn't drop that super combo, I think it would have been a clean 2-0 for me, because the game after that was a clean two rounds. So I think I played very good in losers. I wish I followed that in winners, but I think I realized something when I lost in losers and winners. So let's see how it goes in this event.
All right, so actually, I do want to pull in a special guest. I would love to have Angry Bird in here just for a quick segment. I don't think we've done this before. I would love you on the other side. So, coming from your Evo win not too long ago, obviously, this is the one, the only Angry Bird, training partner to Big Bird, and also pretty much brother in crime. If you had to face off against your brother here in grand finals, what would you have to say to him beforehand?
I mean, as always, as like it's a casual match. Whenever me and this guy play, it's not a serious match. It's a casual match, so it's just gonna keep it laughing, smiley, and just destroy him.
I like that. I do enjoy that. So I did ask him this question, and this has been buzzing around social media. The same instance that had happened between you and Mena when the game had paused, right?
Yeah.
If it were Capcom Cup Grand Finals and it happened again, same scenario, would you take that round with how much is at stake?
I did at Evo Grand Finals, so why not would I do it at Capcom Cup Grand Final?
Evo has lesser stakes than Capcom Cup.
I'll do the same thing.
I'll do the same as well. I'll do the same.
He said he would do it with his homies. Do you feel like in the same boat?
Yeah, Mena's my homie.
But if it wasn't your homie, would you do it?
Depending, to be
Okay.
honest. Depending. Like if somebody that I haven't talked to before, I might not do it. But if it's somebody like I have a good relationship with, it doesn't matter to be my friend, but I have a good relationship with, I'll definitely let it rock. Just because the reason I did it is because people came to Evo to watch some GGs, right? They didn't come to see somebody just get a free win.
Okay.
So I wanted to give them the GGs.
Okay. So who has the bigger bicep between the two of you? I know you guys have been extremely active in your physical journey. It's been very, very inspirational. Who do you think has the bigger bicep mass?
You can't ask that like after 2 weeks of not working out, bro. Our biceps are now like smaller than it used to be.
So he's my coach at the gym. So I can't say like I have bigger biceps than I can't say I'm better than my coach.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I guess to close it out, can we just get like all three of us to do like a right arm kind of like pose and a flex to just kind of compare, right? Okay. All right. So obviously I'm the weakest above all of you by default, right? You can't see it. Hold on. Wait. All right, there you go. A little bit. That's going to be it. You guys have to enjoy all the matches, especially with these two in the building. It's always a great time. Look forward to seeing both of you play and the rest of them here at Gamers8.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes. Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
And welcome back to the Gamers8 B-side stream, where we have the biggest, largest prize pool for Street Fighter 6. This is not an exhibition. This is an execution. And my name is St. Cola. I'm joined with Lazarus, my guy. We have some bangers of matches, and we're not going to stop. You know what? In fact, I'm going to spoil y'all right now. Daigo, Luffy will be the first match of the day, but we're going to give even more play right after that. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't even want to start talking about today's matches, St. Cola. I almost want to just go back and talk about what an amazing first day we had. So many good sets. And I mean, there was basically one man we didn't see, right, which was Daigo, who we will be seeing in the first match here on the B stream. But yeah, almost every matchup yesterday was a banger. But that's just kind of the level of play we've got here at this Invitational. Like you said, it's an execution. You know, we've got 32 of the best players from all over the world competing to get into that playoff spot, right, to get that huge prize pool, obviously, as well. Yeah, I'm just going to be looking forward to this is the day where we will slowly be able to see who's making it out on top of these group stages, right? From the first day, it was still all up in the air. You know, I've got some of the results from the groups as well. And so far, there's only, I think, only 2 players that are 3-0 in their group. 3 players. Yeah, there's only 3 players who are 3-0 in their group who are more likely to, you know, in a good position to qualify for that playoff spot. Every other pool is still up for grabs, man. Anyone can win those, and that's what we're going to learn who is going to be winning that by the end of today, hopefully.
Yeah, you know, going back to yesterday, you know, point out those 3 players, Big Bird, Angry Bird, and Mena RD are the top 3 players currently. And for many people, they're front runners, right? We saw that with the Gamers8 interview that we had on their Twitter. For a lot of people, if you ask them who's going to take the victory out here, it's one of those 3. Like, and you know, maybe that's no offense to the other players that are there, but those have been the most consistent players or the strongest players, and the ones with the biggest results at like the biggest tournaments.
Exactly.
Obviously, for Angry at Evo, Big Bird at Rebel Kumite, and Mena RD, 2-time Capcom Cup champion and CEO. So, you know, the data, you know, if you go with history, it kind of lines up.
It does add up. The math does not lie, Sinclair. So you know what? If you got to put your bet on someone, you're probably going to bet on someone who's already won a big international major, right? So yeah, those are the 3 players that are currently 3-0. But I mean, of course, everyone here is going to be a killer, right? Even the ones in those pools with those people who have, you know, made it out 3-0 so far from the first day. But I mean, I'm still looking at all these names, man, and it could be anyone's day. You know, all it takes is like one good run, especially in a 1st-to-2 format here, at least in the group stages, until you get to playoffs where it will be all 1st-to-3. It's, you know, there's so much potential for any of these players to make it very deep into the bracket.
Yeah, and having those like runbacks, even though it's 1st-to-2, having those runbacks is going to be super sick to see, like if they've acclimated. But we're actually going to go through the format with this quick video, I do believe, coming up.
The Street Fighter 6 Gamers 8 Invitational marks a unique time for the fighting game community, as it's the first ever $1 million prize pool for a solo Street Fighter event in the world. 32 pro players from around the globe have been invited to be a part of the exhibition and showcase their highest level of competition under pressure. They will go head to head to try and secure the lion's share of this epic prize pool. The format of this 1v1 showdown will be a double round robin group stage into a 16-man double elimination bracket. The 32 players will be split into 8 groups of 4 players, and in each group, everybody will play everybody twice, in a best of 3 sets. At the end of the group, the scores will be tallied and the top 2 will qualify onto the winner's side of top 16, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Top 16 will be best of 5 sets all the way through. Grand finals will also be best of 5 too. The player coming from the lower bracket will need to win 2 best of 5s in order to win the tournament. With that said, I'd like to wish everyone the best of luck in the Street Fighter 6 Gamers 8 Invitational for the biggest prize pool of all time.
All right, big shout outs to Jammers for the assist there, for giving us the explanation for the format. Obviously, pretty much everything you need to know. My favorite part about that video, though, by the way, in the mock, playoffs bracket, in the grand finals, it says Manon versus Blanca. I mean, who knows? Maybe that could be the grand finals. You know, if you see Meta RD up there, I don't know who's going to be playing Manon up there. Maybe Oil King, maybe Luffy even. Yeah, we'll see.
But let's see this format real quick. Let's get a quick graphic thrown up for the people.
Why not?
Right here, we have the group stages. 8 groups with 4 players in the middle of those. We mentioned that this is a double round robin, so players will play each other twice in best of 3 first of 2 matches. The top 2 from each group will advance to the playoffs, and that'll be happening tomorrow in the middle of the day. Top 16 players into Sunday as well for double elimination bracket, but this time it's a best of 5 first to 3 format.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to when we get to that first to 3, best of 5, however you want to say it. That's when it's a double elimination. Obviously, that's something we're all familiar with. These group stage stuff, it works really well for invitationals, and I love it so far. I mean, the Gamers8 tournament, even just after the first day, has been really good. I've liked all the content they've been coming out with. If you've been following their Twitter channels and things like that, It's been so good, man. I mean, this is kind of one thing that I think the FGC does like almost better than anyone. Right, is that we give personality to the players, right? We give you opportunities to express yourself, just for your gameplay, but also, in these invitational brackets and things like that, you get to make funny content and stuff like that. You get to learn more about the players, and when it comes to supporting them, the more you know about them, it's so much easier, right? And not just the players, obviously the talent as well. It's been lovely to see so far.
You know what else is lovely? That $1 million prize pool that is sitting, waiting in the wings. The lion's share for the first place is $400,000. Wow. And it goes down the list, as you all see right there. That is an incredible, life-changing amount of money. In fact, even up to third place, that's pretty life-changing in of itself. I mean, it all really is.
Depends who you ask, that's all life-changing.
I mean, look, we FGC poverty, baby, this is all life-changing. I mean, this is ridiculous. But again, this is the biggest prize pool that we've had for Street Fighter 6 in totality until we get the Capcom Cup. Yeah. But we're not there yet. So right now, this stands as the biggest event prize pool. So shout out to Gamers8 for giving these players something big to play for. But not only that, the pride of being the best Gamers8 right. Land of Heroes champion. But man, again, we got to get through a lot of matches. Yesterday, we had some sick ones. I went back and looked at the VODs and saw that y'all clipped a lot of stuff. In fact, my favorite part, I didn't even realize, and I didn't even say it yesterday, was the VX Bao one where he DP'd the departure. I was like, dog, like that was
to me, man.
It's
still so insane to me. I mean, it's because the what made him so impressive as well is that obviously he's parrying the level 2, so he does have the drive gauge. He was in burnout. He blocks the first hit of that level 2, and then he gets his drive gauge back. He then parries the second hit, and then during the parry, he buffers DP, lets go of parry, and lets it rip. Like, obviously, I don't know if that was a reaction to the teleport on the departure or not.
Yeah.
But either way, you know, it is such an insane read from VX Bao up against JP, a character that he plays as well. That just shows just like how much he knows how to play around that level 2, which I know pretty much everyone's been complaining about. Best level 2 in the game. I mean, I think it still is, obviously. And to have that kind of answer, to clutch it out in the last hit, last round. I mean, obviously, we don't know if that's going to be the difference maker yet. But, you know, let's say it comes down to it by the end of today. In that game, you know, that set that he took off VX Bao is what lets him, off of Kakeru. If that's the set that lets him qualify for that playoffs, that's huge, right?
That'd be a big one right there. I mean, speaking of playoffs, again, we go back to how these players, have rounded things out. You know, like if we go to the list of things, the big word we talked about, Angry Bird, MNRD, already being in the top 3 because they've lost not a single game. You know, our correction from yesterday, it was MNRD that took down Otani and not the reverse, because I was like, bro, Otani's doing a lot of drive rush light punch, and that's for the book of MNRD. Don't tell me he sold his stuff word for word, bar for bar, but it was not that way. He could. I would too if I was
copyright is not illegal if you just copy in their playstyle, man. You know, you're gonna patent your playstyle? You're gonna copyright strike me on stream?
Patent your playstyle?
Not like this.
Could you imagine? You can't do certain combos because, like, you know, bro, you can't do that combo. I'm patenting that. Yeah, but I'm patenting that
combo. You can't do that one.
No, TM, you can't do that.
You just have to pay him royalties every time you do the combo. So if it's a combo that's gonna have to kill and win you the set, you then have to pay Angry Bird. That's the future of the FGC right there. Just kidding. But you know what is the future of this stream? Is going to be the schedule coming up for you guys. We already mentioned the first game is going to be between Daigo and Luffy. Really looking forward to that one, of course. Daigo up against Luffy. The Ken versus Manon, I assume. Luffy's still going to be playing Manon. I doubt he's picked up a character of the night, no matter how much he's complaining about it on Twitter. And then afterwards, another man who we did not get to see on stream, Oil King, up against Ending Walker. Will be a really exciting one, of course. I'm actually looking forward to see who Oil King will be playing. Obviously, I know he's been playing Rashid a bit. I don't know if what he played on the A stream. I think he did play on the A stream yesterday, but I didn't quite catch up with that, so I have to double check. But I think that's gonna be a banger matchup. I want to see more Ending Walker. I love seeing his Ryu, and I want to see his Ryu actually do work. We saw him up against Takamura yesterday. Unfortunately, lost, but I felt like he was still warming up. You know, he had a couple drop combos and things like that.
You know, we're gonna have VX Bao, of course, on either. Actually, I think the JP to give Valmaster a fright, as my man would say up on Twitter. Then, of course, Big Bird versus Jaheem, Angry Bird versus Vega Patch, Hot Dog versus Daigo, Takamura versus Oil King, Valmaster versus NL, Jaheem versus Knuckle Dude, and ending everything off with Vega Patch versus MOV. We're gonna get actually even more. I lied to you. Let's see the second page here. That's gonna be Luffy and Fort Phil's. What else is up on the dock?
Well, I mean, yeah, Luffy versus Fort Phil, that's going to be a good one. We see that regionally around here anyway. Fort Phil's extremely strong Street Fighter 5 player, and Street Fighter 6 still making it work with that JP. Yeah, we'll see how the Manon does into that. Ending Walker versus DCQ, that'll be another banger set. Kudo versus Zen, definitely looking forward to seeing more DJ. You know what? It's been a while since I've seen some good level DJ, and I think yesterday's showing by, Mono, Zen, pretty much Xian as well. All of these were coming out. I don't think I saw DJ lose on stream actually even. So yeah, very impressive stuff. So then we got Mr. Crimson versus Shin. That'll be a really good set. Phenom versus Latif. Zen versus Mono. Shin versus Wes. Latif versus Otani. Zen versus Punk. And then I think we'll be finishing it off with Shin versus Nephew. So, I mean, I'd say it's going to be a stacked day, but I mean, it's going to be stacked regardless. But what is equally going to be a stack is also the A stream, of course, over at Gamers8 GG on Twitch. You can go catch the A stream, and the schedule should be up right here as well in case you want to complement those. I mean, they are squad streaming as well, so you are going to be able to watch both at once, and I do recommend that, so you never miss out on the action.
Yeah, make sure you all catch out. Hot Dog versus the 4-5, Takamura versus DCQ, Kakadu versus NL, Problem X versus Knuckle Dude, Kills You versus MOV, the 4-Phils versus Luffy, DCQ versus Any Walker, Kakadu versus VX Bao, Problem X versus Big Bird, and of course, Kills You versus Angry Bird. And we still have one more page for all of you as well. Remember, this is
And
on the
a lot of
other
these are going to
stream.
be these are like towards the end of the day, right? A lot of these are going to be the runbacks, which is what's going to be the more interesting games to me personally. Is the games where they've already played once, so now you're coming into the next first to two, still short format, but you got a chance to do something wild, make some adaptations from your last set, and try and make it count, and see if you can get an edge over your opponent to be able to take that first to two, even if you lost the first one the first time you guys met. So you got Daigo versus Hot Dog, Oil King versus Takamura, Punk versus Mono, Nephew versus West, Mena RD versus Otani. This time we'll get it right the right way around, I'm sure. Punk versus Kudo, Nephew versus Mr. Crimson, Mena RD versus Phenom, Mono versus Kudo, and then West versus Mr. Crimson to end out the day. And again, at that point, a lot of these pools should be pretty easily lined up. Should be able to see who's going to be making out that playoffs, but it won't be all confirmed, of course. There will still be a few pool games to play before that playoff spot on the Saturday, which will be tomorrow.
And that will matter too as well, because some of the pool play might have players that are out, but they can ruin other people's days and mess up the entire bracket. We saw it at CPT with their round robin. We might be seeing it out here. Heck, you might lose and just be like, you know what? I'm gonna take that person down right there. I want to ruin that person's day. They're gonna be sitting in the stands with me. They're gonna be sitting as a fan alongside with me. But once again, going back to what we have for our first match of the day. Actually, I do think we're gonna get a replay real soon. But I want to go back to a few more matches of yesterday. We had some really close matches. Maybe they started close and they kind of ended differently, or they were very close. And as people picked up steam, the Kudo versus Punk comes to mind for the latter. And for the former, it was Knuckle Dude versus Big Bird, who, it looked Knuckle Dude was going to do some work, but then, Mama Muscle, she come through, she hit you for 70%.
By the end of the day, I was like, this is my favorite set to watch. I mean, there were so many sick moments in a set that went by in a flash, because obviously it's Marissa, happens. But in a set where there were, let's be honest, not very many interactions. The interactions that did happen was so intense, like that pixel perfect comeback from Knuckle Dude. I feel like it's just, to be Big Bird in that situation and your opponent comes back on you, I mean, that's just the type of player Big Bird is. Like, he could shrug that off easily. He was just like, okay, you're actually a beast for making that happen. Whereas other players might be like, oh, I should have played better. Like, they'll get into their own head and be like, oh, I made this mistake. I won't do that next time. But at that point, if you start doubting yourself, you're going to lose a lot of momentum. Whereas Big Bird, mentally, I feel like he's just going to be outplaying his opponent. As we see, many a time on stream, he'll lose and he'll be happy and smiling, things like that. He'll be very happy that his opponent outplayed him.
Right? Yeah.
He's like, okay, I gotta go back to the lab. Learn that stuff. His jovial's a great word, actually, Cola. Thank you for that one.
Yeah, but going back to some of these players maybe warming up yesterday, they have the results they won to. Today has to be their day. I was gonna say they'd like today to be their day, but today has to be their day to come back with that good play, because not that many matches left until we get to that final spot. We talked about this continuously. We'll keep talking about it, because top 16 is on the horizon tomorrow, and you only have so many matches. The runbacks today with a few more matches tomorrow, and you're probably hoping that some of these players also fail by the wayside too as well, so that you can get in that top spot depending on the point differential. I think you talked about this yesterday, where if you get a 2-1, it's better than getting 2-0, because at least if you get that extra game, you get to be better than that tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. So, obviously we went over the format, but in terms of the actual scoring, how people will be placed in the pools, it is, if you win your set, you just essentially get a point, right? It'll be your win record. So if you win 6-0, it'll be 6-0. If you win 4-2, it'll be 4-2. Doesn't matter if how you win those sets in between that. If you win 2-1, it still counts as a 1. As a win. But if it does come down to those tiebreakers, then it'll come down to the tiebreaker points, which again, as we mentioned, will come down to whether if you lost 1-2 or 1-2-1, things like that. So that'll be very intense, but don't worry, we'll try our best to try and keep you guys in the loop with that regard when it comes down to those final moments, to see, we could get to the situation where the head-to-head, whoever wins, if they win 2-0, they qualify. If they win 2-1, they don't, and those are the really exciting moments that comes out of these, having the luxury to be able to play these extended pools with the group stages, things like that.
We really want to figure out who is the best, right? I think first to two in the round robin is well enough, because you get that opportunity, get that chance to at least have 2 fights, right? To really figure out the opponent, the player. That really determines okay, who's really going to take it. And then you have the point differential. So if you're more consistent than the other person, you're not just getting 2-0 all the time. It's going to help you a lot more than just
Exactly.
getting cooked and you're just like, I have nothing. Let's actually look at some highlights though of what we saw previously. We're talking about some of these matches, and we peeped a little bit of this prior to the broadcast, and we definitely got some of y'all favorite moments. Don't worry, we got some really great moments in this broadcast right here.
Yeah, so this was the match that started us all off. It was Men RD up against Phenom, took that 2-0 very clean. And this was Nephew, man. We saw him, he lost his first game, didn't really get much of a chance to play, but then against Mr. Crimson, just completely, I don't know, just momentum-wise, just completely smoked him. I don't think Mr. Crimson took a game here. And here, obviously, a big drop right there. That would have been CA to kill, and, you know, nice punish from Nephew not to get hit by that level 2. I love it how he spent the time to think about it. He's like, I'm not going to press anything immediately because I don't have to, and I don't want to mess this up.
Yeah. Oh man, this is the Kudo versus Punk match where Punk kind of started off a little bit lacking and slacking, but he picked it up, was able to take down the mirror matches. You point out he loves those mirror matches, so he definitely wants to get that victory. He's so good about reading the opponent. And speaking of another mirror match, again, this is the Mena RD versus Otani match where we saw a lot of drive rush, medium punch, drive rush, light punch. You know, this is a matchup that I thought, you know, in terms of a mirror match, it'd be more of that crouching medium kick, but showing us something different is Mena RD. And then we see the Juri versus Juri on the screen as well.
Yeah, this was Wes versus I can't remember who else was against his opponent now. Let me see.
I think it was Nephew.
It was Nephew, yes, it was Nephew. Nephew did take this one pretty handily. So yeah, I mean, in this match, Wes never really got a chance to play man. It was very much a 2-0 from Nephew. Just had an insane offense, but this was a really, really intense set, right? This was Punk versus Mono, and Mono actually taking it over Punk.
Which is actually wild, you know, see the likes of Punk being good in these matchups. He had some good strategies and ideas. You know, clipping that stand heavy kick with a dive kick. Look at that, finishing off with the CA, with the level 3, I should say. And, you know, being able to play toe-to-toe with someone like Mono. But it wasn't meant to be. I think Mono just a little bit too squirrely. We didn't get to see the rest of it. But this is your marquee match, was it not?
Yeah, this is my favorite match. I mean, we don't get to see my favorite moment in these highlights, but we still get to see this pixel perfect comeback right now. I mean, it's super scrambly at the end here, but look, every single Superman punch the Big Bird tried to throw, I mean, Knuckle Dude was completely ready. Ultimately, didn't matter. Obviously, Big Bird still taking that set in the end, but Knuckle Dude putting up a valiant effort, and you know what? Second place in his pool right now, looking good for the playoffs.
And then, of course, we see Problem X on the Lily getting absolutely dusted and duffed by the Hotu no Ken right here. Strike from the side of Big Bird, brother. This was a beatdown. I don't know if they played already, but definitely looked like Big Bird had the matchup knowledge.
Yeah, and this was that VX Bao taking it over. Kakeru, you know, playing the JP, pulling out the Chem. If you're on Twitter on the Gamers8, you will see that highlight of him DPing the departure in the super clutch, most clutch way possible. I believe, is this Vega patch versus, I can't remember. Either way, moving on. More Luke versus the JP.
Nice level 1, a lot of level 1 usage. But just not utilizing level 1 to get that anti right there against like Kakeru with a jump medium punch, saving the day.
Yeah.
And this was a brutal beatdown. This is, I think, what sent Luffy into the midlife crisis, the character crisis of not wanting to play Manon as he got drive impacted against the wall, as we see him on Twitter saying, "Oh, bro, Manon's not for me. I gotta go elsewhere." He already looking up the JP combos.
Yeah, how quickly can I learn this character overnight?
Well, I mean, it's JP, so
I will say you could probably learn him overnight, but you wouldn't learn him well enough to be able to compete on an international stage overnight. Let's just be real, because while JP, you know, can definitely have an easy time versus some of the players early on, he's still, you know, because he's so prevalent. So many players, especially the top players, have labbed it. They know the matchup, and you have to be extremely good on JP now to make him work at the highest level. But yeah, this will be our opening matchup coming up. Going to be Luffy versus Team Beast's own Daigo Umehara. That's going to be a battle.
This was fire. You know, we talk about how Luffy wants to drop that character, but he is not going to be the type of competitor. I mean, he is an Evo champion, of course, to just be like, I want to switch, so my mind is elsewhere. He's going to keep locked in as much as possible to get the win. And this is one of those matchups where I don't think it's not super good for Manon, as many matchups are, but it's not the worst. She can fight Shotos. You know, the fireball pressure, a little bit easier to call out because his hands are out for a little bit more. He's got to hit hurt procs on his hands, a little bit easier to battle than like Ryu or like Guile especially, right? So she can smooth on through and possibly get a punish. And her stand medium kick too is really good against Shotos that want to do the crush medium kick as a poke to drive rush. So she's got options to play against the footsie war. Instead, heavy kick too is good as a preemptive button against fireballs, might catch a punish counter and make Daigo catch a case. But Daigo is the beast for a reason. Refuses to go to the Guile, wants to stay with the Ken, and has been putting work with that character time and time again. We've seen him on his streams, we've seen him out here doing work, and this is the match that y'all wanted to see. We're gonna start things off with Daigo against Luffy. Man, champions slugging it out.
In that matchup, I want to bring it back as well. Like, honestly, obviously the fireball game can be tough to deal with as Manon, but against characters with not the best fireballs, Ken's still good, right? But her jump heavy kick, like, because it can hit so deep, so early, typically the spaces at which you can throw a fireball and then if your opponent jumps, you'll still be safe, is way smaller. Like, because if Manon jumps, you will have way less time to be able to stick out, you know, DP. Normally you'll recover just in time to get your DP out, but against Manon that doesn't happen, man, because her jump heavy kick hits so deep that you just don't even have those frames to be able to DP, so you're gonna get punish counter way more often. So throwing the fireballs can be a little bit riskier. At least that's what I found playing against the character. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see that matchup. Obviously, we didn't really see Luffy get to play much against Hot Dog. Did get a bit overwhelmed by the offense, but hopefully we get to see it against Daigo. Hopefully it's a bit slower paced match, you know?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, one of the things he's gonna have to avoid as Manon is making sure that they're not in the corner, right? She doesn't really have the best defense in the business. She has to rely upon the secret arts to escape the corner, which she does get a side switch on hit or, you know, level 2 if need be. But the problem is like, you'd rather use that for damage. You'd rather use that, you know, to build it for level 3 to finish things off or get a big lead. You know, if you do that hit grab in a super, you'd rather not use those resources for those moments. So escaping the corner, getting out of the corner are going to be very prevalent. You really just have to be careful. We're actually going to have some graphics coming up real soon here. But again, this matchup is going to be fire. Daigo unleashed. I don't know where y'all thought he was, but he is out here at Gamers8, bro. We saw him walking at the airport.
Who keeps saying he went to jail? Like, did I miss something? Like, did he tweet something? I don't know, man. I'm so confused. I have to say though, that wouldn't surprise me. I feel like Daigo is the funniest, like the most unintentionally funny guy ever. Like, he was just like the classic Daigo picture of him just stood there like with his stick. I don't know. All he's doing is standing.
I
there.
love that
It's
picture.
hilarious. Yeah.
What's wild is
so
like
good.
I went up to Daigo and like, you know, you only get like one picture with like Daigo, right? Like only these top level players. And I was like, I want to do that one last year. Like that was the one I took last year. And everyone's like, what does that mean? And I'm like, it's the Daigo pose. We're both doing the Daigo pose. That's what it is. So,
I love that picture. I won't lie.
Yeah, he's been showcasing a lot of his you know, his personality lately, right? Like on the streams and things like that. Like it's great to see that Daigo's you know, becoming the streamer type, the streamer archetype, right? Like that's super sick to see.
I mean, obviously, I think he's not part of SFL this year, right? So chose to like, sort of focus on his own thing, wants to travel around a little bit more, and obviously currently doing extremely well streaming. So you know, why not? You know, and it's nice to see that more of that personality come out, and that's one of my favorite things about these fighting game events. You know, getting able to see that. Like, I don't know if everyone saw that clip on Twitter of Rob giving the best, you know, host intro to Daigo ever. And then he's not even there. It's just, there's no one there. And then he's late. He's like, hurries onto the stage. He's like, oh.
I'm supposed to be here?
So
they had to wake him up.
Unintentionally funny. He's so good.
Yeah. All right, let's get a graphic of just any of the players that are coming through. I mean, actually, we're not going to have a graphic. I lied to you. But, you know, after this Daigo match, we're going to have the Wild Childs go at each other. It's going to be Oil King versus Ending Walker. I can't wait to see that because two wild players fight each other in Street Fighter 6 of all things. Is going to be explosive. It's going to be hell. Sweeps after sweeps from both sides. Now, what if Oil King will at any point pull out that Rashid? Because from when I talked to him at the Salty Suite, the TNS Salty Suite at EVO, he was like, bro, this character's about mid-tier. Him and JB labbed out everything, and he was like, I don't know if this character is it. It's so different than what he's used to. So you may use him for some matchups and things like that. But I think Chun-Li's just fine in this game. And, you know, maybe Chun-Li Rashid might be a good, you know, pairing. I'm not sure the matchup spread for Rashid as is anybody right now. I know that he doesn't feel good when he has to deal with, you know, fireballs and people that jump on Rashid definitely it sucks. Like he can't really anti-air that well.
I don't know, man. I feel like everyone's saying he's got bad anti-airs, and then it's not like they're not godly, right? You know, it's not the spin and mixer of old, but at the same time, I feel like there are characters who are out here suffering with anti-airs, and he's not one of them. He's not one of them, man.
Yeah, he's middle class. Middle class.
His heavy kick is insane as an anti-air, by the way. The spacing is a bit weird, but like if you space it right, it will either almost always trade into a huge combo, or it will clean be out their normals. So yeah.
Yeah, but then you look at the anti-airs that likes of Ken, and it's just different.
Yes.
Here we go.
Lie. When I did
Daigo versus Luffy. This is the first match of the day. Let's go. See, there's that stand heavy kick we talked about. Striking away against the fireballs preemptively. And Luffy, oh no, but don't punish him from Daigo. What are these drops?
Oh, unfortunate. Obviously, the DI was blocked. I mean, the drive reversal was blocked, but just a little bit slow. I think the recovery animation of Manon's drive reversal was a little bit odd, I think. Definitely threw Daigo off. But now he's got the screen positioning in the corner, and this is a slow match for Luffy. And I think he's a lot happier with this compared to what happened against Hot Dog.
Uh-oh, not anymore, guy with that drive impact. Someone was on Twitter was like, bro, they saw the 1 million, they hitting them drive impacts continuously. I get it. Drive rush throw, and that caught the parry. Unfortunately, Luffy is lacking in bar right now. No anti right there, no DP.
Yeah.
That jump head.
Did you see that though? Daigo going for a meaty Hadoken on the wake up, obviously expecting Luffy to go for that level 1 reversal, which is the only option that Manon has on reversal, but that's one command grab land. The overhead is blocked. Luffy in burnout, but you know, not too afraid. The chip you're going to take here is worth the amount of drive gauge you're going to burn back from this burnout position. And now there it is. Got the life through Luffy taking his time. Still only needs to find one hit.
One touch, one grip will be it right here. One tap, and Daigo knows that. And that's a heavy kick. It's hard to whip punch, hard to deal with. And there's the low. Caught him standing up, even for just a second, or even walking back. Just like that, Luffy. That foot again. We talked about how Luffy is like, he's not going to be deterred. He maybe he doesn't want to play the character, but he is not going to leave here without trying to get some money. Is that a push? It is. Oh my God, the level 2. We've seen it punch the likes of like crouching media kick from Dee Jay. So that was good play here from Daigo.
Yeah, I believe that heavy kick is like -6, I think. But normally the pushback keeps it safe, but obviously the range on that level 2 combined with the bad spacing on Luffy's part gave Daigo a perfect opportunity to go for a level 2 punish. Gave him, worth it, right? You get that corner positioning and you do a little bit of drive gauge damage, and it's better than any other punish you would have gotten.
Absolutely. In with the Dragon Lash plus backspray from the throw. Oh, command grab lands.
That's 3 medals.
He has 3. Another drop. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe OD Fireball. Maybe thought the DP would reach. I don't know.
I think he thought the DP would reach, right? The extended hurt box to level 1. Gonna get out. And the run tattoo punish counter. Of course, that's gonna be +6 full cover. That was actually super clean from Daigo. I don't think any other button would have reached. He couldn't dash up. The run tattoo was a perfect option.
Yeah. I've seen that a lot from players going for the run tatsu, get the follow-up right after, hella plus.
Yeah.
Super sick from Daigo, goes to Dragon Lash, drive, reverse, backs him up. This time he stays fine. No punish right there.
Yeah.
But Luffy getting pressured, pushed to the corner.
Guaranteed drive reversal on that Dragon Lash. Do it nice and early. If you don't want to take the plus frames, only 2 bars to spend. It's expensive, obviously, but... Oh, I like that. Perfect parry into the jump, gets out of that drive rush pressure, and then Naremba stays straight through. That was super clean.
Oh, DP, though. Back him off, but he's still caught up in the corner. It may not matter though. Ken that he hits some target combos in a Dragon Lash. That's that ass right up in the corner.
Yep.
You gotta be careful. Don't let him do it. He's hunting for it. But here's a command grab. 4 medals. Oh, that's a federal. That's almost federal crime.
Oh,
backs up for the anti-air.
Oh, it doesn't spend the level 3 actually. Could have definitely gone for it, but right now got the pressure going. Nice block. No, was waiting for a follow-up for a cancel from Luffy. Nothing came, and Daigo doesn't get his punish. Goats on the drive rush fierce. Big damage. That's what we're talking about. The CA. That's going to be... Yeah, that's going to hurt.
That's going to be a ton of damage. And it gains a lot of bar back here for Daigo.
Yes.
Not equalized, but caught in the corner. Drive rush, light punch. Maybe trying to stop and sniff out something. That's going to be a punish right here. ODDP. Nothing big from the side of Daigo. Jumps out, avoids the super, and this should seal it. Stand heavy kick for the finish. Daigo sniffing out that reversal option and taking the first game. But it was close. And I don't mean that in it was close sort of way at your locals.
I mean, that was just a hard read from Daigo. The forward jump on the wake up. I mean, if he just waited and did the level 2 a little bit later, They definitely would have smoked Daigo, definitely would have been the game to Luffy. And that was Luffy's game to lose, I think. He had a great positioning, right? Until Daigo found that one hit into that CA. But, you know, Luffy not deterred, still got the lead now in the first round of the second game. I mean, this is a good set, man.
Yeah, this is fire right now. I'm glad that Luffy's able to fight back. Sent heavy kick, no punish counter. Would love to get that follow-up. Drive rush light. The tech, the throw does not connect. Tries to spin through. And again, you got to get predictive with it. You have a better, you know, chance to clip those limbs after the fireball comes out, but it's still definitely predictive. Oh, gets hit with a dragon lash. Start of something bad here. The corner carry.
You do not want to get counter hit by that dragon slash. Full confirm as well in that corner carry. Of course, the DI, but a frame too late for Luffy. He had the reactions the first time. This time, not so lucky. Oh no, missed the dragon lash there, meaty. And now the DP.
Baits out the ODP. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, Luffy in 4th gear right now. About to hit that 5th gear. All juiced up. And the sad thing is like, you could take Luffy down this round. He lands another command grab. You still have to deal with Manon with 5 medals in the 3rd round. Still deadly. That's 3,700 damage. If y'all don't know what Street Fighter 6 terms, that's a lot.
That is a lot. That is a lot of damage off of one. And we've seen he's actually been able to land it pretty consistently, especially when Daigo does like blocked roundhouse, right? I mean, if he's in range, you know, and you respect the mind frames a bit too much, you're gonna get command grabbed. Okay, counting a jab, full confirm for the corner carry for Daigo in a great position. Crouch jab lands on Luffy's wake up. Gonna have to find a way out of this corner again. The meat projectile.
Drive rush throw on the DI. Jabbing again, trying to slip that option out, and then runs a DI again. See that Luffy is not reacting. And not gonna spin that bar, wants to hold on to it for that 3rd round. But Luffy, you know, he can still bring this back. He can route this back real quick. He's got 4 medals. It's already a ton of damage in and of itself. Daigo with the footsies, back it up, but don't want to be too close to the wall. Has to run the Dragon Lash for the plus frames.
Ooh, try to get a shimmy that didn't hit confirm, but the drive rush cancel to get DP. Daigo fully aware. Now on the set point, and was been a pretty long. I think this might be the longest set we've had on stream. It's the first one today, but I mean, including yesterday's, man. Every game yesterday was a blitz. This one
it definitely
relatively
was
nice and slow.
Warming up, bro. Daigo though, drive rush with the throw. He's got level 3, building more and more damage, but is very careful to not get gripped up. Don't slip up, because that's going to be a ton of damage. If that level 5 hits, it's going to be a ton right now. Oh, the crouch fierce. No drive rush right after. Drive rush is in. Perfect parry. Goes to the command grab. Okay, 5th gear here for Luffy.
Ooh, that wasn't even a cut punish, by the way. That command grab just hit completely raw. And look at the damage. Oh, no. Definitely just wanted the fireball there, I think. The DP comes out, and that's a big punish for Luffy. Now on 5 medals. 1 throw will close out this game for Luffy.
In the corner, wakes up with violence. 2-4-0. You see Luffy back it up. Oh my God, Luffy, you so smart. He's so awake and aware of the wake up options here from Daigo. You see him break with a drive rush light, and that was good night for that round. That's game point for both players. Daigo get a little bit too aggressive.
Oh my goodness. Look, it's called the Ume Shoyu, not the Ume Shin Shoyu. DP was with nice punish to the short. Bad space in there from Luffy. And now Daigo recovering some of that composure after that big whiff reversal in the last game. But we'll see. Big punish counter. Via's going to go for that corner carry. Throw won't kill here, but the second one will.
One more touch. Impact. That's a wrap. No health to play with. No health to fight back. Daigo squaring things off a lot better. And working better up in the corner too as well. Set point for Daigo.
Makes me smile every time I see Daigo do drive rush into Dragon Lash, because I do that all the time.
He's just like me for real.
Yeah,
he's just like me.
I can do it too.
I can do it too. That means I'm like, God, how come when Daigo does it, you know, he's the best, but when I do it, I'm a scrub, bro.
Yeah,
it's
exactly. I mean, it's smart, right? You just get into range to do your Dragon Lash, and also if they try and check your drive rush a bit late, big shimmy, and Daigo gonna close it out, not deterred after that second game. Luffy with a great showing. Ripper. Very nice stuff.
Daigo, the beast, has feasted upon Luffy, but we will say that Luffy definitely was he was about to bring that sucker back. I mean, that's 2-1 right there. Final game, maybe not so close, but the game before that and prior, Luffy was fighting back and doing a good job of running that sand heavy kick and things like that. You know, footsies were good, and then baiting out Daigo's reversals when Daigo stopped doing that a little bit long. But before that, you know, the footsies were real dang good. like
Yeah,
that.
I think that was definitely a pace of game that he enjoyed much more than I think what happened versus Hot Dog. And I think, realistically, that first game was Luffy's to lose. And if he wins that one and he wins the second one, well, he is on the board in this pool. A bit unfortunate, obviously, but that's just a testament to Daigo being a clutch player. Very hard to keep this guy out of the game, no matter how much life he's got left, no matter what good position you might think you're in. Daigo has to have his say before you can finish the game. Which we'll see exactly what happened in that first game coming up as well in these highlights, so we can kind of piece together where it went wrong for Luffy, but also where it went right for Daigo.
I'll tell you what went right. Corner pressure, corner play, drive rush in the lights, and some of that was getting stuff to stop. You see right there the stand heavy kick, and Luffy was able to get these knockdowns, gets the command grab, and also Daigo just disallowing the metal stock up. That means less to deal with. Look at this punish, bro. I've not seen someone do that. Usually maybe they're not that close for that sort of thing, but even when they are, I've not seen someone run that punish, and that was sick from Daigo. Few whiffs that even though if you win this, you won this set, I will look back as Daigo and be like, okay, I got to clean this up, which he will. I mean, that is the beast. That's a legendary player. He'll definitely do so.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think, this is where we see an excellent position for Luffy right here. Look at this life lead he has. But again, all it takes is one missed check on this drive rush into the CA. 2 bars of drive gauge and about 2 bars back for your opponent too. I mean, it's such a hard position to come back from, even with that level 3 of your own. You're in the corner. Obviously, DI is a threat. You want to wake up level 2 and immediately gets baited. Very smart stuff from Daigo to take that first game. I mean, this is a great set to watch, though, for sure.
Yeah, this was really fun. I think if you're a Manon player, you can see some of what Manon can do up in this matchup. Obviously, I think some of this was also just Daigo, peeling back on the reversals, which we're getting him got, and just him really recognizing what to use with drive rush, light punch, and the corner pressure, and good bar usage. That level 3 at the bottom, it just was not meant to be here for Luffy. And again, ODDP against drive rush, very smart. If you see that gap. And I would have liked just to see, I don't know, maybe Luffy in the future with another character when he feels these matchups aren't working out for him. We'll see how that happens. I mean, Luffy's always been the type to be able to clutch things out with characters that shouldn't. We saw it with Mika and now with Manon, but we'll see what happens with him in the future. But right now, he still made this pretty competitive.
Yeah, I love that bait, by the way. Obviously, drive rush in, your opponent sees the drive rush, they hit confirm into the level 3 on their wake up, and then you do the jab, you stop your momentum dead. We see that a lot, especially from Luffy. He loves doing that kind of stuff. And there's that shimmy, the one hit into that Shin Shoryuken. Shin Ripper, my bad. It's not, we're not getting Ryu just yet, but yeah, I mean, just dominating offense right there. That's what Ken's known for, right? He gets you in that corner, and he just makes you guess.
Yeah, what's wild is I think that character is really good just in general. Mid-screen's damage is pretty decent, but in the corner it's incredible. And Daigo always awake and aware of how to lead people there, using drive rush, light punch, throws continuously. If he gets you with a punish counter, Tatsu enhanced, it's like full screen corner carry, and that's just Daigo, bro. Now we talked about Indie Walk. You talked about Ryu coming up.
Yeah,
let's see what he do against Oil King.
All right, again, this is someone I'm excited to watch. Oil King, obviously saw him at the Red Bull Kumite. I think Delta Akainu was playing Manon back then, but we saw, Ending Walker also at the LCQ for the Red Bull Kumite, ended up getting second place in the LCQ. Lost to Kakeru in that finals. I know he said on Twitter he wants that run back basically versus Kakeru because he felt like he didn't get a chance to play. And that's just what it's like playing against Kakeru. But we have seen Ender Walker play a little bit. We saw him one game yesterday against Takamura. Didn't quite work out, but I'm hoping today we get to see him a little bit more. I love watching his Ryu. It's it's a fun Ryu. Let's just say that.
It's inspirational. All right, it's inspirational. And he's a smart player, and you put that in the hands of a character that can dump out a lot of damage. He just has to figure out ways to find access, which is hard. Ryu does not have the best buttons in the business. Mid-range is okay. His fireball pressure, I was talking to Valle about this. Valle wants to play in a more turtle style, and I wonder if that may be another echelon for this character, is figuring out how to zone even better. Because, I feel like Ryu has strengths with his fireballs. It's just his normals, not so good as neutral is A-okay. But what's neutral to both these cats, bro? This is Indian Walker and Oil King, who play wild, not mild. Oil King, one of my favorite cats in the business, bro. He is so funny. He's done commentary.
Yeah, he's funny.
He has played. We've seen him on the Rashid and the Seth, and now we're going to be seeing him either on the Chun-Li or Manon, or maybe if we're lucky, and y'all put your hands together and bless, we might get Rashid. I doubt it, though. I doubt it.
I doubt it, but it is going to be that Chun-Li. You're saying both these characters with a lot of personality for sure. Both these players with a lot of personality too. The raw matchup as well, and the jump forward into another jump forward. I love it though. I like it though. We're starting to see that a bit more often, right? When you get like guaranteed hits, like off of a jump in, off of you know, let's say punishes, things like that, or shimmies. A lot of people have stopped using their resource, right? They've just gone for meterless combos because you know they want to save the meter for the pressure game. Which has become all more important as the game gets older and older.
And that's what the difference you see between like the top tier characters and like the lower tier characters or mid.
Yes.
The ones that can do that are usually at the top. The ones that can't are usually at the bottom, like Ryu, who needs me to get that corner carry. Oh, nice call out. Gets a jump pierce and finds a finish. Ending Walker looking to end the run of Oil King, but it's only one done right here. But I like that corner pressure. It looks a lot more solidified than what he did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, nice punish from the kosher, by the way. I mean, the Koken. But yeah, that corner pressure, man. He did a tick throw, and rather than shimmying, he was like, I'm just going to neutral jump, and if it works, I'm just going to be a big punish. But oh no, misconfirmed right there, or mispunish maybe for Ending Walker now. Off that low forward into the super, but you know, it doesn't get punished too hard, and now gets a back throw and steal the corner away as well.
Where's him stand fierce? That's a fantastic harass up in the corner. Yeah, we haven't really seen Oil King deal with that, and we'll wonder what option he may use. And maybe medium kick and stand heavy kick do not reach. Oh, that's how you're going to cross cut? That had to have been a mistake. But wait, right to the fireball. Can't throw those. Want to get that super at the ready.
Yeah, that was definitely a cross-cut DP turned into super, but hey, it still worked, so you're pretty happy about it. And now Salah in the corner having to deal with all this pressure. One more throw, it's going to close it out. Last second tag, the reaction.
Oh, the impact!
Man. Look, did you see how young? He's 17. Don't
17.
this man. What's wrong with you?
He's a kid. He's going to react. He's got the vitamin gummies, all right? He's watching whatever cartoons are on right now. Got a big bowl of cereal.
Oh my god, this guy's wired in. You can't do that, man. I get it though, right? It's the first DI in that position, but excellent awareness from Ending Walker. I'm sure there's might be some technical difficulty right now. You win, and then you're like, hey, that was too easy, man.
Yeah. It's a little odd.
Was he plugged in?
Yo, who was Oil King Texan though? Who was Oil King Texan? The only he's might be Texan. The only 3 Ryus out there in that Discord. There's like 3 Ryu, like Just Fog, a random Ryu player that picked them up, and one that is on Modern. I'm not sure. Like, what do I do? What do I do in this match?
How do I beat this guy? Yeah, we're already texting Chun-Li players. He's like, hey, what do I do, guys?
What is this character? What is this, a DLC
what he
character?
Can do is that he needs to anti these neutral jumps as well in the corner. You know, it's a lazy shimmy, right? You walk, you do the neutral jump. If they attack, you get punished. But obviously, if they do nothing and they react, the Tensho kicks should be an easy anti. But I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we'll see. Neutral jumps might be a little bit difficult for it. I'm not sure. In the corner, it looks like it's even more difficult to hit, but we'll see what Oil King, cooks up. Crosscut DP finally lands. No crosscut super. Finds another jump and sneaks in the impact to kill the drive gauge. No dash up DP. I think he wanted that, but unfortunately, not meant to be. Got that jump medium kick. Oil King is dying, and Ending Walker can harass.
Wow, and obviously the DIs are free now. What's he going to do? DI back? He can't. He's in burnout. Oh my god, that fit's going to hit so meaty. He thought he had the counter hit punish right there, but it's just going to be Ending Walker getting the punish to close out the game. Put himself the set point over Oil King now. Damn, impressive stuff. I mean, I like it. I think Ending Walker is genuinely the best player I've seen at being aware of his opponent's drive gauge. He always looks to do these kind of drive rush moves to try and drain as much drive gauge if it can put them into burnout.
Brother, this is going to be dang near close. Going to kill quite a bit of bar and pull Ending Walker's bar back up. And he's got him in the corner. Look at this. This might be a perfect KO for the side of Ending Walker. Is this kid the genius trying to get the drive rush impact? He went for the classic, the day one, but it was not going to be done here. Level 3 for the side of Oil King for that big amount of damage. However, this is so much that you have to work with right now. You do have him in burnout, but he's not out of options. He's already out of there. There's the jump out.
He's jumping,
Walker.
man.
He's like, bro, if you ain't going to anti me, I'm going to jump for free.
Exactly, Tinkola. He hasn't antied him once, I don't think. And another, maybe thought that was going to be the punish. But of course, it's not a punish, by the way, because you're in burnout. You can't punish it like that. Unfortunate, but right there, Ending Walker going to be able to close it out over Oil King 2-0.
If you're wondering, like, if Ending Walker is a genius, my man is working with Ryu and winning matches. That's how you know he's a genius, all right? They said it couldn't be done. They said Ryu was too weak. But Ending Walker out here proving them wrong with a defeat of Oil King. Honestly, I think some of that was not even just matchup knowledge. It was just like, bro, you are not going to anti me. I'm just going to jump all dang day. I don't know if it's the settings or what's going on, or Oil King just had to have that coffee just yet. He left it in the back, maybe get that Red Bull. But man, my man was not able to anti-air a damn thing, which is crazy because Oil King usually has such good anti-airs. We saw that with the Rashid in the set, and Chun-Li's got good anti-airs. Super Saiyan heavy kick, air throw, things like that work out.
Yeah, obviously Tensho kicks as well. But a little awkward, obviously, depending on what you're doing at the time. But Tensho kicks, if you time it well, it is a fairly solid anti-air option. I'm not sure, but obviously that was what Andy Walker recognized. He's like, okay, I can just keep doing this until... And that's a sign of like a good player to me, because you just keep doing something. If it keeps working, you keep doing it, right? And if your opponent doesn't adapt, you don't have to change what you're doing. I mean, a lot of players get a little bit carried away when that happens, right? They'll do something and they almost expect their opponent to adapt or know the answer. And then they won't do it again. But you really have to show, they have to show you they know the answer before you should stop doing it. And I think we definitely saw that in this set.
Yeah, the onus is on you to stop my obstinance, bro. It's on you. And the damage that is pumped out from this character, we talked about the axis being kind of difficult, cross-cut, super, happy accidents. The onus is on you to stop the obstinance, right? You gotta be able to stop me. And the axis for that damage has been the jump-ins, right? Like, I'm not gonna say like Ryu's got good neutral because buttons are a little bit stubby compared to like Chun-Li and things like that, especially up in this matchup. However, if my axis is to jump in, I ain't gotta worry about all that. And that's how I feel like Andy Walker got most of his wins right here. There were some good sequences. Steph Perry right there, Punish, Andy Walker. Even on these drops here from Oil King, was just able to make the most. And again, another jump in. Yo, check that damage, chat. Look at that, look at that. Level 3. And look at how much health she doesn't have after.
No, the thing, you messed up when the hit before the super, you still lost like 50%, and then the super comes through. That's how you know you messed up. Oof.
Like, dang.
Yeah, Ryu, no short of damage.
Absolutely not. This level 3, try to square things up. But that's the sad thing is like you don't have any drive gauge. These mistakes, these drops all led to Andy Walker getting some more points and Oil King dropping down in the rankings. We'll see if we can pick it back up. But Andy Walker finally getting a point on the board. Yesterday we didn't see him get that victory against Takamura, but it looks like he's a lot stronger, and it looks like he is really aware of what the other person is not doing on defense and exploits that. And again, you gotta stop me. It's not scrubby if you ain't stopping me, bro. Like, if I'm jumping, you got anti-airs.
Hey, it's not my job to anti myself. Like, you got to do it. I can't. I'm not gonna stop jumping. And he was even doing it in weird spots, right? Though he of course blocked donkey kick into jump. Seems kind of random, but it's smart, right? Because if it's minus, yeah, sure. But if you're at a range where it's not punishable, your opponent's they're gonna try and walk forward. They're gonna try and try and reach for the long range button. In this case, try to throw out the projectile. And obviously, Andy Walker just stealing back all those frames with the welcome jumps. And right at the end there as well, we saw blocked a donkey kick, was in burnout, thought he could still punish with the low forward, but obviously there's +4 frames of block stun, making not only people always focus on the fact that it makes moves plus on block, but it also makes a non-punishable moves punishable moves not punishable anymore, which lets you just do them over and over again. And right there, that's that mental stack right at the end. Even though he obviously knew he was in burnout, but his hands they just went for the punish counter combo because that's what he thought he had, right?
Yes, and we're going to see two players, or at least one player that wants to throw hands with the other player outside the game, depending on what character's picked. It's Valmaster going up against VX Bao. And if VX Bao has watched anything or seen, any tweet from Valmaster, he knows to pick JP, bro. Because this guy, Valmaster, I can see the scowl on Valmaster's face already. When they panned over him first, it was immediately like, this son of a look at it. He's like, oh man, look at him stressed. Let's get the players. Let's get the match here. I think they're doing button check right now. Of course, the Chun-Li main has maybe rethink when he's been fighting JP players and his difficulty fighting the JP players. It's made me rethink that match. I don't think that's like Valmaster being weak. I think that's JP players figure out how to fight Chun-Li.
Yeah, I think definitely it's probably a good character into Chun-Li. She can't do what she really enjoys doing as much. And trying to play the footsie game, trying to play using that strong back walk speed versus a character who's not walking at all because his walk speed's terrible, it doesn't really benefit you. He's mainly going to be quite stationary and going to be setting up projectiles and stuff. So it's hard to play your game. But obviously, there we go. His Anshu is a great option versus any of those projectiles that aren't the spike. So yeah, well played.
She does have the meaty fireball too as well that she can utilize against like OD Amnesia. Maybe just the neutral doesn't feel that good for Valmaster. Here's a side switch. Someone that's aggressive as him, maybe getting clipped by these more aggressive JP players. Back throw parry to parry, bro. Love to see it. Third strike.
I love it. Yeah, just like, oh, you parry me? That's a great option, man. It's the classic. Like, I do something, your opponent's gonna do it back because they're like, oh yeah, that's a sick option. Nice one, bro. Okay, level 2 gonna be able to finish this off. Oh no, level 1. Maybe the level 2 wouldn't reach there. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, maybe just trying to save the bar, but there it is, closing it out with that crouch jab.
Okay, I lied. I think this was the wrong pick for VX Bao because Valmaster, angry as hell, went to the lab instead of deal with this character. We see like Hazanshu round start, and now a ton of corner carry. These Serenity stance cancels have been fantastic. Gets to pick up with the 10 show kick, caught up in the corner, backs away, maybe looking for that OD amnesia play, but there's nothing there.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. You never want to ever extend into that OD amnesia and then get punish countered with the throw into full conversion. You know, you want to avoid that as much as possible with this character. And if anyone's going to know that, it's going to be Valmaster, as he's going to be able to close it out with this Yokus. And
perfect
KO even.
Man, that was personal. That was not perfect. That was personal from the side of Valmaster. He's like, bro, never again will a JP player get at me. Never again. You know, so you'll see players make salty tweets, but honestly, not like they won't go back to the lab. That's the difference between a scrub and a top-level player, is that they'll go back to the lab and be like, I hate this character. I want to kill them. Frame kill, up in the corner still. Look at this pressure, backs up with the fireball. Still in again. Them limbs are stabbing through VX Bao.
Oh my god, he looks so lost. He's like, how do I get out of this corner, man? She's mauling me. Okay. The hop kicks is going to get ODM. He finally lets it rip, and you are in burnout versus JP. This is exactly where he's at the strongest. Gonna cash out on the stun early on. Maybe gonna set up for like some sort of mix-up, some sort of reset we might see. Or just gonna go for the full damage into the EX portal for more. But
yo, the air throw! Valmaster! He said never again. No departure. You are grounded. And this is set point right here for Valmaster. There's the anti-air right there, not allowing any entry from the skies.
Nah, this is personal. This is personal, man. He's angry, I feel like. You know, he's like, hey, 2 JPs in my group. Time to beat both of them. Oh my, Hazanshu over the low forward. Another one. Not punishable in this game. So it is for safe. You can DI it, but it's still risky. The low forward, the level 3 here is going to be able to finish this off for Valmaster.
Valmaster.
Quick 2-0.
Sheesh. We just got here. Once again, quick games, but Valmaster gets the win. And again, already out of his seat, I know he is going to run to his phone and talk so much mess about JP because my man had that energy to never die to that character. But that happens, right? Like, you play a character, they cook you, they smoke you, and you're like, I don't care if I win or lose that matchup, I'm going to get my revenge if I have to fight another one of these cats. And just like that, Valmaster showcasing a better showing than what he had yesterday using Hazanshu round start. We see a lot more Serenity stance cancels, like a lead to the corner. Good bar usage too as well. And them anti-airs. We saw air throws and heavy kick, and the damage output from both of those, or at least I should say just the heavy kick, was enough to be like, dang, this I can't jump in that much.
Yeah, I mean, look, we said, like, obviously because of all the things he's saying on Twitter, and obviously we know he doesn't like the character, it seems obvious, of course, you pick that character into him, but it's also the opposite, right? Because the guy who's complained the most is probably also the guy that's put in the most work to try and understand the matchup. He's probably put in the most work to figure out the counterplay, probably the most work in how to actually beat this character, because then he's given himself the grounds to be like, I can complain about this character because I've labbed everything. I know how to beat him, and I still can't beat him. But in this case, that was not what happened. You know, Valmaster definitely showing up big, stopping VX Bao. I mean, VX Bao never got to play. Let's be real. He never got to play. He just got stuck in this corner and got absolutely mixed.
There was like one time that he left the corner. He's put right back in again. Like, he just right back with the quickness, expeditiously. We saw him get right back solidified in that west side of the screen. And this again, Valmaster just well spent with the bar. There's got to be something set for some of these players being able to optimize their bar usage. OD, then goes for that drive rush to get that full corner carry. Still has bar left, ready for these meaty situations. Goes to, yeah, right there. This is the moment we saw him leave the corner and got a little bit of damage to partially. There's the air throw right down to the crowd. That was so dope. I hope somebody clipped that because I love seeing defensive things in aggressive fighting games. It's like the other echelon, these fighting games we learn. It's like defense, right? The air throw against the partial, against that teleport, waiting for that to happen and cooking VX Bao. Bro, Valmaster, I mean, never again, bro. Never again.
It's easy to pop off, like, when someone does a really sick offensive read, right? When they double shimmy your opponent and it blows their brain out, you know? But what's equally as hype is defensive reads like that, when you know exactly what your opponent's going to try and do to mix you up, and you're like, I can end this in style. I'm gonna jump air throw him. It's gonna kill. It's gonna be sick. Because obviously, you know, also could have done like tensho kicks, things like that, right, to anti him if he knew it was coming. But was like, I'm doing it in style. I'm air throwing him.
You know what's wild is I did hear.
This.
Yeah, I heard some players talking to Evo about like how to deal with that. Like some players were like standing underneath the departure and like waiting a little bit back and then waiting for the character to get that air throw. So like again, people are developing defensive strategies, which is why I don't like things, you know, being called for nerfs or buffs or whatever, because we're still figuring out the defensive stuff. Offense is easy. You find that out in like the first 2 months, like, you know, what's broken, what you can do for your combos and stuff like that. Defense around that is what we build out after. And what we have after this match actually is Big Bird versus Jaheem. That's going to be a Marisa versus Chun-Li match. I don't know if they played at Rebel Kumite, but they're going to play right now.
I'm sure they played, right? Like at least casually, you know. But I do not think they met in the tournament at all. So it will be a wild ride, I'm sure, for Jaheem, because Big Bird's Marisa, you know, we all know what it can be like. And if you haven't played it against it enough, then you're gonna definitely have a rough time. But Jaheem, you know, we saw this guy obviously beat Akira in the first to 5. Didn't mean nothing. His Chun-Li's incredibly strong. So we'll have to see if Big Bird's going to be ready for that.
Jaheem with the multiple amount sponsored shirts. That's super sick. Glad he got sponsored, by the way, recently. Hopefully to see him travel. He is one of the best Chun-Li's I have seen. We saw him take down Tokido at Rebel Kumite, really solidifying, you know, or I should say further solidifying, you know, him as a strong player. He's always been strong. We saw him make CPT finals. We saw him do work out there too as well, taking Punk to the limit and other players too as well, not leaving without some victories underneath his belt. I think now when you're able to access more people around you to play because of the great netcode, and then now that he's gotten sponsored, maybe, you know, being able to be flown out will give him that similar boost, that similar strength that the Birds have had when they were starting. But let's start this match. Big Bird versus Jaheem. Let's see who's really him.
You know, Jaheem playing no sound. He's got no headphones on, man. What is this? Is that
he's
strat?
going raw.
Like, surely he's going in raw.
He said, I want to hear on your knees. Where are you going? He didn't want to hear that. So I heard it enough.
Where are you going? You don't want to hear the sounds of the impact as you get beat up. Oh, wakes up with another EXTP. This guy chose violence today. Well, that check with that stand strong. Marisa, 7 frames, such a good button. Easy confirming to the TC in the first round. Goes to Big Bird, man.
As someone pointed out, it was Big Bird that took it 2-0 over Jaheem, so we are getting some rematches in the middle of this. Big Bird, as you pointed out, starting off very strong.
Yep. Yeah, hard to beat this guy, man. Especially Marisa gets you in this corner, man. Very difficult to get your way out. But honestly, Chun-Li's low forward, probably the best in the game. So that's a great option to choose against Marisa for sure.
Okay, here's the Superman punch. Cross you in kick. There's that button you pointed out. Goes for the overhead reset. And the Oki, the throw too as well. She gets that Oki even without bar. You know, using spinning bird kick. You do that. Try for a stand fierce. Your health is deleted. Your chance to win it depleted. The toe tap, but just like that, level 3. Hit him with the Hotunokin. You are shocked.
Didn't even let him hit the wall, man. He was KO'd before he reached. That's how you don't hurt, man. Unfortunate right there for Jaheem. Had to start something going right. Had to start something, but Big Bird just with that one check, one counter hit confirm, spending all the correct resources to be able to close it out. It's definitely what Marisa is one of the best in the game at doing.
All right, these buttons are a lot better too. Wow. Here we go. Big Bird got the jump out, medium kick. Superman punch up in the corner, equalize, perfect parry, back throw. No! Actually went for the jab, still able to land a conversion, but nothing big here. Maybe a back throw would have been better there, but you know, you're getting harassed by this character. It definitely makes sense from Muscle Mommy as she takes you down to the Macarus knockdown. A throw.
Oh, and that throw's gonna do it. Yeah, you mentioned the back throw, but off that safe jump, you're not gonna be able to get punished. So, you know, the last thing you want is Big Bird to like backdash and then just fierce punish counter. You get smoked. You're trying to just catch him with a jab, keep it tight and easy. But like you said, I mean, when you perfect parry that safe jump, you want more. You want to get punished, but you just can't, man. That's a big punish on the big jump on the command throw. Doesn't get the punish though.
Reverse. Gladius, wait, footsie for it. Heavy kick lands though, but nothing after 30 stance. He had so much damage on the table. There are starving scrubs around the world that love to be in the position that you're in.
I think he wanted that back fierce, right? But it just didn't come out. He got the Serenity Stream instead. Now. Okay, finds a big low forward. 3 bars to convert into the level 2. Gonna want that corner carry. Probably setting up for that safe jump as well. If he can get close enough, never mind just cashing out. Meaty projectile.
Oh, we're going with super safe options right there. Area codes with that firewall play, but here we go. Level 3 means we're about to see Big Bird take another 2-0 over Jaheem. This damage is ridiculous, but his access to it is what's more important. Yes, you see the character kill you for 70% of your life per interaction. Maybe I'm being a little bit more hyperbolic, but still, it's the fact that he's able to have that bar stocked up to make those moments happen, right? Like you watch him and any other Marisa player, there's a gulf of difference between the meter matcher. Watch that drive gauge. He always has bar ready to operate with, to get knockdowns, to put him in 50-50s, to get plus, overheads and things like that. You don't see that from other Marisa players. That's why there's no other Marisa players that work as well as Big Bird.
I mean, to be fair, as Marisa, like, she's got so many good tools, and a lot of her best tools are going to be raw drive rush. Her raw drive rush is really good for the character of her size and stature. You wouldn't really expect it, but it definitely is amazing. And yeah, like, especially she's got some amazing buttons off of that drive rush. As we see that fierce, incredibly hard to contest. Obviously going to be really hard. Obviously, you'd be able to charge it for keeping that momentum. And on hit, this is the kind of damage and conversions you're able to get. Makes it very hard button to play around. Here's that perfect parry. Again, just trying to catch maybe Big Bird going for a delayed tech, backdash, anything like that. Didn't come though. Big Bird recognizing he could just sit and block. He has such a life lead. The last throw going to close out this round. And then, yeah, I think we all know how this one finished.
Yeah. I mean, there are some good sequences right here with the crouch beating kick.
Yeah.
Catching some of these normals every so often. But again, the damage output not so good on the side of Chun-Li. I maybe would have liked to see if you could just oh man, that was a big mistake. That led to death. But I wonder if OD Tensho kick would have worked against Drive Rush Stand Fierce. We've seen a lot of people just delete Drive Rush Stand Fierce with a invincible reversal, and that could be a way to play against the access points of Drive Rush Stand Fierce or these mediums or things like that you'd like to start the party. But Jaheem losing once again to Big Bird. But man, it's Big Bird, bro. You can't be too upset.
Currently 4-0 in his group, and yeah, you just can't stop this guy. Obviously, fell a bit short at Evo. Is here to prove himself again on the international stage.
And we can't stop him from being in this interview. Let's see if he can explain why his picture was so bad.
Hey.
We get to actually talk to Big Bird. Okay, first of all, I just want to lead in. Why are your artistic skills so terrible?
Yes, I think I can hear them now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yes, I can hear you.
Finally. Cool. Okay, hi Big Bird. Why are your artistic skills so terrible?
I can't hear the casters though.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. No.
Sorry,
I was good. Oh
man.
man.
You can hear us.
Yeah, just keep going. Just keep going.
We got
just
know.
like
We gotta know.
I want to know. Can you hear me, Big Bird? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Look,
Dang. We was gonna get him, chat. We was gonna get him.
We'll ask him later. We'll ask him later, man. I'm sure we'll see him. He's dodging. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's dodging. Yeah.
He just didn't want
Yeah, that's the OS. I'm so tight right now because I wanted to also hear where's he gonna Chun-Li practice besides Valmaster and stuff like that. He knew that matchup very well. He knew, I also want to ask him why he is so good with managing his bar. I know you have to be with Marisa, but what leads him to game plan with that drive gauge, which a lot of players, even Tokido, have had trouble with. But unfortunately, I'll just have to message him in the DMs, and I'll give y'all the answer later on Twitter. We'll figure it out.
Why he's bad at which one? Which question? Why he's bad at drawing? Look,
why he's bad at the drawings?
He's a Marisa player.
Yeah.
He's got no dexterity.
Oh my God, I'm so tight, but that's okay. I'll ping Rob, and then he'll maybe interview them on the side or something like that. And
that's cool.
Because we are at the digital area. Thanks again for Gamers8 for blessing us with some digital commentary. Originally, this wasn't able to work out, but they made it work out for the homies. So appreciate them. I know the people at A Stream are having a good time too as well out there.
Yeah.
Next year though, they got to bring us all out there. I'll clear my schedule for all. I didn't know this was going on until 2 weeks before. I was like,
me neither, man. It was under the
wraps.
wraps.
I didn't know. Okay, I think we're gonna get one more try with the interview.
Try?
I think.
Okay.
Try one more time.
We'll finally be able to find out the answer to the question.
Yo, Big Bird, how you doing, brother?
Apparently there's 4 seconds
what's up,
delay,
guys?
so maybe the. Hey,
I can hear him. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Can we ask why are your artistic skills so terrible?
All right, let's go.
Tell me. We're waiting. Why are you so bad at
Bro,
art but so good at Marisa?
Being,
We waiting on
drawing
you.
stuff has never been my strong suit, bro. You know, I switched. You know, yeah, because Marisa doesn't really require art, does she? She's not really an artistic character. She just punches you. That's it.
All right, I'm gonna let you ask the last question, Laz. Go on.
Oh my God. You know what? I'll do your question. I mean, so when you're playing Marisa, like when you're looking at using your drive gauge, because we're trying to point out in the match, what are you looking for as the best way to use it? You know, does it depend on the matchup, or is it kind of like are you just looking just to raw drive rush in, or tell me?
So the reason I kind of manage my meter well with Marisa is mostly because she doesn't have a low forward drive rush, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. No, you're right. That's something that I realized.
Okay.
That's all you're gonna give us?
Yeah. So she doesn't have low forward drive rush. No, wait. She doesn't have low forward drive rush, so it's a lot easier to manage my meter compared to playing Ken or playing Rashid or playing whatever. So I don't tend to get greedy to try to go in, try to make a comeback and all of that. So, and she all of her combos really require just one drive rush, which is a raw drive rush. Most of her combos, and they rarely ever require EX unless I'm going to kill, basically. So that's pretty much why.
Awesome.
Good knowledge from the Marisa player. You know, that's all we really have for you. Why don't you go work on your artistic skills? Good luck to you out of the Gamers8 tournament, and we'll see you later, brother.
Good luck, man.
All right, see you guys.
Peace.
All right, thank you.
Peace.
Oh, man.
That's so funny. I mean, yeah, he brought some good points though. Literally, the character doesn't have a low forward you can drive, so you're saving 3 bars. Like even on these characters, you can do low forward drive rush. Obviously, it's like such a good option. But imagine if you didn't. If you didn't do it every single time, you'd have 3 more bars all the time, and that could be the game, difference.
It could be a really big difference, but we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, more Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 action coming right to you. Don't go nowhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
right, guys, and welcome back to the Gamers8 32-man $1 Million Invitational. I'm Lazarus, joining me St. Cola, of course, bringing you all the action for the B stream. And we've already had some really insane games so far today. And yeah, tell me, Cola, what was your favorite set we've seen so far?
Obviously, Luffy versus Daigo. Like,
yeah, that was that.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, when you see Big Bird fight Jaheem and Big Bird does 70% things, it's like, okay, I've seen that before. But Luffy versus Daigo had some history in terms of, like, you know them being champions. You know, you have Luffy on the verge of switching a character, possibly. I think if maybe he would have won that, Maybe his mind would have been swayed. Not sure, but we'll get to the next match real soon. Right now,
of course.
we've got the angriest of birds. Yeah, my front runner. Who's it going up against, though?
Ooh, Vega Patch. Okay. This will be a pretty good set, I think. Angry Bird obviously on the Ken. Vega Patch definitely repping that Chun-Li T. And repping the Chun-Li character, of course, as well. And of course, this is the B stream. You guys can also check out the A stream over at Gamers8 GG right now. They got very intense sets going on there all day as well. And yeah, we're gonna bring it in. Vega Patch versus Angry Bird.
ODDP immediately after the drive rush. I love seeing people do that. Like they go into like a light button to drive rush. If you have a reversal, ODDP is a very good way to stop that pressure play from happening.
Yeah. If you got the reactions, man, and you know what, we've seen it all the time, especially with charged characters, someone like Guile Akainu's the master at doing this. Just having a down charge or being able to input DP to immediately interrupt any drive rush, that will always beat it. If you got a good enough reversal, obviously 10 show kicks, and not the best. So, well, God, is that 2 EX Fireball conversions for Vega Patch to close out the round versus Angry Bird? Super clean. That was just a regular Fireball, even not even EX. Damn.
And the great thing about that is, like I like seeing Vega Patch utilize fireballs in this matchup. It's not like Ken has like fireballs that are for zoning, they're more for like poking. So I like that here for the side of Vega Patch. His awareness to get those follow-ups. ODDP, neutral jump, fierce here from the side of Angry Bird with the corner carry off that Tatu. Oh no, the throw bait with the DP though. Drive rush DP, yes, sir.
I love that patience as well. Just waits till he's under him. He doesn't know what side he's gonna end up on, right? So waits and then gets that light DP. Meaty Fizz with the shimmy, the low forward. All right, Angry Bird fighting right back, not even letting Vega Patch set up any of that fireball nonsense.
Yeah, neutral jump, something that Vega Patch will have to look out for. But drive rush pulls the trigger first. I think that was medium punch in the middle of all that green slime. Up in the corner, we're gonna go for that level 3 immediately. That's gonna boost up his bar and kill a lot of gauge from the side of Angry Bird. But however, Angry Bird is sitting on the verge of CA and level 3 just in general. Tried the Dragon Lash, interrupted though. And again, the interruption. Angry Bird will die here with a 10 show kick. That's it. That's a perfect KO on the Evo champion.
All right, Vega Patch, one game up. I mean, we've seen Angry Bird lose a couple games here and there, right? So definitely not looking as invincible as he did on Evo run. Obviously, that's going to tell you how nice perfect parry on the plus frames. I like it as well. Just spending the DI on combo right there, just to burn DI. I mean, obviously, perfect parry scaling means you're not going to get very much. But you know what you get a lot out of is if when your opponent's in burnout, you get all the freedom of the plus frames, but you're going to have to force him to block because right now, Angry Bird gets out of the corner. Nice side swap as well with the Dragon Lash.
Overhead. Hello plus right there. Light punch started getting the counter hits, and sometimes his happy little resets are working out for him. Air legs work out, but nothing of that crouch kick. Finally has the bar back. Drive rushes in with the throw. Yeah, bro, he's like one solid sequence away. Now one hit away, one throw, or stand fierce will be the play. Angry Bird trying to route things back.
Wow, and that was again, Vegas Patch kind of round to lose, right? Had an excellent decision making to counter with the DI, punish counter for the extra drive gauge damage, had him in burnout, had every position in the corner, stun was a factor, and Angry Bird just chooses the exact right moment to jump out. And you know what? When you're jumping out the corner, you know what's an amazing button to press is that stand fierce from Ken. Safe jump. Okay, yeah, of course, not going to be a punish with that back throw.
Zanshu, crouching medium kick though, counter it. Nothing really after it though. Didn't get much off that counter crouching medium kick. Hold that parry against the side switch. Very smart stuff from Angry Bird. A lot more control. As soon as I say that slide applied, actually worked out. Maybe thought a fireball was coming, but still worked out.
Oh my god, Angry Bird, all these like little parries here and there, they all add up, man. They all let you have so much more drive gauge to work with than you even think. Gonna be able to cash out to level 3 in a great position to even out the games. Just needs to find one more hit and has the bar to do it. One back throw, the cartwheel kick. That's legacy.
He woke up with buttons? Brother, that could have been stand fierce, but the violence. Alarm clock, smashed it and then smashed the face of Angry Bird. Level 3, puts him in burnout. This is great. You can run, a lot of these nasty legs over and over again. Now you're caught up in the corner. There's no way to get out. You've got to find a gap, but just like you see, he tried to make a trade to do something to reset the situation in the neutral, but now Vega Patch is on set point. If Angry Bird wins this, he is qualified out of pools no matter what. If Vega Patch wins this, he's way better off, and Angry Bird will have to fight even more so to claw his way out.
Exactly, and that's up on the EX, no conversion. That could have been big for Vega Patch. Still is a great position though. And Angry Bird has a lot of resources to work with though. A lot of drive gauge. Vega Patch spending 3 of his own to extend that, to get that corner carry. And now Angry Bird trying to find a way in with these raw drive rushes, but the control from Vega Patch now just keeping him on the ground, but even on one landing, Angry Bird still pressing.
I like to mention the fact that you mentioned control. We've seen some of the buttons that he loves to utilize get checked to get challenged, like stand fierce. Stand light kick has been challenged with that stand fierce from the side of Vega Patch. Impact, we react. Vega Patch is the one better off, gets a side switch, and into the secret art. That's so cheap. The fact that she gets a secret art, it's almost a feat here, almost a shimmy off the low, try to reset with a 10-show kick. It's not done yet. Back throw.
The back
He's
throw.
working up to
Now
level
you gotta
3.
worry about the eye as well. Gotta be buffing that level 1. Okay, getting away from the corner though, that's huge. Don't have to worry about it as much anymore. Now again, it is a factor, but the jab, the counter hit is not enough. The air legs. And that's like, just like that, Vega Patch taking it 2-0 over Angry Bird.
He said, I'm wearing the shirt, bro. I know how to play this character, okay? I ain't buy this merch for nothing. I ain't buy this merch for nothing. I got the pillows at home, the shirts. Don't check the pillows. But anyway, Vega Patch came to play with that Chun-Li. Was ridiculous with that character. I like the fact that you mentioned control, because that was a big pivotal point of checking and challenging this character. Fireball stopping Dragon Lash, then he would walk behind the fireballs too as well and find conversions, and then that stand fierce challenging the stand light kick for the drive rush that he'd like to do, like drive rush light kick, drive rush light punch, stopping the toolkit that he likes to start the party with. Look at that.
And like the fireballs were such a threat because you saw how many conversions that Vega Patch got off of these fireballs in this round, being able to close it out with 2 of them. Super clutch, by the way. And always ready, right? And that makes you afraid to play the fireball game, and you lose that element of control versus Chun-Li, and now she can start doing the drive rush, fireball, drive rush in, or like you were saying, St. Cola, those fireballs can now check Dragon Lashes for you, Makes it a lot scarier to drive rush in when there's a projectile on the screen.
100%. Then you got these good buttons that lead to so much with the stance cancel off, like stand fierce and stuff like that. The fact that she can stance cancel off of stand fierce is really good for her. And meter manager too is good, for Vega Patch. I keep pointing this out because it's so great, but his wake up positions as well. We saw him wake up with buttons that really shook the tide of the match. There were some good jump ins, and I wish maybe Angry Bird should have jumped in more, but that's easy to say when the grounded play was so aggressive and difficult to deal with that maybe there was no chances to jump in.
I mean, I think he definitely tried to cut. I think like towards the end, you saw him jump a bit more, but that is exactly when that control came back into Vega Patch's favor. He had a lot more clean anti-airs and in general just stopped that approach from Angry Bird. So he had to go back to that ground game. As we said, the control just from Chun-Li's back walk speed, the fireballs, so good. This was an epic comeback as well. Obviously converting into the Salkin Raken, and the CA on top of it does extra drive gauge damage, which was enough to put Angry Bird into burnout. And in this situation, you have to press there because otherwise you're going to get chipped out. And again, nice reactions on this DI set point here. Insane decision making to steal the corner, of course. And just a really clutch round, a really clutch set from Vega Patch. And that's going to make that pool very interesting now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we still have MOV and Killsy up in that pool, too, as well. They can make some waves, but that means Angry Bird is not qualified just yet. If he would have done that, that would have been qualification. That would have been a seat solidified for tomorrow. Depending on where he would land would depend on, I guess, maybe other factors, but he would have been done and out, but he still has more work to do. He's still got to put in the overtime, and we still have more matches to go through today. Appreciate everybody for joining us at the Gamers8 Club right here. The B stream, we have the A stream going on. Y'all want to let us know the updates. I know I saw the corner of my eye, Knuckle Do taking down Problem X.
He did take
I'm not
it.
100% sure if that means that Problem is out. Y'all can let me know if that's the case, but if that is, that's an Evo champion out. That's wild.
Already. He didn't make it out pools, man. Out of the group stage. I mean, I want to say, I have to see the actual scores right now. There's still a chance because it should only be 1 and 3, and I think Knuckle Dude should be 3-1. So technically, if Angry Birds loses the next 2 and Problem X manages to beat the next 2, like even he'd have to beat Big Bird though, and that's a big ask. Talk about big ass though. We got Talon's own Hot Dog 29 versus, of course, Team Beast Daigo Umehara. This will be a good matchup. Dee Jay up against the Ken Masters.
Yeah, we saw Hot Dog do some work yesterday. Hard for the non player to catch up, or I'll stop saying that. But anyway, Daigo, the beast, the one that people love to watch. That we see people up in chat. He's a legend for a reason. But Hot Dog's been making some waves too as well. He made some waves, prior to the COVID era. 2019, he qualified for the CPT finals, did some work out there, and has done ever since. I feel like he's been leading the charge in Hong Kong in terms of like high-level players, and that Dee Jay has been cited by some of the players to be one of the best. You know, alongside Bulgaria and Shin, like the top 3 DJs in the world. And one of those is Hot Dog. Even though he may not say it himself, he's a fantastic player. And I do want to update. I want to change myself real quick. So Problem X is not out just yet, but he needs to play very, very well.
Like I said, he needs to be Big Bird. He's going to need to be, I think, I can't remember the last player in that group, but yeah, it's a big ask, and that would also require, it's also out of his hands now, right? Because Knuckle would also have to lose the next 2 games. So that's the only, and then it will come down to a tiebreaker. So it will be very tough for Problem X, but he can still do it, and that's what makes these group stages so exciting. Is when it comes down to that nail biter, that last game, that one that matters, the one that qualify you or not for that top 16. I mean, technically that game will be for $5,000 just like that, just to qualify for that top 16 for the playoffs. That'll be super exciting. I can't wait.
Man, it's gonna be super. Like that must be nerve-wracking. You sit in the stands just waiting, rocking back and forth, hoping that somebody loses right now. Like you're like, dang, boy, I hope you lose so bad. I hope you lose. Okay, these two have not played just yet. Daigo yesterday walked away with a victory, and then today also walked away with a victory against Luffy. Yep. Hot Dog has only played. He played Luffy yesterday, a resounding victory. We'll see what he does against Daigo though. It's definitely gonna be a tall order. It's gonna be Ken versus Dee Jay. And as a Ken player, this matchup's kind of wily, but like it's like an annoying 5-5. It feels like you have great tools. OD Fireball's fantastic. Dragon Lash. Your corner play is better than his, and if he's in the corner, he's holding it way more. He can't reversal super when he's in burnout, but he's got a lot of annoying tools in of himself. Air Slasher is really good. Right back at Ken. These jumping situations are really nasty. You can DP and crouch fierce them, but the fake outs might catch you unawares as well. So we'll see what the Beast has for the Glizzy Gladiator.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I mean, obviously, new Hot Dog 29 from Street Fighter 5 playing the Bison, I believe. Really, really strong player. I still laugh at his name every time. You got look. This is the FGC. You're gonna have some of those. You're gonna have the Johnny Donuts, the Hot Dog 29s. I bet you, someone who doesn't know the scene, like the Hong Kong scene, they're gonna pull up and be like, "Oh, who's Hot Dog 29? Like he sounds like an easy, game, right?" But no, it is one of the best players and one of the best DJs in the world, as you were saying. Ooh, okay.
The size with the Dragon Lash, Even though there was a scaling that parry, you go for that side switch off the Dragon Lash. Very smart, very smart.
But I think the back throw would actually have put Hot Dog into burnout if he went for it. Wow, the wake up. Level 1, not going to work out. Of course, Ken's level 1, very strong option because you do get that side swap. But Hot Dog's just well aware of it. Going to be a little bit more patient.
You got to be careful. Hot Dog with the first victory. Stand fierce. That medium punch did not reach that light kick in the DP will, however, because it is counter hit. And Daigo takes some momentum with the drive rush throw. This time the light takes the throw right after, though. Hot Dog reading these, intentions here of Daigo after the drive rush sequences very well.
Yeah, very well. Finally, if I see a Dragon Lash and the sway back, the just cool, the low option is so good on punish counter. You get big confirms like this, and you tried it on Daigo, man. But you cannot catch this guy slipping. Gonna get a nice side swap, big damage by the way as well. Level 2, gonna put Hot Dog 29 into that burnout, and now let's see how he wants to defend himself. He wakes up Mash.
Dang, he goes for the level 3. Oh, you're so smart, Hot Dog. Jabbing away for that level 3 play right after, sniffed it out. He knew what it was about. He saw the drive gauge was lacking. He saw he was in the gray, and Hot Dog said, not today. I got that level 3. I'm going to run that expeditiously. So smart from the side of Hot Dog. He is on game point against Daigo for the moment.
That was so nice. And that wake-up jab, right? Clip that chat. Look, that's already being clipped. We don't have to do anything. But he woke up with those jabs, not as like a get off me. He specifically for DI, it gives you so much extra time to react, and it's a lot safer in that regard, right? So, like I said, he able to hit confirm off of the DI armor hit into that Soba into the level 3 was a really, really smart play from Daigo.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Hot Dog.
There's a stand heavy kick, punish counter, DP, a lot better structured corner pressure from the side of Daigo. Stand heavy kick, light kick, back at when need be, getting those punish counters and reacting, in the right sort of ways to get the damage off the Jinrai kicks.
Yeah,
there's the Dragon Lashes
now. Yeah, no reactions from Hot Dog yet. No perfect parries, no DIs yet. So I think Daigo's going to take those 3+ frames while he can. Got the corner now. Meaty EX Fireball.
And it isn't plus normally, so you want to get that meaty as much as possible. Get that advantage. Backed away for that stand fierce play on the shimmy. Daigo challenged by that light punch. The quickest for this character to check the drive rush. Impact, no, we react. I may be what? Daigo's like, what, 45, 50? It don't matter. He is timeless.
He is timeless. That's beast mode, man. That's Team Beast's very own, man. You can't catch this guy slipping no matter what. I mean, Hot Dog's like, there's no way you react, right? Because contextually, DI here is just a bad option, like, you know, and it's out of nowhere. I haven't even, you know, forced it on block. This isn't even meaty, but he's still ready with the reactions. He's just doing it like that.
Game to game right now. The post drive rush stuff from Hot Dog's been checked and challenged. We've seen Daigo run for the ODDPs. He's tech the throws. He's actually taking a page out of Hot Dog's book. Careful with these air slashes. There's some recovery on it. Might see some fake outs. Oh, the fireball reaches on the drive rush stand fierce, and now he's continuing that pressure, getting the throw.
Yeah, had to spend a lot of drive meter for that pressure, and the EXDP is going to put, EX flash kick is going to put a stop to it immediately. But now about the drive gate situation is about the same, trying to set up a fireball game, but that's the issue, right? The heavy air slasher, an excellent move in fireball wars, but if your opponent jumps in, you are absolutely cooked, my friend. But luckily,
now
Daigo gets out of that corner with a back throw.
Yeah, this is not so good though. Hot Dog's in the corner jail. Not where you want to be. Guantanamo Bay. Oh, you don't get the play, brother. ODDP waited and baited, but no punish. Not the right one. We still in burnout, so we can get it done. Jump back wasn't enough, and that's punishable. The recovery, but no, what is going on? The back to the Chicago punish from the side of Daigo. The scramble situation. He said, "Let me get it over easy." Bro, what's going on?
Oh no, that was so unfortunate. Had the DP bait and off of one shimmy. We've seen these dragon lashes. Not a single one's been checked. This time, gonna go for the throw bait and cashing out for 50% damage, and that drive gauge damage too. Big Fear's gonna land. You're in the corner versus Ken Masters. How are you gonna deal with it, Hot Dog?
Careful now. Yeah, you're not. You're about to drop. Look at that drive rush. Loops. Into the Jinrai kick. DP. Yes, sir. One more hit will seal it. The shimmy, the finesse, and bless and pump the rest. The perfect KO the side of Daigo. Umihara the beast.
Wow. With the perfect, no less, man. I would have woke up flash kick just for the chip, so he didn't get the perfect, but impressive stuff from Daigo after what was a very, very dominating first game from Hot Dog. I mean, every time we've seen him, we've only seen him twice to be fair, but he's lost the first game. He's looked a little bit shaky, and in the second and third game, just completely take over the entire set like that. And wow, I mean, obviously, Hot Dog could have taken that for that round in that third game, but unfortunate drop. I mean, that's the second time we've seen a DJ drop that link, right, with the back heavy into Just Cool. Or the fierce to the back heavy kick, I should say. So yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate. That's exactly when you're going to drop it the most, right? It is in the exact point you need to not drop it is when it's going to happen because of the pressure, right?
To win the ding round. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. You think about how much money's on the line. It's easy to say I would have simply done this combo, bro. But when it comes to, like, you know, sitting with $1 million in front of your face, a lion's share, depending on how the translation might be, it's hard to stay on point. But Daigo, as you said, cleaned it up. Even the scramble situation we're going to see a little bit later on, you see that he was able to stay strong. And, you know, when things got ugly, he was able to route it back. There's a drive impact, but the reactions here from Hot Dog, got to give him credit. That level 3 AK CA, because he had the health to eat through the drive impact, was fantastic.
It's just so clean, and it's just excellent decision making right there. Just a really good awareness of the situation of the game. Unfortunately, you need more than awareness to beat Daigo, because even with all the awareness in the world, you're still going to get shimmied by Ken Masters. And we can see he never really had an answer to Dragon Lash, so definitely got a lot of mileage out of that. And Daigo, 2 for 2 on the drive impacts in the corner. You cannot catch this guy slipping.
You actually can't. Watch this. We're going to go to that scramble situation. This ugly. This was just a nasty. Here we go. Yeah, this was the drop that could have been game point right there. The jump back, trying to get that kill, but that wasn't enough, and it's punishable on landing. ODDP, the Chicago punish, of course, with the throw. You know, and honestly, the Chicago punish isn't that bad. I'm not sure what the meter gain is, but in 5, you would go for the throw to build up. So it may be the best here. So maybe we go for that also.
It is back throws still the best for meter gain.
It is okay.
Obviously. Yeah.
All right, see, Daigo had a point to do the Chicago punish. You do that on purpose. Yeah, I like that.
Very nice stuff. And there it is, just taking again the momentum, the perfect on the one last shimmy. That's just the type of player Daigo is, man. Currently at the top of the group after just one round of the round robin, has played everyone. Currently it's going to be Daigo and Hot Dog at the top. I think obviously Hot Dog going to be 2-1 now after that. But you know, we're going to see how that shapes up a bit later. We'll see what games are coming up as well, which will be Takamura versus Oil King. And I think specifically this group is definitely one of the groups where, I mean, anyone can make it out of this group. You know, you got Ending Walker, you got Oil King, Takamura, and DCQ. Currently, Takamura and DCQ have 1 win each, and Oil King has currently 0-2, so definitely gonna be one of these must-win matches if you want to have a chance of making it out of the group stage in that top 2 position to make the playoffs.
Right, and this historically this has been a classic one, Street Fighter 5. Both wild players. I know I've said wild players for a lot, but that's because this group actually has a lot of wild players. Ending Walker has always been a wild child.
True,
but then you have Oil King, who has a different sort of wild where he just turns it on and you can't read a single EXDP that he do. I mean, we've seen that with Rashid, and we might see it if he ever, goes to Rashid. But he also has Chun-Li. He might have the bust out situation with Chun-Li. But Takamura, as we talked about yesterday, is just an absolute genius. He's not a lab rat. He just thinks of things and creates them on the fly, whether it be tournament, whether it be in a ranked match. You definitely should check out his Twitter because he is just Bob Ross of Street Fighter.
I was gonna say, did we get to see his artistic skills in the player showcases?
I don't think we did,
because I don't think we did. But I feel like he'd be painting the Mona Lisa if you give him enough time. That's the kind of player he is.
There's no better character to also paint a picture, than being able to freestyle than really Ken. I feel like he's got a lot of open worldness to his gameplay. Really great.
Especially in the version of the game right now, for sure. The counter hit, the Jinrai kicks, even just the Jinrai kicks alone. You see a lot of players use it. You see some players don't even try. And yeah, just one special move alone and how you use it is definitely showcasing the kind of freedom you have with this character. And Oil King, talking about freedom, going to be picking the Manon in this matchup. I think something we don't, maybe was watching the Luffy versus Daigo set and was like, hey, you know what? This Manon looked like it did pretty good into this character.
Yeah, could switch up to Chun-Li if need be. Maybe doesn't feel comfortable in that matchup, but he's looking very comfortable right now. That same heavy kick, the crouching mini kick, and crouching light kicks, poking away, gets a command grab in play. Level 2 right now for Oil King.
Ooh. And there's that big jump kick in burnout. You gotta be so worried. just jumping. I mean, hey, Takamura has not anti-aired once, and the wake up level 1. That's not. Oh, that is gonna be enough. My bad. I'm 0 for 1 now already. Oh, it's a great start to the day for me.
I think everybody thought it wasn't going to kill. Because usually, every time I hit that, it don't. I will be wrong. I will not lie to you. But again, Oil King ruined the neutral with that set heavy kick. But here, Takamura's in. Run DP, drive rush, crouching medium punch. Starts the party with those target combos. But here's the back throw up in the corner. Where is Takamura? Has not been so good on defense.
Yeah, you got to
he's out of there.
Go for these optimal, I think it's the medium Jinrai loops. Very difficult. I prefer the heavy ones, but not possible off of every hit. I like to see it, character trying to be optimal. Takamura now on set point needs to find 1 hit. Nearly could have got the whiff punish to the low forward spends. The EX for burnout. They both dash up, but luckily Takamura is the first to react with that jab to close out the first game. And again, Oil King, we saw him have a chance to play. He definitely was utilizing the lack of anti-airs from Takamura to great effect, but still not able to close out a round.
Yeah, the ground game way too strong. Plus, Takamura be looking like he went to the mountains, as he is a mountain man, has been practicing Street Fighter 6 for years upon years. That's what he looked like. But in the play also is expressed in that same way, right? Like his footsies have been great. Need to find, more of a whiff punch against that stand fierce. You'd have to drive rush after it with the medium to really get something off. But here we see the run back throw. Takamura has him in the corner.
Like it, off that perfect parry, just goes for a little cheeky reset to get the back throw. Not worry about that scaling. DP land, 1 more hit. And the tick throw, the shimmy, that's already Takamura on set point. And I gotta say, I don't know if you noticed, St. Cola, there's the vagrant fridge is there. He's watching the show, man. Look at that in the background.
The vagrant fridge, I saw him at Evo. I took a picture with him. He threw something at me. I was like, yo, chill, bro. Hey, yo, chill. Just like Takamura, you chill right now. Empty low, of course, the Shoto Classic right there. Yo, Mix. I thought Mix was Crenshaw to C4. Crouching mini kick lands, a drive rush addition. Now listen, this is almost death here for Oil King. Overhead lands, 1 more hit, 1 solid hit. Drive impact does not hit. Oil King.
I like it though. Your opponent's
he
in
pull this
burnout,
back?
you know, the DIs, he can't DI back. Even if he recovers in time, he has to cancel him to level 1. This is doable for okay. Wow, even though he was in burnout, that sweep was still punishable, man. Nice awareness from Takamura to be able to close it out 2-0 versus Oil King.
It's wild that I sat here and told y'all that this mountain man would be playing like he left civilization, I should say. Like playing like he had just been hunting off the wilds, but he actually played that very solidly. He actually played that really footsie based with the stand fierce, driver scratch mini kick, very standard play, and I kind of like that from Takamura. I feel like sometimes we've seen him play in the past have led to him losing because he played too wild, like he go too far in the mountain man DNA that he is known for. But I like that he's got two sides to him now in Street Fighter 6 because that makes it even more dangerous when he needs to turn up like volume. We're gonna see some highlights right now of how he was able to play that good nooch that you expect from high-level Ken players.
And I do think like Manon is especially a difficult character to pick up against anyone from Europe, man. We got so many good Manon players here that you're never gonna get any advantage on the knowledge check side of things. Obviously, you know, Ken is a very popular character, so you can say the same thing about Oil King. But Manon, you know, one of the best factors you got is that maybe people don't know how to punish like the overheads, maybe people don't know how to punish the stand roundhouse, things like that. But I mean, like I said, so many good Manon players in the EU region or EMEA region that you're never gonna get checked like that. As you can see, there's a quick 2-0. I'm so surprised that was still a sweep punish in burnout. So that's that sweep. I don't know why her specifically has to be more. It has to be -12, right, to be punished by Ken's sweep. So.
Well, Ken's sweep was what, 8 frame startup though, so it's pretty quick.
9 maybe. I can't quite remember.
Maybe
look,
9?
but that's so minus. I mean, I get it, right? She's a grappler, so you don't want to give her too much reward for people just walking back. But at the same time, like, that is a bit much. I don't think sweeps are that scary so that you have to make it minus like 13 or whatever.
a little wild, unfortunately. I feel like, you know, I think Oil King after this exhibition, many Manon players is gonna look at the character choices and be like, I should have left when I had the chance. I should have left when I had the chance. You know, I don't think that she's like the weakest character. I think she's weaker than most of the characters, but I think you need to have a secondary. We talked about that before. I think with Manon, you need to have a secondary. I think a stand heavy kick is a good button up in that matchup, but it doesn't really lead to much unless you're getting punish counter. So like, you get hit with that, it's not punish counter. It's like whatever, bro. Watch this great jump fierce into corner carry into you're holding Gen Rai loops for days.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm sure she's got some good matchups that do work, but it's probably matchups with a character you're not going to see very often or that are low down in the tier list anyway. So, Ken's is 8 frames and Manon's is -12. So the frames, they add up, man. They do add up. So I don't know if Takamura knew that, but you know what? We know he's a bit of a mad scientist, so he probably did. Or he just thought about it in his mind, did all the calculations on the fly, like as I imagine. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Right now, Manon, I think we haven't seen her win a single game yet. So actually won a game, not a single set, I should say.
A single set.
So not looking good for the character. I won't lie, it's Cooler, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, moving on to the next match. NL, sponsored by Gum Out. That's such a cool sponsorship. Everyone else is getting sponsorships from like teams, stuff like that. You never know what's going to happen with the esports team. I would know. I'm part of the endangered panda species.
Very true.
But NL is sponsored by Gum Out, bro. Nothing's gonna happen to Gum Out, okay? Like they're not gonna go down, some wild stuff. So shout out to Gum Out for being an endemic sponsorship to really help out the FGC community. It's such a wild sponsorship, but hey, whatever gets NL out to these things, and he's such a fantastic player. We need to see him everywhere, bro. He is one of the best Lukes and Kens in the business. And I honestly, when I watch him, I prefer the Ken.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see what he wants to pick up against the Chun-Li. Obviously, going to be Valmaster, who just beat VX Bao, right? Very, very convincingly on the JP. See if he's ready for the other matchups, though, even though this is, he won the matchup he really wants to win. Let's see, though. And I think if he does win this, he'll be in a really, really good position to come out in that second spot, at least in his group stage. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see right here. I can't wait to see what Valmaster has for us. I feel like, maybe not get the results that he wanted at EVO, and even for all these JP players, has left him in an angry state, right? Like, Valmaster is like, even if it's like not JP, all he sees is JP in his mind. Like, how people see red when they get mad? It's like a shade of color, but it's just like the character JP. So I feel like if you take that same sort of energy towards every other character, you'll never lose. The way he was playing against JP was insane. And he's such a goofball, bro. Y'all, there's like a $1 million on the line, and y'all so unserious.
Yes, exactly. I want to see the faces, man. Go crazy with them. That's what they're there for. But that's Valmaster's secret, though, Tinkola, is that he's just always angry.
Oh, he's always angry?
Yeah, he's always.
He's the
whole.
whole.
Playing JP,
But
if he's
French.
playing NL, this guy is always mad, man. He's definitely playing like it.
Oh man, I'm dying. So is NL. He's out of there with the crouch kick start or charge knuckle combo. Did not work out. You got to acclimate to these new things. You know, if you're on a different sort of system, it's even harder for this character to get those perfect knuckle combos.
And we saw this yesterday, right, Sinko? Like, we saw NL specifically drop quite a lot of these perfect flash knuckles, and you know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. But at this level, you cannot afford to do that, and especially against these level players, you need to take every single advantage you can get, like off of this big jump, heavy kick. As a reset, even, he dropped it again, but it worked out.
Optimals. Yeah, happy resets. Happy resets. Just like a beautiful tree, we're about to see that beast mode. Lay him out. Huh?
That's right, good night.
Yeah, there we go, bars. Nice. And now with the first W.
Wow. Maybe he should keep dropping them.
Yeah, never mind. Maybe that's the way to play. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If
okay,
they don't know it's a reset, and I don't know it's a reset, it's even more of a dangerous mix, okay?
Very true. That is, you know what? You're spitting.
What a whip push against the crouching medium kick.
Wow.
We haven't really seen that button introduced that often. And now Brady said to clip that with a crouching medium punch, his own crouching button.
Yeah, I think Luke's crouch medium, one of the best just bufferable buttons in the game, especially now with the bufferable drive rush you can do. It's an insane button, man. 6 frames, super active, and can convert into big damage. Speaking of big damage, that could have been a sick anti-air for the round. Gets it off the drive rush anyway afterwards. That should be more than enough. 10 show kicks. There we go, round apiece.
A lot more pensiveness from the side of NL that round. Even though he got that fantastic whip punish, it's just the neutral looks like it's dangerous. Like, you don't want to approach this character like these Serenity stance cancels and things like that. When the party started, he's seen the damage that Valmaster can do. Yeah, drive reverse, back it up a bit. Perfect parry, but no drive rush right after here for Val.
Nah. I mean, sometimes you just don't do anything, especially against Sand Blaster. Generally, like, unless if you're at that kind of range. Oh, nice. Level 1. Busting through the Kikoken is a great option versus that move. And now I know with that, has a lot of momentum. Has not dropped a combo yet. With the momentum.
Back heavy kick. Oh, Lord. Once again, foot to face to put him in his place. Up in this corner.
Oh, he dead.
Ends it with the level 3. You know what we're about to be. Memphis, where they have barbecue and whatever else the chat told us. I'm telling you right now, this is the win for NL.
You know what? I remember the first time, you know, the first couple of weeks of Street Fighter 6 dropped, commentating some tournaments, asking chat, hey, chat, what does he say during the level 3, right? Because I was like, what does he say? It sounds like he says take him to math class. And you know what? I was like, that's something Luke would say. So sure, why not? And then everyone's like, he says take him to Memphis. And I was like, yeah, for real? And now he literally that's what he says, man. I'd be surprised if one day they don't just change the April Fools. They just change the.
They better not.
Line.
Don't you dare, Capcom! Don't you dare!
Notices.
When we close the impact caught the sweep. They'll change it to Memphis. Oh man, you better change your way outside this corner, bro. Valmaster in burnout, getting harassed with a stand fierce, another impact, but we react with the super. Got to worry about that option. I like that cancel. You try to go for the stand fierce, he interrupts it again. Trying to call that out. You get a little bit too obvious, a little bit too squirrely for that drive impact. And Valmaster's so ready and steady to punish that with these supers. One more hit, one more OD fireball.
Yeah. Be a sick comeback from a burnout position. If he can make it work, he'll be so worried that Kikoken actually going to catch the start of that Sand Blaster. And all right, Valmaster's 1-1 in games. 1 set point now.
Okay, OD DP. We've seen that again against Drive Rush. A lot of people going for these OD DPs to not let them get the party started. Finds the Zanshu over the fireball. You watch them rear back, and then you have the answer with the Zanshu.
Overhead blocks.
The overhead.
Plus, of course. Drive rushing in, no DP this time. Obviously, we're stuck in that parry. Hard to buffer after that DP. The level 2 coming in. The Hokusen. Not going to be enough. Going to be a setup for the safe jump, though. And one more hit. Just going to back off. Obviously, you're in burnout. You don't want to get back in the corner. I respect it.
You don't have to overextend to get the win, right? You don't have to overexert yourself to get that W, and it has to come to you to get that victory. Can't spend too much bar. Right now, he's just trying to parry. Dash up, back throw will seal the deal. Valmaster.
I think now
Lock
it's
it
1-1,
in.
actually. I think now it's 1-1.
Ah, it's 1-1 now.
Yeah,
We
I
updated the
misspoke before. I
scores.
think the score was a little bit wrong. I think it's because that first set was the first game was so intense that we just thought they had one apiece. But all right,
Now,
save himself with a life.
we're game to game. Yeah, finally. I just see him being so pensive with this character. You have to get that lead so you can play the long game, right? The long con with this character when it comes to Luke, I feel like. And we're not seeing that lead come here from NL. Valmaster's too much of a wall with these buttons. Put himself in burnout, but this isn't super terrible because we haven't seen NL make the most of these burnout situations. Tries to find the impact, but too obvious though.
Yeah, it's exactly Seiko. He just hasn't really managed to make the most of it. I think Luke's got some really good ways to deal with it, but the level 1, I love it. The Kokosho to beat out the charged level 2 flash knuckle, the heavy one, for the plus frame. Try to steal his frames, but now Valmaster's ready there. And now recovers from that burnout position with a huge life lead and in a great position to take this first round.
Yeah, this is real bad. This is the gameplay you don't want to see from the side of Luke. Like, you as a Luke player want to have that win and want to have that lead in life, so you can wall him up with like stand, medium kick, medium punch. You've got the fantastic buttons. Whip punish right there, no follow-up, but still, there's the anti-air, and Valmaster is on set point, brother. I feel like he's kind of like guiding NL to like get those jumps. You see him backing off just a little bit in that perfect space and place to land that stand heavy kick. Baits out the drive reverse, no punish, but taking some bar from NL at the same time.
Unfortunate, but still gets a big pickup right now off the launcher, off the Serenity stream. Gonna further go for that corner carry, but again, drive gauge looking a bit low, so you can see Valmaster wants to be extra safe, wants to play it safe, backing off, still throwing those Kokoshos though, and it does get beat out by that level 1 from Luke, which is extremely strong versus projectiles, of course, especially Kokosho, which is very slow.
Slowly walking to the corner, threatening possibly a drive rush or maybe a preemptive like thing against the fireball. However, Valmaster, he's in spinning bird kick and goes for the fireball. We see him switch up. He doesn't. Sometimes he goes for like OD overhead, the fireball for maybe like a fake out because NL's reacted, and goes for like a DP right after. But Valmaster holding this lead very well.
I know. I think he just realized that this is how he wins. Like before, he was doing all the other stuff. He's like, I'm going to be offensive, try and get my hits. And right at the last minute, he's going to go for that offense, and it does work because I know not ready for it. And just like that, Valmaster over at NL in a pretty intense set and a pretty important set as well. That means Valmaster's going to go up 3-2 in the group. Very, very strong game to take. And now probably in a prime position to make it out for the playoffs.
I think I watch NL and I'm like, man, I just like to see that Ken come through, right? Like where he has that typical sort of pressure that he's known for, where it's comparable to Angry Bird, but you can't really do that with Luke. He's more of a defensive sort of character, and you have to get that lead to be really defensive. You got fantastic buttons. See that jump heavy kick in? But then that's when Valmaster was like, okay, bro, I got an anti-air. I've got to stand heavy kick, one of the best anti-airs in the business, and leads into so much damage. Look at these leads that come through at the beginning. It was great from NL, but as we saw as things went on, Valmaster would be the one to get the lead, even at burnout, and keep that so consistently. I think the anti-airs helped out. It's like you lost that entry point, and now you have to deal with them on the ground. The fireball, stand fierce, they're all annoying to deal with.
Yeah, like Kikoken is such a good projectile that you just kind of want to jump. It's almost like playing against Gal, like, it's like, I just got to jump in because I don't have to deal with the drive rush in behind the Kikoken. But also, Chun-Li has some of the best anti-airs in the game. Like how you were mentioning that stand roundhouse, but I feel like a lot of Street Fighter 6 characters have this button, right? They have a button that converts into big anti-air damage, but it's typically a normal anti-air, and the normal anti-airs will normally lose versus some of these gorilla jump-ins. But except Chun-Li's, I feel like Chun-Li's is the best in the business, and look at this, like so consistent with it as well. Finding the perfect spacing for that to work, able to close it out with the Sako hit here, but it's just a really insane. Like I said, I think Valmaster realized after that first game, like what he needs to do to win, and he just played to that exactly.
That shift up is so sick to see in these like high level sets. To see players be like, let me switch to my other game plan. I don't need to be aggressive. I don't need to overextend to get the win. I don't have to like rush to him to start the party, because we already saw him get whip punched with the crouching media kick. He's like, I could just back up, and we're gonna back up just a little bit, take a little bit of a break, take a little bit of a chill pill. When we return, more Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 action coming your way. and welcome back to Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 Invitational, aka the Bloodbath, has been going on as we get further and further these brackets. More and more of these players, it's looking dark for them. My name is St. Cola. I'm joined with Lazarus, my guy. Some people are starting to look towards their flight home real soon as they've been losing, as that just tends to happen as we cut through, right?
Yeah.
Like you start cutting through these brackets, bro.
I'm hoping
gotta go home.
they're not going to be flying home. I'm like that. Imagine you're that much of a loser. You know, you're like losing. You're like, I'm going home, man. It's like the people. Oh no, actually, I can't say that. But people who go 0-2, they're like, I'm out of it. Like, no, stay for the event, man. It's super sick. They put in a lot of work for this over the weekend here at Gamers8. A lot of money got into it, and you want to stay, man. You want to stay. You want to see who takes it all in the end, which we will find out on that Sunday. But for now, we're still in that group stage, and we got NuckleDu, definitely one of my favorite players to watch, up against Jaheem on that channel. Another one of my favorite players. Again, this is back on the first day yesterday. I mentioned this is my favorite group. I think every player in this group is exciting to watch, and yeah, this is still the battle for that second place. Obviously, Problem X is currently, I think, 1-3 as well, so he can technically qualify, but that would require for NuckleDu to lose here. If NuckleDu wins, I think he is guaranteed to make it out of the group stage.
Ooh, that is big, but this is the Tokido killer himself. When Jaheem gets going and flowing, he's hard to stop. He's a very aggressive Chun-Li player, very also like footsie based with like the lights and mediums more so than many other Chun-Li players, it feels like, which makes, you know, which sounds weird, I should say, because those are really fantastic buttons. And here we go, Jaheem versus NuckleDu. Let's see what he has for us. Because NuckleDu, I mean, in this matchup, I've seen him work. He goes for like the upside down kick against Hazanshu as a punish. He'll do that preemptively against that character and stop her from cutting through the booms. And even the variance of the booms is hard to take a read on to get the Hazanshu through the fireball. So Jaheem might have to introduce that slide.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a lot safer to go for, and if they try and react with DI, you know, sometimes a lot of the time even you can react with DI back and things like that. But like you said, it's Gao, so he always has that upside down kick, which is also an option. Versus his Anshu, we might see, we might not. Right now, Jaheem just trying to navigate the booms. That was an excellent opportunity to jump in. Didn't get the jump in punish, but that was a nice anti-air air throw as well to keep NuckleDu in the corner, and that's exactly where you want this guy to be.
Wow, he ran that overhead raw, but here we go, Jaheem in. Ooh. Runs to level 1, has him put up in the corner. The back dash, nobody home though. Upside down kick again, preempted, maybe looking for Hazanshu. The forward medium kick too as well as Sabato striking away. Hazanshu coming through, but here's the impact, and that may be close to a wrap. He actually goes for the reset. You nasty son of a gun. Jaheem said, I'm him. That's the win.
That's him, baby. He's got him in his name, man. Oh, I like that reset. Super smart, right? The hit wasn't going to kill. And yeah, just a really sick player as well. But DI was a really good option because NuckleDu went for the overhead because it was going to kill. But the DI, obviously, the armor came through. Not able to DI back. A really, really awesome option for Jaheem in the corner. And now still playing NuckleDu with 3 bars. Going to go back to that normal game plan. The punish counter with the low forward. The Hyoko Sen as well for this corner carry, the safe jump, no doubt.
I guess this character especially. Still gets clipped, back throw though. Bro, nope. Oh, here we go. As soon as you see somebody in the corner, we see so many drive impacts, and that's going to be a level 3. Guile and the Sonic Steppers, a ton of damage. Not dead though.
Somersault. I mean, that was tournament combos if I've ever seen one. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I need some damage.
Like, yeah. He was just like, look, I could go for boom loops, but man, if I drop those, I'm gonna hit myself. So Oh, I had no.
There it is. I done told y'all the game plan as the upside down kick lands. It's against Hazanshu. You use the fireballs as a bait, you get a punish counter over Hazanshu. That made me, Jaheem, think twice about sending that out. May have to go for the side of pipe, but while you're thinking about that, you're getting pieced up by these Sonic Booms and these big fists of Guile. And the Sonic Booms also claiming some space too against Jaheem.
Yeah, it's an important game to take right now. The burnout though. And you know, when you're in burnout versus Guile, the last place you want to be, but the Hyoko-san again, the level 2 to bust straight through, fully invincible for that dash. Is going to reach, of course, going to get some pressure going, get some chance to regen that drive gauge. You're going to need it. Anti-air.
Trying to jump in just to block. Yeah, nothing here from NuckleDu in terms of anti-airs just yet. Runs to level 2, but Jaheem's back with bar. Too far out in the OD. Flash kick seals the deal. That was unfortunate. Try to slide underneath the boom. Get some pressure applied, but damn, too far out. But NuckleDu with the awareness to get that punish. That's got to suck.
Yeah, the Serenity Stream, the slide under was literally a pixel away from actually landing onto NuckleDu. Unfortunate. Pixel perfect spacing from NuckleDu though now, and now is one game away from being qualified for that playoff spot up against Jaheem now.
I mean, NuckleDu may have gotten a new sponsor, but maybe the other one was so much better that he's fighting so hard. No, I'm just kidding. Being no longer on the wallet, relying upon the wallet, to take him places. He does have a new sponsor, but when you have a new sponsor, you definitely want to prove yourself to them. So I'll get the win. Look at this fireball pressure. I've not seen such good fireball pressure from a Gal player. That could have been it right there. Drive rush after that command normal. But his fireball pressure sets up for success. And look at that. Puts Jaheem to rest as he eats a boom to the face.
Yeah, something we saw there as well was actually NuckleDu playing a little dirty tactics, right? He threw the boom, and at a timing where you might want to parry, you might want to try to do something, he drive rushed, and that definitely ate an input there, and he ate the sonic boom. It's a dirty play from NuckleDu, but hey, you know what? If you're playing guard, it's already pretty dirty.
This character's he's good. He's really good. All right, sends up the fireball. OD, fireball clips. Jaheem coming in, and now we see more of the Sonic Blades also claiming some space. Too far for that drive rush. Bazooka knee, Jaheem backing up a bit, but you're letting Gal leave and get more real estate on the screen. OD fireball, trying to get that jump light kick. No anti right there from Jaheem. No stand heavy kick.
Well, the boom's still good, man. It's going to go forever. You can try and back jump all you want. Sonic Blade as well. Such a powerful tool in these fireball walls. You can't win the DI.
Damn!
So
look at the call out.
Level 3.
Level 3. Brother, you are so smart. NuckleDu, see that Sonic Boom as a bait, waits for the slide, and does not allow it to come through. This is burnout. This is bad. Jaheem got to make a desperate comeback right here. It's going to be difficult. All you have to do is just two Sonic Booms, maybe 3, or 1 on hit. That'll be it. NuckleDu. Damn.
Not bad, man. You could see, I'm sure Jaheem tried to buffer out that level 2 right at the last second there. It might have even chipped at that point. I don't know. But if he did land it, obviously would have been around another chance. But now I think that is going to be confirmed now. In that group, you're going to have Big Bird coming out into the playoffs in the first seed. And in that second place will be NuckleDu on the Guile, man. Impressive showing. I'm not going to lie. His group was not easy.
No, it wasn't. But when you watch how he played that match, just what he does to set up shop his neutral around the Sonic Booms was spectacular. Seeing out that Sonic Boom to go for that drive impact, he already saw the slide. It didn't hit last time. He was like, I'm not gonna let it hit at any point because she can't run Hazanshu. As the chat is learning, upside down kick works out fantastically against that, and it really took that off the table. So then now you've taken that off the table. What's left? The slide, right? For the anti-fireball stuff. Yeah, exactly. Then you work your way around that option too as well. There's the drive impact lands, and then we see the reset right here was just super sick for Jaheem. So it's not like he didn't have some good sequences, but the boom play was the name of the game in terms of deleting and defeating Jaheem and dealing with the neutral and just making it so he couldn't really walk forward and do the things that Chun-Li would like to do with her fantastic buttons.
Yeah,
look at that. That's broken.
Look at how late he got to do the upside down kick and it's still working. That was that unfortunate Serenity Stream slide that just pixel perfect didn't quite make it. Again, you can see that was a perfect opportunity to go for boom loops, but hey, you know, as tournament man, don't even try it. Don't even give yourself the opportunity to drop there. Just cash out straight into that level 3. I respect it. You know, as Gal, you gotta know when it's a bit risky to go for the harder stuff, right? I mean, that's the sign of any top players. Like, I keep it simple and I can win, right? And that's exactly what that's what NuckleDu did. Just nothing too special. Just playing that solid fireball game plan. And obviously, after playing Gal for so many years, I mean, he's just one of the best at it.
He really is. I think, obviously, at this point, top 3 Guile, along with Kaba and Higuchi, I think. I put him up there. He's proven it. Oh yeah, kind of. I'm saying top 4. I'm sorry.
All right.
Don't watch his back.
Sorry, you
because
can't
that
be
dude
disrespecting my master like that.
He could crush my head as if it were a grave. So yes, Akainu, top 4 up there, all equal. You're all even. You're all great at the game. But honestly, like, you know, Akainu's up there. I just, you know, there's those are the 4 lords of the Guile play. But sure. I feel like when it comes to fireball, you know, timings and things like that, and being able to pepper that in and really make you feel uncomfortable, I think NuckleDu has the lead. Like, that's his style, and it really makes you just uncomfortable when you play him. So NuckleDu getting his win 2-0 over Jaheem, the Tokyo Killer. It'll be NuckleDu probably moving on, as you had put it. I don't know the numbers right now, chat, so I don't know what's going on in terms of.
I'm confident.
But NuckleDu's done.
Jaheem 0-5. I mean, now with that win, NuckleDu, I believe, is 4-2. Or 4-1 at least. I think he's got to play Angry Bird again. So he's beat the 2 guys below him twice. So I'm pretty sure very easily confirmed for that second place finish. But yeah, we'll see how the rest of the groups are going to be shaping out later on for sure. Yeah, it will be extremely interesting for sure. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I think right now, even on the A stream, we're getting that run back between Kakeru and VX Bao, which we saw, you know, VX Bao on the Ken actually managed to clutch it out and beat down Kakeru, who, again, was my choice to take the whole tournament, and right now is struggling in its groups.
Bro, VX Bao, he's somebody different, bro. When he found that new tech with the Cody to always have perfect knuckle, zonk knuckles, I was like, nah, this guy, he's off it. He's off it right now. So it looks like VX Bao had beat, Kakeru, as we said, beat him yesterday. They're playing right now. Blue says that Problem X is -4 and Do is +5.
Yeah,
no way the Problem can catch up. So Problem is probably out. I hope that Problem, and for a lot of these players, this might be like a wake-up call to be like, what other characters can I play in this game that might suit me? It's still early days. You know, like for some players, it's a slower start because of either the character or the gameplay. I mean, even for Daigo, even he says he's a very slow start. He doesn't have the results that he wants this year in EVO. And he's stuck to being like, you know, I don't want to join Street Fighter League because I'd rather just kind of chill out, figure out the game, make content and stuff like that. You know, be a content creator and
things like that.
Get, you know, top 24, top 64 out of 7,000 plus man bracket. I guess that's casual work for him. But, you know, so for some players, it takes a little bit of time. It just depends. Like, you know, even I was talking to Idom recently about that. He's like, bro, Manon sucks. and, you know, he's trying to, he says that Punk is kind of giving him hope in how to play the game. So like he'll figure out a way, but we're gonna figure out things in the back end. We're gonna have more matches after this break. Do not go anywhere. When we return, more Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 coming right at you.
All right, and welcome back, guys, to the Gamers8 32-man Invitational. Thanks for sticking around for the breaks, of course. You know, we're running 2 streams, but you've got to juggle the players around. Sometimes it's a little bit harder, so we've got to do little breaks a little more often. We've got no analyst desk to assist us either, so, you know, sometimes we need the breaks. But, of course, I'm Lazarus, and joining me, Senkola, holding it down for the weekend for the B stream. How did you enjoy the last match? I mean, we just watched, actually, on the A stream, VX Bao beating Kakeru again on the Ken, very convincingly, no doubt. Nice. I mean, I had him to win. I don't even know if he's going to make it out of pools now. I think that's going to seal his fate. That's rough. That's rough, man.
That may, bro. And that's an Evo qualifier right there. I don't even think VX Bao was at Evo. Like, I definitely would have seen the homeboy if he was at Evo, right? Like,
yeah.
Like I would have seen him walking around. Yeah, I would have laid up and been like, yo, what's really good, my boy? But like, VX Bao, like from what I saw, like from yesterday, just knew how to deal with JP and his normals, which is such a big problem point for any character. That crouching medium punch, the stand fierce, stand medium punch, all fantastic buttons. He just knows how to navigate around those. And his corner pressure, from what I watched at the very end, was insane. He got a perfect KO on Kakeru. You got a perfect KO on Kakeru, the best JP player in the business. I saw y'all complaining about JP. Should we be complaining about Ken? Wait, don't do that, because I play Ken. So don't do that. Let's not do that. Let's relax. Let's relax.
No, people are complaining about Ken, man. You don't have to try and will it out of existence. It's already happening. I mean, look, he is probably one of the best characters in the game, if not the best. But at least he's interesting. There's nothing like he really does that I think is completely busted. I think Dragon Lash is probably a bit too good, probably. And
whoa, hold on now. Don't you play Guile? Don't you play Guile? Hold up. The best? No. This is a psyop, bro. You're trying to put this on somebody else when we know the real deal. Check. Once for Guile, 2 for Ken's. Okay, come on. You know the real deal. Drop him in the chat. I want to see who's the best character. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, look, I think most people are just gonna say Gal because no one likes to play against his owner, man. And I respect it. You know what? I respect it. No one likes to be like just chipped out and then slowly lose the game. Feels bad. People would rather just die to throw loops in the corner, I guess. You know, at least Gal doesn't have a throw loop. Okay, 2s, yeah. Okay. Wait, which way around was it again? Did you say?
I think Gal was the number 1. So y'all are saying 2 because y'all like saying
okay.
Y'all are saying. How dare y'all forsake me? How dare y'all forsake me? Anyway, and one of the updates that we have is that Valmaster has to play against Kakeru to see who's going to make it out, I guess, or get those points to the board. And that's going to be difficult because Valmaster will have to face one more time his deepest, darkest nightmare if he wants to move on. And I can't imagine that despite him seeing no longer red, but just seeing JPs in his mind, that it's going to be easy for him, even if he does go up against like Kakeru, because Kakeru wants to qualify too as well. So it's going to be definitely difficult. But that's going to happen tomorrow.
I mean, we did see him completely demolish VX Bao's Kakeru, his JP. So he definitely has it in him, right? And you got a whole day to prepare. As we said, it's going to be tomorrow, so you know that's obviously you want to prepare what happens after you get to that point. You're going to go to playoffs, so you're going to fight, but you got to get there first. So you're definitely going to be playing for their lives. That's going to be a banger set, and that's exactly those kind of games where I want to see. The most of them will be happening tomorrow. We've already seen pretty much one of the pools being finalized, being Big Birds and Knuckle Doos. Those 2 have made it out, and a few more are going to be looking like that. But there are pools, obviously, like the one with Valmaster, the one with VX Bao and Kakeru, where it's still undecided, and it won't be for a while just because of they've had like a triangle, like one beat the other, the one beat the other, and that's just go around in a circle, and that it was probably going to come down to some head-to-heads, some sort of tiebreakers, things like that. So I have to wait tomorrow to find that out. But yeah, it's been some really good games so far. We can see also in Group D, so that's the one with Angry Bird and Vega Patch. Obviously, Vega Patch beating Angry Bird, which we did see on the beat stream. Absolute banger set.
That was crazy.
And both of them now 3-1 in a prime position to make out. Not guaranteed yet, but it is a point where the top 2, it's in their hands. If they win one game, they're out.
Yeah, definitely going to get to that point. But, Vega Patch definitely going to tear. I saw some people saying, maybe they're not familiar with Vega Patch or his history. He didn't get top 8 at CPT finals. I don't know if y'all recall, but my guy was cooking, even the likes of the Evo champion that was Kawano that was out there. So you can't slack or lack on this dude's name. He is very good, and he embodies Chun-Li. Listen, you're not wearing the merch of a character unless you embody that character. That's why I don't wear no merch, because I main multiple mains. But this dude is only about the Chun-Li, and he's been one of the best out here with this character, going up against the MOV, the master of vampires himself. I believe yesterday it was Vega Patch that took the victory when they played.
Yes,
I believe so. It was on the other stream.
in the mirror. Which is super cool. I mean, I like Shin. I mean, I like to see Vega Patch play in a character that isn't Fang, not gonna lie. So super happy to see him on the Chun-Li. I think Chun-Li is a really cool character in this game. Just super sick gameplay wise, conversions. Obviously has just an insane walk speed, so the fussy game's always gonna be there. And like I said, simple game plan so the players can develop the extra layers in the mix-ups, could focus on that rather than having to just play the game. And I think the mirror between the two Chun-Li players will definitely emphasize that.
And this is one of those mirrors that might work out better in the run back because there's less to pare down. There's things obviously that happen in the mirror that you can use for tech and stuff like that, but it's really a player to player. I'm using the same toolkit. So there's really just you studying the player's tendencies and hyper focusing on that more so than like what you need to do in the matchup now. So I think this might be better for MOV now that he has had time to look at things. But say for Vega Patch, there's some things that he might have been like, I gotta shine up a little bit. These are the weaknesses of MOV I have to pinpoint. So we'll see what happens here in this mirror match. And I gotta wonder, like, we did see the victory here from Vega Patch yesterday. I wonder if MOV is just so tied to how Chun-Li used to be that it's taking him a little bit longer to like, how do I play Chun-Li in 6? I'm not sure.
There's always that to worry about, right? When you are just a character specialist and you play this character for like so many years, and if that character's name is not Guile, then there's a good chance they've changed how they play, right?
Right.
And I think Chun-Li is definitely one of those, right? Has a lot of new interesting things. It's a stance character now even. Many of her special moves got new inputs, things like that. Conversions different. Obviously the fireball game, the drive rush is a lot more different. Everything is very different about this character, and I think even seasoned Chun-Li players have struggled to find their foot with this character. Even players like Valmaster, who even originally wasn't even playing Chun-Li, was just playing the Kimberly. So yeah, I think some players have taken a bit of time to warm up to this new Chun-Li. I think Vega Patch has definitely found something a bit sooner than MOV.
Yeah, I think he's taking the page of like Mena's book of just rushing people down and getting really aggressive and like overwhelming them, which is a-okay. Like that's how you start off your play, and then you build your foundation, your game plan around that. He has great footsies too as well. And as you pointed out, just everyone a character that was not so good, but that was fantastic. These fireball follow-ups, the awareness to have these fireball follow-ups. But here's the interruption here from MOV, getting that Oki stand medium punch, but did not complete the combo, bro.
Yeah, but gets that burnout just from the block stun pressure right there. MOV was close to getting burned out. The DI again is a great option for opponent, and you're gonna go for it again. It's not a great option in that case. And Vega Patch with the jump. MOV does not have the patience to wait for it and manages to punish, of course, on whiff. DI huge amounts of whiff recovery.
Back in the match. Gotta be careful. These sweeps easily punished. Sweep off the feet though right there. The stance canceled. Again gets the overhead. Vega Patch, bro, how many times is he gonna have these fireball follow-ups? Looking for fireballs, looking to have something with like a drive rush right after. Feel like he keeps that bar for that exact option. Safe jump setup. He'll be trying to get his way out. He does so with the stand heavy kick starter. And gets such a perfect parry. He's seen that. I play the character, bro.
Yeah, he knows the timing for that. Of course, as a cross sub, so it's the best way to deal with it. Perfect parry, especially with something like the 10 show kicks. It could whiff, could go on the other side if you do it too early. Oh, nice. Vega Patch the throat bait with the TK air legs. Going to take the first game in MOV. He's just a step behind right now.
No way it happens like this again. No way it happens like this again. Come on, MOV. He said, dang,
Master of
this
Vampires.
this character's really good.
Man?
He's like, dang, this character's cheap. Wait, I'm playing Chun-Li.
That's the worst part about the mirrors. You're finding out just how cheap your character is.
Here we go, MOV. Gotta tighten up. This is game point. Perfect parry. They're gonna get that punish counter for that corner push. Oh, I'm not sure what that is right there from MOV.
Oh,
these drops,
man, they're definitely gonna start suffering in this pool right now because I think if MOV loses, he's guaranteed out. If Vega Patch wins this, he's guaranteed out in the group. So this is a big game for Vega Patch, guaranteed into that playoffs if he manages to take one more game off of MOV. Goes for the throw bait with his Anshu. He loves doing that. I haven't seen anyone fall for it yet though.
Yeah, not just yet. The super connects.
Nice.
MOV getting around on the board, getting a little bit more stable with some of these Serenity stance combos. So MOV trying to land the Azanshu again. It's not working out. I'm sorry, actually that was Vega Patch. Vega Patch looking for that Azanshu. He's been landing. He landed some of those. Where reverses MOV hasn't landed one.
Yeah, I think being able to do it over the Kokosha is very important because whoever sets up that fireball first gets the drive rush behind it first. And it's a very powerful tool, obviously. This time MOV not with the parry. Vega Patch had the answer to that down forward roundhouse, but not MOV in the corner. Knight this time he gets that jump back jack, keeping him in the corner. I like that option a lot. Doesn't back throw. So Vega Patch.
Drive rush low. Oh, I think MOV's like, wait, there's drive gauge in this game? I can drive rush? This ain't Third Strike anymore, bro. Oh, yeah, off the low. Once again, gets the pickup. He's going to get the wings. Got the level 3. Yes, sirree. Right into the cutscene. Unskippable. And MOV is back in business. This is the MOV you want to see. Not going to kill, though. Alive. One more hit will. He's alive. But the throw.
Okay.
What a way to kill those Zanshu.
Fighting back. Taking one game. Now Vega Patch, again, it's still extremely important game. If he wins this, he's qualified for the playoffs, guaranteed. He just needs to win. 2 more rounds. Off to a good start. Finds the first jab. His Zanshu, no.
I feel like they're getting
actually.
It does, but I feel like they're getting predictive with it. Then they're trying to catch things like this, as you pointed out. The fireball is setting up shop. Oh, you about to drop. Baits out the OD 10 show kicks up in the corner. Safe up setup. The stomps are coming through, putting the shoes to face. Buffers in the drive rush medium.
Bro, Vega Patch is so good, man. But right now, MOV is just one step better. Nice, the Serenity Stream for the shimmy. You see that a lot. The roundhouse going to catch. Vega Patch holding up. Big conversion. He's so sick with it. He went into the stance to bait the parry, canceled the stance, got the punish counter throw, and now it's MOV on set point.
I'm sorry, OG. I was not familiar with your current game. We haven't seen you play like this. We saw you at like Evo. I didn't know you was like that, OG. My bad. MOV on set point.
Gotta put some more respect on his name, man. I was like, oh, Vega Patch is crushing it, but MOV out of nowhere picking up some steam.
Jab trying to get something off though. He needs to find like a drive rush right after something. Impact, yeah, we drive rush, get that drive impact as a reaction. Probably won't spin the level 3 or any levels right now. Yeah, safe to set up again. Zanshu luckily did not go for attack. I definitely tagged. One more connects. It's gonna be deadly. He's at level 3. MOV. Gonna get the pickups, and I'm the master of vampires, and I'm the master of legs, thighs, and no surprise, I'm the master of Chun-Li. MOV is back, baby. Yeah. Wow. They cut it immediately. We don't want to see because MOV is about to go drink some blood of Vega Patch. He's like,
There's nothing left to see there. That was a schmastic. After that first game, man, in the mirror, you must be so like, I don't know, demotivated, right? You're absolutely washed on your own character. You know, in a match you should know, and then coming back 2 games straight with some incredible play. Just the adjustments right there. I mean, he stopped going for the his Zanshu shimmies, and funny enough, Vega Patch then started doing it himself, and then getting punished for it.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where it was like, oh, he got the bad habit, but just incredible play to come back, and that is going to keep this group nice and alive, nice and interesting. Because again, as I said, if Vega Patch manages to win that set, that one more game, he's qualified for the playoffs. That's not guaranteed anymore. MOV can still make it.
He can still make it. The master of vampires might be able to master this group right here. But again, as you put out, I think the Zanshu being off the table definitely helped out because that's been whipped and not been hitting. He pulled that back. And also, just honestly, better combos. I ain't gonna lie. Vega Patch had some great moments with the fireball follow-ups, which you like to see, using that drive gauge to get these conversions, these follow-ups. But then if the fireballs aren't hitting, you know, what's left? If you don't have the fireballs for these follow-ups, we didn't see the neutral really be exercised as much. Oh, look at that, the air legs, catching, MOV. However, MOV was like, bro, I have drive gauge, I have drive impact, stance cancels and things like that. Has adjusted to this new Chun-Li.
I just realized that was like the most like 5-head mix-up I've ever seen. He did stance cancel into his Zanshu, so he went stance cancel to bait the throw tech. He expected his Chun-Li mirror opposition to respect the stance cancel, but it didn't work out, and that's why the throw baits were not working. I think, as you know, Vega Patch was still one step ahead, behind. He kept trying to do the parry on the Serenity stream, as we'll probably see in a minute coming up. But yeah. Just insane play, honestly. These conversions as well, the roundhouse in the Serenity stream right here. That is what I'm talking about. That happened from the last time that exact situation happened. He went for the throw bait. This time he knew Vega Patch would wake up with that parry.
He knew, bro. And honestly, again, you're really focusing on the players. So after you've lost to them, after like a mirror match, you really focus on the play. There's things you could do in a mirror match, right? Like we already talked about Zanshu over the fireball as one of the basic things you can do in the mirror match, but you can really focus on like the player and their tendencies and what they want to do. a lot more, than you would just like a normal matchup, right? If that was JP, you'd be thinking about how do I deal with, departure? How do I deal with like the pierce and stuff like that? But now you can hyper focus on the tendencies of the player and then remove bad tendencies of your own. I think it's funny that you pointed out that Vega Patch was like, I keep doing Hazachu, and then he gave it to him. He gave the bad tendency to him.
He passed it on. He's like, let me do it. And then he gets back around the corner and loses the game from that position. But hey, I mentioned it right at the start of the set. This is the great thing about playing the Chun-Li and the mirror matchup, where we got to see exactly the layers of those mix-ups. Because again, when you got a simple game plan, you can start going really deep into how to open up your opponent, which was, in the end, getting that punish counter throw. And this will be our next matchup on the stream, though. The Luffy versus the Four Bills. I believe these guys already played once up on the A stream earlier today, and this will be the run back. Hopefully Luffy picks up a win here. I think he's guaranteed not to be able to make it out, but for Four Bills probably still has a chance.
Yeah, might still have a chance. Four Bills, aka Big Sean out there. I love the fact he's just his hands up. Like, this is the first time I've seen that graphic. Like, that's actually good right there.
Fire,
Luffy. Yeah. That's actually super sick.
He's like, shh.
He's like, shh. Don't talk about my character. Don't talk about my character. But we'll be talking about more of this action after this break. We return more Street Fighter 6 Invitational Bloodbath coming right at you. Surprise. What I was looking at? I was looking at all the things, the updates that have been going on right now. There's a show match going on with Angry Bird versus, I think it's, was it Problem X or was it Big Bird? Not sure. But I know that Big Bird's qualified. And Problem is out. Thank you everybody for the updates because we can't see the other stream, but y'all can if you hit that squad stream and join both the streams at the same time. That's what I've been trying to do on the breaks, you know, trying to like watch the stuff on the side. Anyway, my name is
I'm gotta keep my eye open because I can't do it while I'm commentating, man. It's just unprofessional, man. So I want to watch, I want to catch the live action on the A stream, but thank you guys for sticking around on the B stream. I think coming up next, we're gonna have full field as Luffy, as we said, which should be a very interesting match. I think, like I said, Luffy currently hasn't won a game. They've already played once, and Full Field did take it pretty convincingly in on the A stream. But we'll maybe see, you know, let's see if Luffy can get a win here over Full Fields. Up against the JP, gonna be the Manon, of course.
Brother, I know Luffy is looking, salivating, drooling to play this character right now. But he's gotta play to take him down. Already getting 3 medals with that drive rush in, this time a normal instead of the grip.
Yeah, and like
that's
I said,
good though.
Played already, but it was very recently. You know, it wasn't too long ago that I saw these guys on the A stream. So, you know what? Now is the time to use everything you learned in that other first two. And oh my god, the DI got counter hit even. Unfortunate right there, but that's gonna give Luffy a great chance. Just mashing the jab, great confirm for the first round between Full Fields and Luffy.
All right, good way to take him down. Already getting 3 medals. And we talked about how dangerous those medals are. There's a sweep off the feet. Runs the OD Amnesia, backs up, still gets clipped. No follow-up though off that hit. Does find the Crouch Fierce anti right there. Sets it for the departure. Can't make anything off of that happen. Runs the command grab, bro. Sneaks it in. I got that grip too. I got that grip too.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the problem with JP. Sometimes I'll just throw that in there. It's like a very slow option, very reactable, right? But when you're not expecting it, you know what the animation can throw you off. Double dash up. Luffy 4 medals on the board. Crowd strong. Okay, gonna fully convert into the low for the Oki right here. Waiting for that amnesia. Nothing comes. Full Fields just walking back.
Tries to run the OD Ghost. Side switch here. Isn't burnout, but definitely not an option. He's gonna go to level 3. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I wonder if level 2 would have gotten the kill, but maybe didn't want to, you know, bet on the fact that Luffy could maybe reset and go and hold down the parry.
And realistically, expecting 2 bars compared to the 1, especially in this final round, isn't gonna make the most difference. So you probably build the bar back up. Oh, waits for it and gets the punish kind of throw for 40% of your life, just like that.
Sheesh.
Would throw.
5 medals. That's 5 felonies. Might get away with it. 5 stars. Might get away with it. The cheat codes. Neutral jumps in. Command grab lands. Black Swan laying him on the lawn. 1 more hit will be it right now. It could be either a grip or just a toe tap. Luffy looks for those toes, like into those. And that's it. First came to Luffy.
Yeah, on the board now, and against Full Fields, the first time they played not long ago, it was a clean sweep from Full Fields, so 2 woes. So knowing Luffy with a bit more time to adapt, looking a lot better, but obviously he got to a good start, right? Landing 2 command grabs right off the rip. Not sure if that's going to happen just as easily against Full Fields this time around.
Yeah, impact though, after the OD Ghost. This is bad. Caught up in the corner. Not a lot of help to play with. And again, no defense for this character besides the secret arts. And the overhead departure is still blocking. You're still blocking like a pack of Legos. Blocked up in the corner. Crouching in kick. 1 more solid stand. Fierce hit. Would punish. Yeah, and that will do it. Wow. Luffy looking for anything with that sweep.
Yeah, I mean, that move is incredibly difficult to like whip punish because the second time she spins around has still got an active hitbox. No way that drive reversal whiffs like that. Oh my god, Manon got nothing going for it.
I don't want to say nothing. Yeah, you know, Manon players will tell you that, and then they'll get like 5 medals and be like, "Yeah, I'm not doing any damage, bro. What do you mean?" Yeah, but this is a hard matchup.
Just hold up.
Yeah, just simply hold up. And then I'm eating 30%, and you're resetting me in bad situations. But, you know, matches like this are actually hard for this character. There are a lot of hard matches that she has to deal with in zoning, and then in burnout, in level 2, you know what to do. If he gets something off, like an impact to open him up, it could be a wrap, and he's trying to whittle down the health, so it is that sort of factor. Finds the crouch fierce.
Definitely set up a level 2 and close it out if he gets to the right link into it. Of course, you don't want to do it raw because your opponent gets a lot more options, but if you can force it into it on block stun or something like that, you can definitely do it. But you know, Luffy takes the time, does get the recovery of his drive gauge, and now gets a chance to play.
Finds the overhead. Caught him ducking, and the 4 fills will put a game on the board. Damn. It's looking like this character and Luffy's chances are in ruin right now as the 4 fill goes up, and you see what happens when you don't have to lead with this character. It's like, bro, it's full screen, drive rush. I'm sorry, you're in burnout. You can drive rush, drive impact me all dang day. You just are halted.
Yeah. This is not a character you'll be burnt out against for sure. You can, I guess, a lot more options. The departure, the window follow-up, teleporting on top. If you're not ready with an anti-air, the crouch fear is a very good anti-air for Manon, but still, you gotta be ready for it.
Oh, there's the amnesia. Dash up, throwing gets the punish counter too as well because they were doing the parry thing. Neutral jump, heavy kick. He's parrying. He's like, please don't open me up. But there's always the throws though. And after the departure's out, like when it's gone, you run the command grab, or you just run him down, rush him down with the drive, rush conversion, sets up for the departure once again after he's knocked those situations. It's almost a win. The throw the tech. Luffy gets a sweep, risky. Can he pull this back? No, it's a wrap. The stand medium.
Yeah, gonna wrap it up and put fulfills on the set point. Luffy's looking so good, but of course he got off to such a good start in that first game, in that first round, and right now it's just not looking too good for him. The tick throw into the embrace, the command throw, sending him back to full screen. The last place you want to do, the Lavushka, the level 2 coming in, and the reset just a full conversion. Yeah, you know what that means? You know what that means? It's a trap.
What does that mean?
That's what that means in Russian, I think.
You know what I think it actually means? Is broken. As the 4 fills gets 2-1 over Luffy. That is ridiculous. So many checkmate situations happen through that level 2. And, the 4 fills, making sure that Luffy wants to switch expeditiously. But honestly, Luffy had some good moments and momentum in that first game, made the 4 fills be on the back foot quite a bit. And that's like, Luffy style is kind of rushing down. But it's hard to do without a character that doesn't have threatening normals like Mika does. Like if she lands like charge up, drop kick, that could be like corner carry into some nasty stuff. But when you're challenged, when you try to hold north, it's not a lot of damage compared to from Mika to Manon. Like it's different. And I think the matches like this are just difficult, bro. And then you lose the lead, and what do you do? How do you get in against JP, pushing your burnout?
You're playing a grappler versus a zoner, already not looking good, And then you're playing a grappler versus a zoner that has a reversal that is specifically very good against command grabs. So you can't ever throw a command grab because the threat of getting, OD amnesia is too high. So you got to find other ways to close it out, and you're playing a grappler without a command grab anymore. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. You got to make your way in, and Luffy did have some good times getting in. Obviously, in that first game, was able to close it out. A lot better than the first time they played, but it's still an uphill matchup.
I definitely want to go back to what you were saying about how that DP, aka the OD amnesia reversal, is good against grabs and command grabs. Like that's a big factor as a grappler that you don't have access to. So you might rethink how you come across in the neutral or how you pressure. And then as you start to think about strategies, this character just pops level 2 Vushka into this nasty mix, gets the jump heavy kick off the backboard, and then you're caught up in the corner with no defense, and it's just death. It's a perfect storm of not fun things for a character that needs to have medals to get damaged, needs to be close to you to get the things to operate. And when they are pressured, they still have to think about what you're doing on defense, even more so than a typical like Shoto that will hit the DP.
Yeah.
Like you gotta worry about OD amnesia that you get a follow up that sometimes leads to 40%. So it's even scarier.
Yeah, I mean, I want to mention like in that last situation, he did a tick throw, right? Luffy went for crouch jab, it hit, counter hit, but because it was counter hit, he canceled it into command throw, and it was 2+, and he whiffed. That was unfortunate. Gonna happen sometimes. You never really expect your opponent just to get hit sometimes, and then it ruins your whole setup, and it's like, why'd you get hit? It always makes you mad. But you go full field.
You're not supposed to get hit.
Yeah, like just block, bro. But nah,
just
Street Fighter 6, we ain't blocking. You always got to do something on defense, and sometimes that something is blocking, but it's low down on the priority list, I think, for most players.
Man, active defense actually it's funny. Like that's a joke, but it's also real because blocking is actually not a good idea in this game. Because you're deleting your drive gauge, which is like your health bar. So you want to do other things like parry, perfect parry, neutral jump, strike back with some buttons and things like that. Take a trade. Those are better options sometimes.
In Street Fighter 6, that's the mix-up. When you choose to block, that should be, your opponent should be like, why did you block that? Like, I was expecting all of this, like, yeah, like, why did you block? Like, they should be trying to blow up all these other options, because obviously damage is high in this game, and if you do go for one of these riskier active defense options and get called out for it, you're gonna explode, right? So when they, you know, commit to something like a bait or something like that, or some sort of TK normal to beat your, throw tech, you can, you know, and then you do nothing. That's the thing that's actually going to start tilting people. Is like when you actually choose to block and they can't get the rhythm for it. There are certain players who are way better at reading their opponents, and they're generally going to be the best. Like, you know, people like Angry Bird and Big Bird. The reason why I think one of the reasons they're so successful is because they're just so good at reading what the opponent wants to do on their defense. And they were amazing at this in Street Fighter 5, and that's what made them strong players back there. And now it's even more important, and having that offensive style, like, you know, being able to read their opponent like that, has carried them so far.
I agree, and you have that aggression that they have too as well, that lets them, that lets them, emboldens them to make the most out of any sort of opening too as well. Like Angry Bird, hell of aggressive. I think Big Bird's less aggressive, but he is more momentum based. He's able to hold on that momentum, so they're both strong in their own right. So we already had Luffy versus 4 Phils. That means Indian Walker versus DCQ, aka D Easy Cake Q, coming up next. That's going to be a fire match right there. I know Indian Walker is the man of sweeps, the janitor, as people would call him, because he loves to sweep off the feet. But we saw him earlier on the stream doing work. We saw him defeating Oil King with those jump-ins. That Oil King was just not anti-airing. Surprisingly enough, we didn't see a single stand heavy kick anti-air or intentional kick from the side of Oil King. He just got jumped on for free.
Yeah, and that was definitely a tough one to watch. But, you know, Andy Walker, he's that kind of player, right? You're like, there's no way he jumps again. There's no way he jumps again, and he's going to do it, right? He gets in your head like that. And I'm excited to see this pool is definitely the one that's still up for grabs. Anyone can make it out on top. Anyone can come out of this group. We just have to kind of wait and see who that's going to be. Hopefully it'll be Andy Walker for, obviously. I think I saw Mama Walker in chat, so she'll be cheering on his son, of course. But I think as well, like, the problem with me with Andy Walker, you said it, he's called down it, right? He's doing a lot of sweeps with Ryu, and we were talking about it before. I think it was actually during a break, but I just feel like sweeps are just bad in this game. Like, there's a reason where we barely see them, and even we saw that Chun-Li mirror, right, between Vega Patch and MMOV, and Chun-Li has the best sweep free. Like, it's only like -7. It goes incredibly far. It's, you know, kind of nasty to try and whiff punish, things like that, and we still never see Chun-Li's players use it, because there's another move in the game called low forward, and the reward is just so much better that, like, you're generally going to go for that. Obviously there'll be ranges at which the low forward will whiff, which the sweep won't, and I think that's where Andy Walker makes it work, is that he makes you walk out of the low forward range, think you're safe, and then he'll throw out the sweep and catch you still trying to walk back.
Right, yeah, it's a deadly thing that if he can maximize his toolkit, like currently, I feel like if you're Indian Walker, just going back to him, like if you're Indian Walker, if you can figure out how to be effective in sneaking that in, maybe that'll help solidify the neutral a little bit. Having that wild every so often, that would add that extra spice to that character that he doesn't normally have for Ryu. Like, if you could do that somehow with this character, maybe that'll help solidify things. You know, also, by the way, Chad, I know that there's definitely a lot of things going on. Make sure you're watching both streams. I see that Big Bird had beat Problem X 2-0. The Marisa, I guess, was the Blanca pick. So he definitely knew how to defeat that matchup. I saw him playing Wolfgang and a few other Blanca players, I believe, at Evo. So he knows that matchup. Big Bird is 5-0 currently. No losses, so he'll probably be moving on. Move on with this match right here. Indian Walker versus DCQ. More JP for the people versus the Vanilla Master himself, Ryu.
All right, I think we did see Andy Walker play this matchup, right? And might have been on the A stream yesterday. I can't quite remember, but I think DCQ did take it. I'll have to wait and see how he does this time around. See what he learned from the first set between these two. Oh, and there's that sweep, and there's that punish. Of course, punish counts in this game. Extremely dangerous, which is another reason why these sweeps are not that great, but I love that, the jab of the departure, the window. Yeah.
Look at where people are standing against, like, departure. Take note, Chad, because you could just stand underneath those and find your own options too as well. Force them to really think about what they use that for. Drive rush back, throw up in the corner, you go for it. Heavy kick, if that was counter hit, that would have been damaged. But this actually is close to it. Oh, actually, it's enough. My bad.
Yeah, man. Of course it is. That's OD Shoryuken. You know the hit
It's a
stop on
Shoryuken.
that first hit is like 30 frames, man. It makes sure that you got all the time in the world to watch to reel back as you get punched up.
It was DCQ that took the victory. Yeah, 2-0.
Yeah, that was
in the
it.
previous stream over in A. The fake out, not faltering. Drive rush light punch starter from the side of Andy Walker. Backs up for the DP. Gets the entire overhead. DCQ trying to take these trades scale out of the corner, but it's not working out.
I like that, and Walker right there. Yeah, hit by the jump
that
through
drive
the-
gauge is in ruin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so good.
Ooh.
Medium
I like
kick.
that jump.
Jump light kick, I should say. Oh shoot! The interruption of the departure. No, I think he was maybe going for fireball right there into
think you're
super
right.
to seal it.
I think you're right.
How many
Unfortunately,
drops
the
have we
light
seen?
DP comes out instead.
That 1 milli got you looking different out here, bro. Like I get it. Like a lot of whop on the top. I would be nervous too.
Nice, the fireball feint, but Ending Walker is really good, man. He's been perfect parrying these projectiles and immediately acting, and has blown up DCQ a few times now, especially with drive rush and things like that, making it very hard for DCQ to want to throw out any of these projectiles. But even on the feints, Ending Walker does the perfect parry, and he OSs it into drive rush if the projectile is a feint. Yeah, this is big damage there.
Beautiful anti-air with that forward heavy kick right there. Smart stuff from DCQ. He's got the lead. How's Andy Walker going to deal with this? Trying to throw out the fireballs, but now we see the perfect parry from the side of DCQ. Even the normal one too as well. Oh, the fake out! Oh man, Hashogeki. But I like the idea, but the impact, no. Even DCQ react. It's easy cake for him. It should be the win.
This should be enough to finish. No need for any reset. No, none of that shenanigans. And DCQ taking the first game and off that low forward. Man, I found the punish counter here. Went for the stand strong, but the range on that button is just too short, and he couldn't link into it. And you got to think, you know, Ryu 3 bars in that situation. The next touch was definitely the game. If he managed to close, if he managed to finish that combo. Unfortunate for Andy Walker. Hopefully not too discouraged. Nice.
Yeah,
The
there we go.
parry on
Perfect
that
parry.
TC. Wow, that was smart.
Tatsu
I didn't even
for
know
the
there was a
corner
gap
carry.
there.
Yeah. Write that down. Write that down. We're still learning.
Writing, man.
But these, I mean, Andy Walker, he's a genius, bro. So he gonna know everything. Drive rush sweep. Are you kidding me? Nah, he definitely hurt us. Counter it. That allows a conversion off the forward heavy kick and the overhead to seal the deal. My man did drive rush sweep. Are you kidding me?
It's good. You know what? The sweep becomes basically safe, right? For the drive rush, even on block. And, you know, in the corner, right, at least you hit them at a distance where you get some good pressure afterwards. But yeah, I like it. Like I said, it is a lot safer. Tries the feint, but again, DCQ using his own strategy and New Walker's strategy against him. Goes for the perfect parry, like into the drive rush as a option select.
Yeah. Perfect parry here from the side of DCQ. Andy Walker in burnout. Has to be careful. Level 2 is almost online. Finds the anti-air, find the crouch fierce. Sweep. Again, Andy Walker doing whatever he can to stay in the game. This is looking bad. In DCQ, my man is like befuddled. Super parry, punish. Never mind. It was a bait the entire time. What an expensive bait from the side of Andy Walker. Hit him with the remix, the DJ Khaled. Try to get that drive impact, but we jump with the jump heavy kick. Yeah.
He's getting too carried away. You know what? You get away with a couple of those. You want to completely, you know, blow out your opponent with the most, you know, intense plays. But you know, DCQ, the awareness is to do that jump back in that corner, punish the DI attempt. Ooh, big punish.
Okay. Yeah, on the throw. Drive rush in with the crush mini kick. Tries to get the. Oh, here we go. Perfect parry. Oh, but Andy Walker, the better off right now, has him in the corner. Oh, you and Brown, you're going to see how this feels. Oh, never mind. The jump light kick's fine. DCQ running. Yeah, you don't want to be caught against this character with that burnout. That's like constant donkey kicks. Impact. You know you're going to do that. Drive rush, though. How does he know?
Parry. He's so good. The overhead. That'll be it. The Hashogeki. Ugh, my goodness. Violence, man. That was a great game for Andy Walker. 1-1 now. And I think this is a very important game to take if you're Ending Walker. You do not want to lose here and potentially squander your chances of making it out of this group.
Yeah, if you're DCQ, you don't want to lose to someone doing drive rush sweep. You definitely don't want to lose to someone that did super in the super right after. You wouldn't want to. You don't want to be a Twitter clip.
You know that's Ending Walker. That's like that. Those moments will happen. He will make you believe that he's going to play incredibly slaughter throughout the entire time, and he'll just bust out the most random stuff sometimes because he knows it will work. He just knows.
There's always a game
My
plan.
bad.
Oops, yeah. Drive rush as a punish right there off the medium starter. This time with a throw, switching up his options after drive rush every so often. Medium punch, throw, forward fierce, or forward heavy kick. Gets the jump in hit right here. If the jump fierce, deep with it.
Oh, sure you can. I think he can spend the drive rush, but it's still his turn. The tech, okay. I like it, but I mean, DCQ one step ahead with the block. There's a small punish. Departure spike, the shadow still there.
Yeah, give him some range to play with. One OD fireball or the jumper to get the win. You know what's wild is that maybe the drive rush sweeps, drive rush throw mediums have made DCQ a little bit more pensive to anti. These jump ins are starting to work out. Indy Walker, this dude's like an actual, like this kid's actually a genius. Like real talk, he's an actual genius. So I'm wondering if it's making DCQ just a little pensive. Whips out the DP. Okay. No punish though.
That could have been a big opportunity for DCQ to take the momentum in this round. And Walker gets away though with his life right here. Jumping at these really nasty angles for, you know, a character without any cross-ups. It's very difficult to anti-ad. And his walk speed's so bad, it's not like he's gonna be able to walk under you either. So I mean, I think Walker is really abusing the weaknesses of JP here in the corner, especially EX projectile.
Level 3, impact. Oh, it's over, yeah. Immediate, no drop combos. Here we go, right level 3. The Shin Shoryuken to get the win. Indy Walker.
Wow.
Isn't it his bedtime? What time is it over there? Isn't it his bedtime? Like, Mama Walker, is he allowed to stay up this late?
He is. No, Walker, guys, man. Okay. You know, he was 9 years old when Street Fighter 5 came out. 9. Crazy, man. Crazy. And he ended up being one of, if not the, best player in the UK at that towards the end of Street Fighter 5. I mean, winning a major at the age of 16, this guy's insane. And you know what? I think in Street Fighter 6, he hasn't really had quite the same momentum, quite the same placements that you might expect from him. But you know, he's also doing it on Ryu. Character not really seem that good, and you know, it's some people, like we were talking about before, going to take a little bit longer to pick up the game, you know, and get to that point where they are just completely invincible.
There was an interview where he said, like, I just have to play better with Ryu. Like, if you play it perfectly, he's really good. But that's hard to ask. But he's like, I have to be better, though, at the same time. I have, as a player, have to be better. And I like this game plan style. I hope I'm assessing this right, because Indy Walker's definitely, he's a different sort of dude. But he puts so much mental tech on the ground that allows the jump ins to land continuously, then dumps out the damage when need be. We started seeing those anti-airs not come to fruition from the side. Look at that drive rush sweep. You're like, what? You just hit me with the drive rush sweep? But then you're just looking for the ground options right here to, like, you know, he's gonna drive rush in, he's gonna like drive rush medium, try to go for the impact, and see, that's why the call it works. But we didn't see the anti-airs come through. It's a big pain point. And look at that perfect parry, punishing too as well. So it's not like he's running scrubby right now. Like, my man definitely hit the perfect parry, which you have to do against JP.
Yeah, he was just insanely good. He had a really solid game plan versus JP, and he just executed it right. Mentioned about those jumps, right? You're like, oh, how does he keep jumping? Why did he jump? Why is this top player not anti-airing him? It's because he's overloaded the mental stack. And as JP, right, he's a very strong character, but you're still playing a character without a frame 1 invuln anti-air. So there'll be many jump-ins, many angles, and many situations where if you're just a little bit slow, you maybe just whiff the button, or maybe you reacted a bit slowly, you're not gonna be able to do the anti-air. No matter how quick you are reacting at that point, it's already too late, right? You're gonna get hit, you're gonna get counter hit, and on these cross-up situations, as I mentioned, it's super hard to anti-air. He does have an air throw, but again, you gotta be so prepared. And when you're worried about all the other stuff that, you know, he's thrown at you with these drive rush sweeps, you know, anything like that, just the solar plexus, it's so hard to like keep on top of, and Indy Walker just abuses that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Indy Walker what he meant by that drive rush sweep. After this break, we're gonna have more Street Fighter 6 action. Do not go anywhere.
welcome back, guys, to the B stream of the Gamers8 32-man Invitational. I'm Lazarus, and obviously still joining me, St. Color. Again, we'll be running this over the weekend. I hope you guys enjoyed the little break to get some water or catch up with the A stream as well. I know I've been trying to catch up with both of them. It's obviously hard trying to do both, but yeah, I mean, so far we just watched, I think, Daigo up 4-0 now in his group, in a great position to make it out. But that's the beauty of these double round robin pools, right? Even though he's 4-0, technically he might not qualify. If he loses his next 2 games, it's still all up for grabs. Yeah, because it's statistically still possible for all the other players to get 4-2 score lines. Coming up next, who we got? Who are we looking at?
Kudo versus Zen, and both of them hailing from the US. Yes, we claim them, as Kudo has spent some time in the New York area. And Zen actually was in Canada for a while. So, before he moved out to China, he's an international student. And this round start, bro, Kudo aggressive. Don't look at the demeanor, bro. He don't let on that he's a drive impactor. Okay, he loves that button.
Like, he's certainly loving it right now. Kami's got so many ways around these fireballs, dive kick, spin knuckle, very strong in this game. Of course, is this going to be the kill even? No, not quite.
Not yet.
But the
throw will
do it, man. But yeah, she's got so many anti-fireball tools. And Kudo went for the DI, the risky one. Big reward, of course, but still.
That's the wild thing is, like, you don't know, like, if that's going to come through because of that. It's like, why would you go for that option? We have all these other ones. But nice challenge to check on the spin knuckle right there with that stand light punch and crouch light punch. We've seen the continuously challenge drive rush, but needs more damage. And yes, Zen has been playing a lot of DJ, is also a JP player, but I think has been moved over to more of that DJ play as of late.
Yes, yeah, for sure. That was some super good knowledge from Kudo, by the way, to punish the Sobat kick with that stand short, obviously -6. And not only just punish the stand short, but also into the heavy spiral arrow, which only works on punish counter. So there's a lot of good knowledge here. Big jump in, and they confirm it into the killer B to close it out. Wow, this has been a super aggressive start from Kudo. I mean, I feel like yesterday we got so much Kami on stream. This is the first Kami that we've seen today, and I got to reaccustom myself to the pace of Kami games.
Yeah, it definitely is different in terms of the pacing that we've seen from Kudo. I feel like, again, he's like, the nerves are worn off. He knows where he's at. OD, slasher, try to get that jump back fadeaways in. Not done yet. Yo, I love seeing that against drive rush. Doing a just cool light to catch people coming in. You have to have the right range, but this is the depth of that character, is having these different ranges, the just cool conversions, and making them think twice about going for drive rush.
Yeah, and I think against Kami's is especially good. Kami's is pretty fast, but it doesn't go very far at all. So and she doesn't have like the biggest normals in the world, unless she's gonna do drive rush roundhouse, which, let's be honest, not happening. So it's that just cool just to sneak out of that range and then punish counter with the low follow-up is really smart from Zen. Some good matchup knowledge. Big perfect parry, double crouch fierce for the drive gauge damage and the corner carry.
Yeah, this is good here for Zen. Gets the slide, applies the anti-air. Again, anti-air with this character at long ranges is kind of hard. But here's Kudo with that spiral arrow. Oki throw. Caught Zen pressing something on wake up. That's not your turn. That is Oki. Another throw here for Kudo. And try to catch these walkbacks with the crouching kick. Ow. Look at that. The bar at the bottom. Level 3 is online. May not even need it to stay fine. Runs the impact.
Need it. Double OD spiral arrow into the cannon spike. Super sick stuff from Kudo now on set point and saved those 3 bars. A lot of these DIs in the corner are working out, and Zen needs to, maybe wake up a little bit.
Got to. About to be a quick 2-0 though for my bro. Ooh. Light punch, punish counter, starter into level 3, the massage parlor. Back again. Let me give you the works. From the back. No, let me see it from the front. All right, you're all good. Get him out of here. Zen. Hugely tried to get the drive rush throw, did not get it. Will land that medium, did not get the conversion, had to cancel with the overhead.
Yep, still plus, of course. Now, went for one last throw to the OD Kudo right at the last second. That's going to be burnout though, but you got to be careful. Punish counter going to spend the CA. This will give you plenty of time to regen that burnt out drive gauge, but also going to burn out Zen. Half your health and damage too. Still a risky situation, and
don't put the DP. Yeah, the anti-air on point. Maybe thought he couldn't anti-air at that point, or maybe it was like a sharp angle, but that jackknife covers a lot of distance, a lot of range.
Good,
and I do like the option to go for that super, because even if the DJ player would have got super, if Zen would have got super, he has to hold that pressure. You can't run super to get outside the corner. So I like that idea, just the wrong jump in situation here.
Unfortunate there. Walked under the jackknife. The OD flash kick. Tornado punch, and I love the TKOD dive kick right there. The punch throw attempt from Zen. And it's one of the best things about Cammy, honestly. Got an extremely good dive kick to challenge these throw attempts in a game where throws are so strong. It's definitely very powerful. The stand short as well. That's another thing that's very strong with this character. That stand short linking on drive rush into the jab as well.
Set point here for Kudo, but there's a driver slight punch starter. So bot for the strike though, backs up looking for maybe a DP. Goes in against strike though, crouch medium, but doesn't get anything off of that. Zen actually backing off. There's the air-to-air right there. We haven't really seen that many like, anti-airs. He's just been going for the air-to-airs.
Yeah, we see Zen just mainly, obviously, DJ's not with the best anti-air, so doesn't want to play that game with the dive kick, for sure. Nice challenge with the jab, gonna spend it all. Just kidding, only the level 2, which should be more than enough if he's got the rhythm, which he does. Oh, I love this, one of my favorite supers, man. Especially that one, you never see it because it side swaps. So when you do get a chance to end the game with it, he turns you around, gives you the biggest haymaker in the world.
Pretty good. And Zen definitely has got the rhythm. I mean, my man listens to Doom. Don't disrespect him. All caps when you spell the name. That's game to game, round to round. Final game, final round for both. Perfect parry. Goes for the back throw, low enough to get that, and now has him in the corner again.
Nice. Checking the drive rush with DJ. I thought it was impossible, guys, but Kudo making it look easy. That crouch strong buffer into that level 3 as well, off of that spiral arrow. Kudo's still waking up with buttons, man. But that's 3 bar spin from Kudo, and Zen is building up his. Perfect parry on the cross up, so smart. Gets the punish counter throw. The DI from
impact. Right back. Level 3. Oh yeah. What? Expeditiously let me get my bar back, bro. Back to massage parlor. I hear your neck hurts. Your back hurts. Your front hurts. Call today. 100 Zen getting in. Almost got the fadeaway. Gets the impact. And that should be closer, right? He's gonna use the rest of that bar for the just cool conversion. And that is Zen with the W.
Nice, and from what looked like a complete blowout in that first game, we've seen that a few times today. Wouldn't like it. We've seen so many people lose that first round very convincingly, but then just make it quick, come back in the next 2 games. And Zen, no stranger to that either, coming in extreme strong. I mean, I'm so surprised he built the meter for the level 3. I was watching on the stream, the replay is a little bit delayed, but when he absorbed a hit with DI and then got the punish counter DI off of Kudo's attempt, he built like 75% of a bar. I never noticed that before. But like, yeah, I was like, what? Like, okay, that's a big risk when you try and DI. I never realized that not only does your opponent get the free punish counter, right? Hopefully we get to see it again, which maybe we will. But
yeah, possibly.
You just get so much drive gauge back. I mean, so much super meter. I never realized.
Yeah, I also never realized, I mean, both these characters are kind of batteries in their own way. When they get going and flowing on the side of DJ, need somebody to use some of that drive gauge, maybe more than Cammy does, but they're both batteries. They both build a lot of bar, and that happened quite a bit. We saw a lot of level 3s. We saw a lot of access points to like damage from Cammy on DJ with those dive kicks. But once those were off the table, once we saw the jump back mediums, the target combos, once we saw more anti-airs just in general, once we saw more harassment that just disallowed the dive kicks from even coming through, we saw the falterings of Kudo in the neutral and that drive rush light punch too as well. I like these resets we see also from the side of Kudo. He make sure that he's like, okay, if I can't get the bar over that overhead, if I didn't get the conversion, again, a lot of level 3s, a lot of leads, and a lot of drive gauge stocked up and ready to unleash on Kudo from the side of Zen.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone either way. In the set, I mean, right here, obviously, Kudo on set point, right, had very little health to work with, goes for the jump here, and with that flash kick, that jackknife maximum, the same Street Fighter 4, it's an insane anti-air, as long as you got that down charge, and it's going to be quite rare for DJ to have that. Obviously, had the rhythm for the level 2, coming in, cat jams.
Very proud of him. He gets to see at the table. He gets 2 plates. He gets 2 plates at the function, and Zen can definitely hold the aux cord, as he definitely has the rhythm. And he definitely is ready and prepared with that DJ. And again, this switch is something that happened, we saw after Rebel Kumite, where he was talking about JP being very strong and stuff. This DJ's pretty damn clean, Zen. Okay, I see you on the DJ.
Yeah, definitely shown up big, and we got some very, very strong DJs, Zen being on one of them. Here at Gamers8, of course, Shin, we haven't seen him since yesterday, but hopefully we might see him later. I think we'll be getting, looks like, or might be Jin coming up now, actually. Speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. Curler.
Definitely is a devil on that DJ, too. We talked about top level DJ players. We cannot discount Shin. going up against probably the best sim in the business right now, Mr. Crimson, who did not make it out the Evo, maybe saved that homework in that practice out here. And Mr. Crimson, you know, really working with this character, getting that same aggressiveness that he had in 5. And actually, I should say becoming more well-rounded and aggressive when need be. Because you don't have that damage access that you had in 5. You really have to use the levels to pump out the damage, you know, level 1, 2, and 3. Pump out the damage if need be. But, you know, so you have to switch things up, and defense is different. No wake-up Gale anymore means you're looking at defense a little bit differently. You don't want to be on the back foot. But, you know, I've been talking to Zaffarino. Zaffarino thinks that it's going to take a lot of work, but when you put in the work, he's a good investment. He's very strong. He's great anti-meta. He kills your drive gauge. He's hard to fight. And Sim always plays to his own rule set, as he has in previous games.
Yeah, and I got to say that this Group B, with Mr. Crimson, with Shin, with Nephew, with Wes, is looking to be very interesting at the start of the day, but all 3 of the top players, all 2-1. So we've got another like triangle situation where everyone's beating everyone, and it's going to be a really big fight for that top 2. So this is a very important match to start to pull ahead in this Group B to hopefully cement yourself for that playoff spot in that top 2 of the group. Have to wait and see. Obviously, I think it was Mr. Crimson lost to Nephew yesterday, but did beat Shin and also West. So obviously already 1-0 up in this matchup specifically. See if he can carry that form into the next game.
Yeah, curious to see what's going to happen here. Again, Mr. Crimson running the sim, has been a long-time sim player, and it's wild because for a while in 5 he played a little bit of that Luke, and then he was like, no, sim, that's all I need. In this game, you know, he's been kind of deliberating on should he switch, should he have a secondary. I still think it's kind of early for sim. I still think that there's many more things that sim players can unearth and find that make this character, I don't want to say broken, but definitely really good. Shin, shouts to Versus Vortex, making mad content out there in Singapore, but he is not just a content creator. He'll make content out of you. You know what I'm saying? He is that type of dude. He is that type of dude.
Yeah, for sure. And funny enough, he's talking about Mr. Crimson, right? Like talking about how playing Sim, but he does play a lot of Luke. And it is incredibly good. We've seen it a few times in some of the online brackets here in EMEA. He's a good counter pick. He picks it into JP often enough. Doesn't like that matchup with Dawson that often. Can't play to your strengths as easily, so I can respect that. But yeah, I mean, the EX Yoga Flame right here coming in. I mean, it's about the slowest projectile in the game that you can definitely come in behind. Obviously not got the best drive rush, but you know what? Don't need that necessarily.
Not bad. Yeah, I like that. Walk him down with that charge up fireball, OD fireball too as well, the Yoga fireball. You know, this is one of those matchups that I guess some players just don't like. I think the air slasher covers a lot of range, but that Hell's Lance landing, the Yoga Lance, and there again, you see the damage done. Meaty Yoga Flame just to kill some of that drive gauge. He's so good in the meta in terms of killing your drive gauge. He is definitely a burnout. Baron, you can't do that in the drive impact to get the kill. Mr. Crimson was going to do that regardless.
Yeah, obviously with no drive gauge, couldn't DI back or anything like that. So Mr. Crimson, honestly, I mean, this time he did have the meter to DI back, but Mr. Crimson is probably the highest level player that I see DI the most. Playing Dawson of all characters, I think it works especially well as Dawson, funny enough. You'd think it would work against him well, but he's actually not a character you can DI very easily because a lot of his moves actually have pretty low recovery in the range you can DI, and then at the range you can't DI, then, well, it's not really a factor, is it?
Shin trying to walk him down. Get clip these fireballs. The air slasher, look at that. Dominating a lot of the neutral and the normals. Still, Mr. Crimson's in. There's the Yoga Mountain as the anti-air. Probably his best anti-air, but a little bit slow on the draw. The Yoga Millie Rock, give him a Yoga Milky, actually. And the punish counter 2, you're through. Hit him with the Millie Rock, bro. That's part of the yoga. That's like the book 3 of the yoga, book Bible.
Look, I said that all like DIs, all of the driver buses have specific move names as well. The throws also have them. I'm gonna check. And if it says it's Yoga Millie Rock, I'm gonna lose it. I don't think it's gonna be called Yoga Millie Rock.
I think it is. If it ain't, we gonna patch it in there.
It actually does. No, I'm kidding.
Yoga Millie Rock. Yeah, he got it like that.
Yeah, he got the Yoga Splash though. The one throw we don't see very often. I think it's the one that sends you like full screen where you like usually use like a skipping rope.
Yeah, and that one you get like the slide applied, right? You get like the plus wave and the drive rush right after, but right now he's driven to the corner as Shin is double jackknifing him on point, medium punch. No big follow-ups right now, but Shin looking for a jump and does get off the jump medium kick. Nothing heavy. Air to air right there.
Yeah, not the biggest punish. And driver of one button into that DI. Mr. Crimson not ready with those reactions. Definitely would be a tough to come back regardless. Going into round 2. We look to even out the games. And it's definitely becoming a lot more about this fireball game, or at least that's how it started, right? And now I think Jen realized after that first game, like it's not conducive to winning versus Mr. Crimson's Dawson, and he has to go in a lot more.
Yeah, the damage output's not so good comparatively, and the follow-ups, like, if you get OD, air slash, get the drive rush, stand fierce from Shin, that's going to dump out way more damage than, like, one little puny Yoga Flame. The fireballs are a setup shot for other things to make them drop on the side of Sim, especially in this game. Your damage access has to be at those levels. There's the anti right there with the back heavy punch. The Yoga Lance is on point, falls the fireball. It's hard to leave because of the air slash. Both versions are really nasty.
I'm saying this because you can't play this driver game. I mean, you can't play this fireball game. I mean, Sim's just crushing you every time with that fierce, things like that. Super difficult, but Scream's active defense, keeping him alive.
The super!
He's getting cooked up.
Hold on now, he's not done. Put it back in the oven. Put it back in the oven. Oh, he didn't get put back in the oven. This is unfortunate. Might get bullseye. Careful now.
So
one more hit. If you can get a jump in the level 3, yes, sir. Off the light, that's good night, Shin. The massage parlor. Do even yoga people even need that? I don't know. He's not dead.
But he's recovered from burnout, and now Chip, but Mr. Crimson is definitely going to be the factor. He's floating though. Ooh.
It's one touch fireball. Oh, the air slash.
Really needed, just as you said, Curler. So even out the games, and man, Mr. Crimson had a chance, right? If he reversed with level 2, I think that was going to be Chip. But obviously, that's the problem with Dawson's level 2. His level 1 is not invincible. His level 2 is, but you can just crouch under it. Like, you don't have to block it, unlike most other level 2s.
That's true.
It was tough, man.
Clutch right there. Clutch games. Both want to stay in as much as possible. OD fireball, doing the OD fireball on the side of Mr. Crimson. Shin, got to be wary of that bar. You not want to be put in burnout against Alexa Sim. We've seen being put up in the corner and harassed with that Yoga Flame after the knockdowns. Oh, too far for the throw, though. What are you grabbing? Your demons too far out. Both of them.
Woohoo! Love a little fake Sabat kick, mixing it up. Oh, nice. Again, checking. That drive rush in from Juri. Gotta be able to do it in this matchup. Much as DJs is very fast, hard to react to, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, you really do. Light punch a little bit fast, it's 4 frames. If you're lucky enough to get that crouching light punch, if you're at the right distance, it's 5 and it leads in a lot more. Big jumping on the normal, using that jump medium kick for extra range. And sneaks in the light kick. Another jackknife. No, you were right. Great assist pod. You were right.
Why can he juggle after that, man? I know he can, but I completely forgot. And there we go, set point for Shin. This is big. This is in a group where the top 3 are all tied up. Anyone can make it out. Every single game is going to count at this point, at this stage.
Hex the throw, Mr. Crimson. Not much bar to work with, and that's why we see more of these fireballs. Like, you have to take these hits. You can't, hit that on block. We talked about blocking is the wrong option in Street Fighter 6.
This definitely is, and this is your crime for blocking. Your drive gauge just goes down so fast. Doesn't count it this way. I mean, Zen's just trying to burn everything out just to close it out against Mr. Crimson right now. Whoa, he stayed on the same side, of course. He can't go people up.
Does he have the allegations?
Is that it, though?
Yes, he does. Shin also gets a seat at the table. 2 plates, all packed up with soul food with that soul glow, though. Shin getting the win. Being able to complete that level 2. Hey, he's invited to the cookout, and Shin taking that victory. Man, that was a stressful match. Bro, I said Ebola and E. coli at the same time. Like, I made a brand new virus. My bad. But he's good.
Oh, GG's, man.
Good.
Again, and Mr. Crimson beat Shin the first time around, and obviously had that first game lead. If you're Shin, you gotta make some pretty good adaptations to come back in that set, and that's exactly what he did. And yeah, now again, this group stage is very, very interesting because if you're Mr. Crimson in that triangle, this is who you're meant to beat. You lost to Nephew, and now you've got to fight Nephew again to potentially stay in that playoff spot. So either you got to have a good game plan versus Nephew. Obviously, Wes is still in there as well, right? And also playing Juri could also upset you. So it's still anyone's pool to take. But yeah, I think this is obviously the first game, and there's something I want to know. I actually saw it on Twitter today. So the meaty Yoga Flame that he does, we'll see it. Yeah, you saw him winding up for it there. You can actually perfect parry the first hit and then DI immediately, and there's not enough hits to break the armor, and you punish counter him.
Really? Because it's usually like,
Yes.
yeah, just enough to like break through DI. That's what you see as a media option, so people can't wake up with that as a rebuttal. But if that's the case, that may be something to put in the toolkit, but maybe it's like a little bit difficult to think about.
It's very
Either way,
new, I
Shin,
think.
his offense was good enough. And also stepping up the defense, it was also good enough too. We're gonna go into it a little bit later, but Yoga Mountain missed that anti-air. That's probably the best anti-air that this character has, at least in the most, I think. Whipped, and that was a good call from Shin to make that an option to call. That was a sharp enough angle where it was like, I know what you want, and I'm gonna make it whip. But there's that light right there to tie things up. Clutch from the side of an Evo champion. This dude's an Evo champion, Chad. You can't be upset that he was able to clutch out like that. And then we see this corner carry. My man beating the rhythm allegations once again. Double no jackknife, just the the super right there to seal it. There you see the fake out to call out the Yoga Mountain. I don't know if there's an answer that he could have used, maybe Yoga uppercut, but they may have missed
probably. But yeah, it's just so hard, right? And I think that's kind of the trouble playing Dalsim. This character, again, mentioned how good having a frame one inbound like DP is, and obviously you got parries as well. But there's still a mind game if we're trying to perfect parry jump-ins, because obviously if they empty lands, you can get punished. But it's all about punishing. We got Latif coming up against Phenom here for this. I think this is this Group A even, which is a very interesting one. This is the one with Mena RD, and we saw Latif. He did go 0-3 last time, but he even said on Twitter himself, like he's pretty happy that he's here and he's learning a lot, and he feels like he's not far off. Like, you know, he's come off and yeah, he's lost 0-3, but he feels like he's close. Like he's onto something, and he's on the same stage as these guys, and that's good enough for him. So even though it should be, you know, Phenom's game to win, you never know, and this is not where you want to be dropping games.
You know, at the same time, I want to pinpoint the fact that he did say that he was not far off. He wasn't far off from beating Phenom. It was 2-1. And I think, I don't know if it was you that had this point or somebody at the other desk that had this point yesterday, where if you're fighting a more stable character that's not like Blanca, it's not a weird character like Sim, that's more standard like Luke or Ken or whatever, it's going to be a lot easier for you to figure out the neutral. Right? Like it's pretty obvious what Ken wants to do. Yeah. It's pretty obvious what Luke wants to do. So last time they met, it was Phenom 2-1 with the win. But let's see what happens now. You know, if you had a day to really recollect yourself and figure out what you need to do against these matchups and things like that. And, you know, Cammy has been a pain point for Ken players for a long time. I think the match is 5-5, and I think a lot of Ken players like Angry Bird think it's 5-5 too as well. You just have to play it so differently. So that switch up may be enough to get Phenom off his guard. And right now he was not guarding his feet. There's the low and the hooligan to get in and the impact. Oh my God, Latif said, I'm anime today.
He's playing his game, man. Definitely. I mean, that's the problem, right? You can still, while Latif technically cannot, you know, pull out a win here or make it out into playoffs. I think he's already been confirmed eliminated, but he can still play the 4, he can still play an upset. And definitely for Phenoms, this is an important game to win, so you gotta be very careful, because when you're playing against a man with nothing to lose, man, this is the scariest position you can be in.
Very dangerous. Gets a Gen Ride kick, DP ender, almost hit. He baits out the super, and this should seal it. Phenom, yeah, run them levels. There's levels to it.
What a comeback there from Phenom as well. Being out at level 1, of course. I mean, there's a little bit of impatience there from Latif. Had a lot to work with, and obviously there's no DI available, no stun to worry about for at least a little bit of time. Thought he could catch Phenom slipping, maybe even thought the level 1 would chip. Didn't quite get there though, and you know, Phenom just had the patience to wait it out.
Fortunate back to neutral with these fireballs. You see he's pissed throughout the fireballs, but just fine throughout that fierce. Drive rush stand fierce as a great starter. Up in the corner, Latif again baited out the reversal option, sniffed it out. You know it's about to be over. Easily perfect KO. This side of Phenom. He wants a 2-0. He wants to really solidify himself as a Street Fighter player out here against an Evo qualifier that is Latif, a god.
Phenom is so ready, man. He, again, another player who went to Evo, maybe didn't get as far as he wanted to, and now on the international stage, able to prove himself again in a group with Mena RD nonetheless, looking to make that playoff spot into that top 16. Currently right now, Latif in his way.
Gen Ride kick to get in that +1 situation, holding that throw. Text this one though. back to neutral. But again, Phenom, like, he's not relying upon any fireballs at spin knuckle, but he's not looking out for these lows that come through from the side of Phenom. Drop, picks up the light punch. Nothing after it. Okay, now we convert off that counter hit conversion right there. That stand light punch, getting quite a bit off of that.
Of course. Now in the corner though, versus Cammy can all go wrong very quickly. Phenom deciding to tech, decided that, yeah, Latif was probably gonna go for a throw here. And now gets out of the corner, gets one throw. The next one will probably do it. EX dive kick, and he's still challenging. Maybe Latif thought he had enough time to walk up for a throw, but Phenom not afraid. And now Phenom on set point as well.
Brother, round start sweep. Are you good? Phenom, are you okay? Nah, I'm gonna message him after this, bro. You need to see somebody. You're hurt.
Hey,
who hurt you?
Dash up. He went where, man?
But of all things to go for, not okay. Anyway, back of the action. Light kick. You see that buffer trying to catch maybe that crouching medium kick. Spiral arrow that was raw, and that's gonna be painful. Like yeah, DP up in the corner.
In the corner, he's waiting. He's just holding down. He's waiting for that DI. He's like, do it. Try me. Test my reactions. I dare you. Or you can. Right now, I mean,
overhead.
The counter hit overhead. Is coming up. I don't think that's gonna be enough though. No, it's not coming up.
He missed.
Drops it.
It's supposed to be a DP into super to seal it. Latif has another chance at life right now for a little bit longer. Goes for the level 3. He'll be building up his bar back and keeping Phenom in burnout, which is very important here. But you do have to worry about these levels in the middle, like level 2, level 1, as a reversal, in between the gaps. Go for the drive impact, a little bit too obvious.
Oh, it's still scary. Phenom with the CA on deck, and he hit. Will definitely do it. No anti-air from Latif. Definitely could have closed out the round there. Spends it. And now, as Latif, you got to maybe start to worry about chip. The CA will come in. Oh my god, the DI landing has the juggle as well. And the awkward hit. And that's going to be a 2-0 for Phenom.
Put games out here. Any games done quick by the side of Phenom, any percent.
GQ.
High level, bro. Good job. You are at the leaderboard, but we don't have to talk about that sweep a little bit later. Anyway, Phenom with that good play and taking down Latif. Latif with a really good showing out here. I ain't gonna lie, Latif did not have a lot of time to grind Street Fighter 6. He's been focused on other games too as well. For him to put in this amount of work is quite a bit, but this is just Phenom, bro. He's a killer, bro. He's a nice guy outside, off the sticks, but when he gets his hands on the sticks, he's a different sort of beast. The moose gets loose. He's ever optimal too as well.
Yeah, and again, it's so close to chipping off that level 1, right? I mean, did have the level 2. Obviously, Cammy's level 2. You're not really going to think about it as like this could chip you, and it's on the way down. It's not even invincible, but you never know, right? Your opponent might have never seen that situation with the level 2 coming down. Might be worth the try. Didn't work out for Latif, and again, he had some really good moments here with a great opportunity for a really epic comeback in game number 2, but yeah, just not quite enough. I think missed one anti-air opportunity, and just from there, I mean, the go DI.
Yeah.
It's not completely random, right? Because your opponent doesn't have drive gauge to DI you back, so.
Yeah. I like seeing people use that as like a whiff punish or just like a way to close things out when they're in, where they're in burnout. But that would have worked regardless, right? Like that would have worked because the spiral arrow wouldn't have cut through unless he used I guess OD, and then he went for the drive impact. But still, I like seeing players utilize things from their toolkit. I just don't like seeing sweeps. So I'm going to go talk to Phenom. We're going to have a long discussion about what he did with that sweep. Yes, when we return, more Street Fighter 6 coming right at y'all. We'll see you soon.
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Unfortunately, I did not get any word from Phenom of why he did that sweep. But I do have word. We are back with more action out here. Listen, he doesn't get back to me. He left me on red for a while, but I'm going to be on red for more action, more matches out here at Gamers8, the Street Fighter 6 Invitational Bloodbath. As we get down to the nitty-gritty, we've started to see some people get left to the wayside and not sit home, but maybe over to the cafeteria to get some food, because I bet they are salty at what's occurred. But you can't be too salty when you have like the best players flown out here to combat and fight it out, and we're actually gonna get right on the next match here. What do we got here, Lazarus?
We ain't messing around. And obviously, I appreciate you guys sticking with us throughout the breaks. Of course, running the A and B stream. We got a schedule to keep to somewhat, and obviously here on the B stream, we do run through the matches a little bit quicker without having to necessarily wait around. But we are gonna get that Zen versus Mono set. The DJ mirrors. Wait, what? This isn't a DJ mirror, because shouldn't they do the taunt until they get level 3?
Yeah,
and then you can play the game.
It's the Macarenas.
Yeah, what the
That's
hell?
cursed. That's cursed. I don't like that.
I don't like that, man. Come on. I thought these guys are playing serious, bro.
Well, they're professionals.
Yeah. What's this about? They're getting paid to be here? Nah, unbelievable.
Mono on the yellow
That's
pants.
the funny thing. It's a freaking.
Yeah, it builds a bar.
It's a special move. It's so goofy.
Oh, punish on the drive impact. A lot of corner carry. You actually are dead. The maximum for a maximum damage. One of the biggest accesses to his damage is when you're able to land those maximum uppers. So you have to sneak it in and figure out hitting it like a crouching medium punch or what have you to let it land.
Yeah, that's one thing I kind of like that they kept from the Street Fighter 4 days, right? Is like machine gun upper back then was like so much crazy damage, but you basically, the reason why he sucked was like there was no way to combo into machine gun upper because it was a charge move. Now, though, being a motion input, you get so many chances to let it rip, and the damage it does is so good. Definitely one of his better specials now. Only usable in combos, obviously, but yeah, it's nice to have one of those. The Mono just clean it up over Zen just like that.
Hellish amount of damage and quarter pressure using that just cool routes out the distance of that like stand heavy kick, because you're looking for like stand heavy kick or to get like a punish counter, drive rush right in, or even like a stand medium kick just to stop the pressure and stem it for a little bit. It was not meant to be as mono. Whereas that just cool, again, we talked about this before, having mirror matches it's about playing the player, bro. How do you acclimate to that style?
Yeah, and honestly, you know, last mirror match we got with the Chun-Li mirror match, and I want to point out something in chat also. Wes beat Nephew 2-1. So now that group's even more interesting, man. That's going to be a crazy group to figure out who can mix in the playoffs right now, though. I have to say, this is obviously Punk's group with Zen, Mono as well. Mono's been playing out of his mind here at Gamers8. I've not seen this man play this well before.
Yeah,
although saying that he is getting a little bit of blue blast.
Yeah, commentator's curse. Yeah, but it's funny because it looked like Zen had kind of taken what Mono is doing with the Just Cool Light to fake out like these longer range normals and getting these punish counters going and flowing and finding punishes when need be and stuffing Mono. Oh no, wow. Waited and fade on the ODDP jackknife. A little dull right there as it doesn't land. Reset with the jump fears. Yeah, but the block. Back to puts him in the corner.
Throws him back in it. He's like, I'm not even going to try to anti-air you on the crossover. I'm just going to walk up. I know you're anti-jumping. The DI from Zen maybe a little bit impatient. Mono obviously going to be able to react to that very easily. Close that one out. One round apiece now. Let's see it. Let's see if Mono can close this out. Already one game up. Don't let the scoreboard lie to you. These games are just fast.
80% done. One side of DJ. Nice neutral jump. Now delete the Just Cool. I like how they're playing around that Just Cool. Now gets the punish counter throw. Drive rush. Interrupted with the crouching light punch. Here is the pickup with the anti with the jackknife. See Zen making sure that he has that charge.
Yep. And you gotta be sometimes, right? Especially the double jackknife now. Into the safe jump. He's gonna wake up with it. But I mean, that is a safe jump right there. I mean, Zen didn't even try to press anything. And Zen gonna tie it up one game apiece. I'm wondering if he Mono knew something. Mono must have known that's a safe jump, right? So he maybe thought he was going for the fake safe jump into throw and thought that, oh, I'll catch him off guard with the level 3.
I know that you know, but it was just the layer 1 though.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunate. Yeah, now caught up in the corner. Here is Mono. Harassing, make sure that he doesn't leave. He even backs up the crouch fears. Hit that punish counter. The throw tech does not connect, and this should be dead. Level 1, as you called it, to get it done. The greatest of bots to seal the deal. Mono on set point.
All right. DJ is going to win, chat. That is very true. Thanks for pointing that one out.
Very astute.
Love you guys. Oh, the sweep anti. Not ready with a down charge for the pickup, though. And now Mono, again, still on set point. A little bit with parry. We're definitely not got the advantage in the drive gauge department. You have to be worried. Obviously, Zen trying to use his meter to extend the pressure while Mono's running low of his.
Yeah, unfortunately, you gotta be careful here as Mono lacking some power. That drive rush did not do anything. That's a big waste right there. He didn't push the corner, less and less defense. Air to air right there. Reversal, stand light is the choice. 4 frame, very quick.
And these guys are grooving. They're jumping, man. Again, DJ, you can jump at this guy. There's some ranges his anti-airs just don't work. And again, also, DJ got some really good air-to-airs himself. Obviously, the shoot knee and the jump fierce, all very good options. And that's why you see Zen charging that down charge. And that was a fake safe jump. Mono busting out with the XDP, but it's still really low on that drive gauge.
Yeah, it's not looking so good on the side of the drive gauge here for Mono. At least he's able to recover. Has a lot of screen space to walk back. He's actually a jazz forward with the drive rush medium. Nothing doing. Neutral jump, not applied at all. Crushing medium punch does not get anything off that as well. You need more off these conversions. Look at this. Drive rush light, medium. Nothing has worked out. And Zen looking to tie this up and get his final game, final round, but it's not just there just yet. One more hit from Mono. We'll actually see it. He's on that CA.
Oh my God.
Oh, the punish.
Flash kick.
Nothing. Oh, there we go.
The drive rush. That should be an easy confirm into that level 3. And Mono takes it over Zen 2-1. Impressive.
Not sure how the score is going to go right now after we go to the massage parlor, but afterwards, I know things are going to be really tense here for the side of Zen because that loss cannot have been good this late in these games at all.
Yeah, not at all. Definitely this starts where it really starting to matter, and especially for Mono, that's a big win. Obviously beat Punk once, lost to him the second time round. So now it's going to be really tight to see who's going to be in that playoff spot. And yeah, I mean, we'll see probably the replays coming up soon, but I wanted to point out, obviously, you saw both the DJ players just continuously neutral jumping. They just kept neutral jumping. And it's just a good option, right? Against specifically DJ's drive rush, right? Against other characters, the neutral jump and they drive rush forward, you know, they can do DP, right? They can generally react to your neutral jump with their anti-air. DJ, though, doesn't have a good option. If he drive rushes and he's completely like under you, the back heavy kick will move him forward, so that's not a good option. And he won't have charge because he just dashed forward, and yeah, he runs out of anti-options. So both these players abusing that, and that's how you know they play character and know how to beat the character too.
As you should. And again, a mirror match being what it is really sniffing out the tendencies of their opponent. And we saw that with the just cool call-outs very early. Too as well, also, we saw, things up in the corner in terms of like calling out like things like this and defense, DPs. We saw walkbacks. The switch up, I think, is what really sealed the deal overall. The impact right back against that splat as Zen got a little bit too impatient. I feel like that also was unfortunate. Zen got continuously impatient, but it is difficult. The way that Mono plays makes you want to be INC. It makes you want to, go forward. This was great because it was safe jump setup, calling out that super. Not much you can really do in terms of, running in that reversal. So you call it to do that. But again, Mono's pressure up in the corner was just too much overall. You see that walk back crouch fears. These punishes were too nasty. The Grace was so bot for the finish. We just got final game, final round, did we not?
We did indeed, and that's probably a sign of the things to come. We've had plenty of those, and obviously Mono finishing off right here with the Weekend Pleasure, man. The level 3, that's the name of the level 3. That's a
Weekend Pleasure.
A Weekend Pleasure, bro. Just like the weekend coming up, starting from tonight. Obviously, Gamers8 going to be going through all the way to Sunday, where the playoffs will happen. That top 8. A lot to look forward to for the weekend. A weekend of pleasure, some might say. I'm actually reading some of his moves. They got the most whack. His forward throw is called diss track. So every time he throws you, he's dissing you, diss tracking you.
I want to hear what he says when he does that forward throw. Go through the audio a little bit later, but we're having more action on the way. I'm actually trying to look up and see who we have coming up next. We stack up more of these matches after that long break. And we're getting closer and closer to the nitty-gritty. As you pointed out, tomorrow will be the finals, or actually the playoffs, I should say. Shin versus Wes. And Wes hot off that W after defeating Nephew, who had, I think this is the first win. And when you finally get that win, you emboldened, my friend. I could do this. You want some Piccolo style stuff. I could do this. I can win.
Oh, definitely. And the way the group is, I don't actually even think he's knocked out yet. Like, especially with that win over Nephew, I think he could technically still qualify with the playoffs. So we have to do the maths on that one. But if he beats Shin here, that would be huge. And like you're saying, off the hot beat Nephew, definitely possible. Obviously, Shin's still going to be on that Dee Jay, going to be up against the Juri. We're going to see some more Dee Jay. If you haven't had enough on that mirror between Mono and Zen, we're going to get another one. So look forward to it.
We have one more coming through. I feel like it had to have been fun because the way Wes plays is so aggressive. This isn't like a knock against his style, but he's definitely put all of his points. If this was an RPG, all of his points would be on aggression and offense. There's not that much on defense. There's a lot of active defense, but not a lot in terms of blocking, maybe looking out for certain options, stuff like that. It's all aggression. He just wears you down. In a game like this is actually not a bad idea, considering how many options the other person has to think about. Drive rush, drive impact. In Juri with her drive rush buttons, stand medium punch, stand medium
Juri's
kick.
one of the best to do it.
He's insane. So it makes sense to run that playstyle with that character, build up all that bar, get that level 2. You know what to do. Custom combos and the corner carry into damage output. So it's not a bad idea for Wes to run like that. And again, emboldened after that W against Nephew, getting that revenge, will make this difficult for Shin.
Yeah, for sure. And again, these are the games that start to really matter. I think Jin only needs one more game to qualify. But again, if he loses these ones coming up, it will definitely get very, very spicy. I mean, all the groups I feel like even Angry Birds group, who seemed like a shoe-in, lost to Vega Patch, lost to not Nephew, he lost to Kills You, another Juri.
Kills You.
And now that group, I don't know what's going to happen, man. And every group is sort of turning out like this. It's been super exciting to watch, and that's kind of what you look for. And it's kind of one of the reasons that you run these sort of group stage double round robin formats. Is for these storylines. We don't even have to wait till we get a top 8 before we start getting to some matches that really matter,
Yeah, I love that feature of having these round robins. I think the players enjoy this too, being able to have another day to deliberate and configure what you need to do to fight the other person, whether it be a mirror match or a straight up matchup or whatever. Get that practice and take that data. It'll be okay, what do I have to do to keep my mind straight? I think they enjoy that, and then you get to really get the reward and play the first of 3 where some of these players may shine even more. But I feel like you have to earn that. And I'm glad you have to earn that factor. You already have the round robin that keeps you in as long as you stay consistent, and then you are rewarded with that first of 3 in the playoffs, which we'll see again tomorrow. Actually, I think in the second half of the day we'll be seeing top 16 to top 8, and then we'll finish things off on Sunday
I believe so.
for top 8 all the way through. So that is going to be very sick to see. We'll have both streams once again for that, so make sure y'all can catch all of the action. Make sure you don't catch or don't miss a single iota, a single punish counter. We're not going to miss a single second right now of this action. We're into it. Wes is locked in. Look at that face. So get away from me. I know that eye. I know those eyes. Leave me alone.
Say less. There we go.
Yeah.
Ian, equally as focused right now, I think. Maybe clean out its glasses. Got to be able to see, man. You're gonna start doing any whiff punishes, man. You gotta be able to see the spacing in between the toes, especially playing against Juri.
Look at him staring at him. I'm gonna kill this guy in the game. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
His controller?
He's pretending that's Shin's heart.
Grabbing.
He's pretending that's Shin's heart right now, bro.
Vicious, man.
Bro, he does.
Look if he takes his game.
Yeah. Oh God, don't look at me. Oh God, he's looking at the camera. Oh man. Oh God, that's a murder face right there. You think murder face? That's murder face West, right? Murder face Shin. Shin got a murder face. He got a face like, I'll make some content after this, bro. I'll put this on the YouTube. I'm sure Wes is a very nice guy.
Oh, I'm sure everyone. I don't think I've met anyone in the FGC who hasn't been a nice guy. You know what I mean?
Well, the Twitter fingers, but people in person have been fantastic. You know, I've met Shin.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, Shin's a really great guy. He's really funny. You know, when you meet him offline, he's a very kind dude. As most players are, you'd be surprised at how many players you see them and how they play, and there's no way that you're going to be a kind-hearted person. We talked about Takamura being that wild child. There's no way that you play like that and you just kind-hearted dude. He come up to you, shake your hand, give you a hug, and be so kind, have the nicest, softest voice, and then play Ken, and then do Dragon Lash. Raw on the neutral.
Who would they play? The thing is, we always say oh, how can you be so nice and then play X character? I genuinely can't think of a single character in Street Fighter 6 where if you tell me you play them, I'm thinking, oh, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Nah, you're a bully.
You know
Everyone's a bully in this game, man. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, we could say Manon. Nah, even if she's bad, you never want to fight Manon. And she's degenerate, or can be at least. And then Geef's the same thing. Yeah, he's bad, but he's still a grappler. He's still gonna SPD you on your own wake up, on his own wake up. That will happen, Every character in this game is got some grimy stuff, Even Cammy especially, of course. No one likes the Cammy players for some reason. Scammy Cammy, exactly.
I could give you a lot of reasons why people don't like. I could give you, if you want me to give you the scroll, I'm sure even chat could give you that too as well. But I think you're right. I think every character, even no matter weak or strong, has things to complain about that you're like, dang, this character is ridiculous. But that's what's great about this game is that the power level is so high. And speaking of power levels, these are two top tiers out here, Juri and Dee Jay. Let's see who's going to take it. Wes on the Dee Jay. No, I'm sorry. Wes is on the Juri, actually. Things are switched, I think. No way that he is running Dee Jay.
Definitely be the other way around.
Yeah.
But here we go, yes. Wes just taking the corner already with a nice back throw. Big opportunity now. Coming at you. That stand strong from Juri. Definitely one of the best tools. One of the few plus on block buttons without drive rush. Really good for pressure.
Very, very good. And you have that fireball too up in the corner, but Shin finds his way out. Follow up, checking the lows, trying to catch him walking back. Luckily, Shin's defense is good. Takes the trade. Not that bad for Wes until he got hit. If you keep him in the corner, he can really work him. You run those fireballs and the crouching medium punch, or just hit with that drive impact. We talked about how Wes has a million buttons per minute. He is all about that offense. And he's all about sealing that deal. The first win on the side of Wes with the Juri.
All right. Just doing it with DI, right? It was risky. Definitely could have DI'd back, had the help for it, and definitely would have killed. But you know what? Maybe it's a little bit later in the day. You're going to test your luck a little bit. And go into that feng shui engine. The overhead. What is that hard knockdown? That was... what?
What?
What? But we've got the feng shui pressure still going on. The hold parry for all that drive gauge back.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That drive rush medium kick, we talked about these buttons off the drive rush. A lot of distance, especially that medium kick that has even more range. Not strange to see it. Meaty fireball. One more hit into level 3. Will seal the deal. Actually, on the other side of things, I'm mixing up the bar because of the names. But still, West, he's bleeding. He does have CA, can equalize things. The jump back, medium kick. I love that option. Level 3 here from the side of Shin to equalize things. Actually, level 2.
I think I prefer this.
The reset?
You save the one bar, and also you get the corner. It's way better than neutral jump. Gonna punish from West, who's still in burnout. So the DI was very scary. Gonna finish off that combo. And wow, the comeback from West. I mean, that was all. I mean, the comeback from Shin. That was all West's game to lose.
It's the time. It's the names. It's the names.
It is.
It's
I'm
the
getting
switch.
mixed, brother.
We're getting mixed and about to get mixed right here. If we get caught up in the corner against this character, the area right there. Now, I like how it drops it down. Yeah, for that fireball pressure right after. Shin now sneaking in the impact, taking a page out of West's book with this aggression session up in the corner. Shouts to Yipes. Jump fierce, gets a light starter. It should be the finish. One more. Actually goes for the greatest of spots for that perfect KO. And there you go, Shin.
Yeah, looking very strong right now. Again, West had a really good position to win that first game, but just unfortunate, man. Can't happen.
Shin's doing a good job keeping the corner.
Yeah,
the steamrolling effort.
Yeah.
Only one level 3 away from out of the money. one level 3 outside the million, the lion's share of that million. Walk up throw though. See that punish counter, and again getting another one off. Again, West's corner pressure is fantastic. It's just the defense has been not there, and this is not over yet. Shin can make the comeback. It's a long road. And it's one touch. There's the crouching meter kick to seal the deal. West trying to stave out these set points.
All right, that's one. And we'll see. Obviously, again, was in this position in the last game. See if he can carry this on, but dry rush forward. You can see West even tried to check it, right, but got whip punished because you're a little bit too quick. Your reactions are too good, West. Calm it down.
Yeah, you gotta get like a 35-year-old type of reactions. Like they're there, but they're not there. What's there is this activation, the level 2 corner carry, and a lot of bar just still there. You get a lot of setups if you'd like to. And this also extends that pressure and those combos for that damage that she's looking for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you basically have to block, but luckily there's a parry button that does all the blocking for you. That's a punish. Maybe West thought the stand short would actually reach, not quite though.
Walks underneath.
Here.
Impact.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, Shin on set point after just sinking these drive impacts continuously. West has got to pull back just a little bit to sniff these drive back impacts out. We've seen them too often, too much in the corner.
Oh yeah, I like that though. Punish counter throw. Obviously, Shin didn't really know what side West would end up, so the parry is a good way to hedge your bets. But West one step ahead, throws the parry. Speaking of throwing the parry, Shin gets one on West, and the
I think that should. Oh, was able to cancel to stay solid. It's more about, I just thought that you'd be able to get like a cancel to DP like immediately or a button, but I guess just wasn't meant to be. There's a level 3, and now Shin in the lead. See another drive impact. No, he's in burnout.
Oh, nice weight right there. And the meaty projectile for the chip for the plus frames. And Jen gonna take it 2-0 over West. I mean, that was just a clean set. What can I say? I mean, that was unfortunate with the feng shui engine. Maybe he thought he was gonna cross up, tried to cross cut and got the level 2 out or something like that. That's the only reason I could see. I think that happening. Very unfortunate time to happen for West. Didn't manage to keep his win streak going after beating Nephew, and didn't manage to upset the bracket too much. I think that would probably be Jen pretty much qualified for that playoff spot now after beating West and beating Mr. Crimson now. He should be 4-1. Only need one more game, I believe, probably against Nephew again, and that'll be securing his position. I'm pretty sure he's qualified now. Just depends on that number 1 and number 2 spot.
Well, if that's the case, congratulations to Shin. We'll see him a little later tomorrow. If that's the case, we'll have to see how things fall numerically. But I gotta say, that clean play up in the corner, those drive impacts, taking a page out of West's book, who loves to drive impact continuously in the neutral or even in the corner. I mean, Shin's always been kind of an aggressive player every so often when he gets that momentum going. We're gonna see this here in the highlight sector. But again, bro, just how he's able to, put West on the back foot, which is no small feat considering how aggressive West is.
Yeah, and obviously managed to close out the first round with, like you were saying, Cola, that DI in the corner. And no one in this set managed to counter it. Maybe a bit later in the day, maybe the heat is getting to people in Riyadh. But yeah, a little bit slower on the reactions compared to what we saw at the start of the day, where a lot of people were very, very hot on reacting to the DI. But maybe again, the mental stack just getting a little bit too much this late in the tournament. And it's all adding up, and especially when the pressure's on, we've seen it happen at Evo, right? Evo top 6, I'm pretty sure there was not a single DI that was counted, so in the corner at least.
No.
So when the pressure's high, man, it's a real option.
So I think we're going to be getting like up real soon here because I mean this is just clinical play right here. Drive impacts, you know, great meter management, just harassing. And that level 2, I guess, as you know, chat people are saying, does not recover in time to get like a side switch. So even that maybe the intention, he just didn't have the recovery to be able to get a button out. That's unfortunate, but you know, he was also deep to the ground. So anyway, the next play we're gonna be moving and grooving on is going to be, I think, I'm not sure, we have Latif and Otani coming up eventually. It's part of our final matches at the bottom of these
we'll
groups.
also see Mono versus Punk again. Oh no, it was Punk versus Zen, I believe.
Zen, yeah, the rematch.
I think he's on the A stream right now playing, so we'll have to wait for that match for sure. But yeah, there's definitely just so much still to play for. Many of these groups, again, still aren't even decided yet. Definitely want to see what's going to happen with the Angry Birds group. Like I mentioned, losing 2 games now, Angry Bird, who he still very easily could qualify for that playoff spot. But imagine if he doesn't make it. The Evo champ drowning in pools, like, oh my god, you would never hit the end of it.
I mean, you know, I'm not gonna prophesize no demise and be like, yo, he's definitely out of here. But it should make sense. Like you win something like that, and you've been hot. People look to you. They study you. Like that. You know, I'm not gonna say it should happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in terms of like people being like, I gotta get this guy. Like I gotta defeat this dude right here. This guy is the one. It kind of happens like that just in general because people naturally are like, how are they studying the game? And the Birds have always been the blueprint for Street Fighter 6. You know, in terms of how to approach this game. I wouldn't be shocked and surprised if, you know, Vega Patch and Kills You have been hardcore studying this dude and obviously how to fight Ken because, you know, Angry Birds has been on a tear even before Evo. I heard that he was, you know, doing really good out at the Rebel Community in terms of like the casual play. Didn't lose to anybody out there. After you hear a story like that, you're like, this guy right here is the
casuals, but also when you're playing the guy who hasn't lost yet, it's no longer casuals. You're like, I gotta beat this guy. I gotta beat this win streak. If his winner stays on and he's there for 4 hours straight, like something's wrong, man. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Angry Bird, obviously, I mean, off the back of winning Evo, it's still super impressive. But you know, you can't lie. Like, it wasn't like he dominated. You know, it was he had very close sets continuously all the way up into that grand finals with Menardi, who did get the reset. And then did come down to like a final game situation, and yeah, he was with most clutch. But that's the beauty of the FGC. It's the beauty of fighting game tournaments is that it's just who's the best on the day, right? On the day when it matters, when it counts, who's the better player, and that's what matters in the end in these tournaments. And it's incredibly difficult to continue that form, right? You go to another international invitational, and yeah, you have the ability, but do you have the ability on that day? And again, for the people who did go to Evo and things like that, it becomes harder because obviously you're traveling so much. You're definitely fatigued to some extent, mentally, physically, however you might imagine.
Exhausted.
Exactly. And it adds up. It does compound.
No, I agree. I think there's definitely an element of like, you have to be aware of those things as a competitor. Even for the players that didn't go to Evo, you know, they maybe weren't warmed up, right? You know, you weren't playing in the salty sweet casuals and stuff like that. Day after day, you weren't sneaking in the secret salty sweet sets, you know, in other places and stuff. You weren't hitting up players to get practice. You were sitting at home maybe playing Sephiroth 6969 420 and not getting, you know, what you need. So like there's variables and variants to everything, right? There's benefits and there are pluses and minuses to everything. You know, so you just have to be prepared and ready no matter what you do. Like, if you know you're going for a trip and you have to come back and immediately play, you have to figure out, how do I keep my stamina up? Because this game takes a lot of work. You watch players, you watch the Birds be like, after a first attempt, be like, bro, I'm done. Like, and then someone's like, can I play? Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. The game is hard. Like, and obviously Evo being a 7,000 man tournament, like, yeah, that's a long tournament as well. So, I mean, I know for me, even just like doing commentary and just occasionally playing and things like that in tournaments, I will be so tired. Like, you know, come to the Sunday, I'll be so exhausted. I get home on the Monday, and I will be dead, you know. So these players who just come traveled all the way to Las Vegas from the Middle East, you know, people like Big Bird and Angry Bird, and then from Las Vegas travel all the way to Riyadh, and it's just madness, man. And obviously the talent as well. So you see people like Damascus and Vicious and stuff who are at Evo flying across. It's super impressive what they do.
Yeah, I saw Rob. He like flew out Sunday of all things. I'm like, dang. And I didn't even know I wasn't even supposed to, you know, because originally, you know, I had stuff with you know, another commitment this day, and they were like, okay, we can work around it. I said, really? And so I had to prepare the day before, get ready, and stuff like that. So shouts to Gamers8 for letting me come with the casting with you. I'm sorry, commentating because we're FGC. With you out here digitally giving you all.
Let you live for that one.
He would say what? He would say,
Yeah.
excuse me.
What'd you say?
What'd you say? Yeah. It is commentary out here, or commentary, as the British would say. Commentary.
Maybe when Project
Yeah,
Outcomes comes through, I'll be like, yes, it's casting. Like Riot Games. Well, when Riot Games tell me to say something, yes, sir.
Yeah. Jump. How high? How high?
Exactly.
Ooh,
I'll be
we getting
casting now,
Otani.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're getting Otani and Latif. Oh, let's go.
Does anyone know in chat who won out of Menardi and Otani? I'm sure we would have seen it if Otani did upset Menardi, but I saw him at game up. It was 1-0 to Otani. I imagine Menardi maybe made that comeback, but that will definitely make this pool a little bit more interesting. I think Phenom's still the shoe-in to get out in that second place, but Otani, if he could beat Latif here, might not be completely out of the running.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Otani right now trying to work Latif. This would be a good way, but I think Latif has had a lot of practice. He's already fought quite a few Lukes. I've watched his streams, so he's definitely had the practice. But here's the call out on the throw. Seems like about to see some praise to Otani. He techs mid-screen, gets the corner carry. Latif harassing up at the corner with these throws. Once again, scamming Cammy. Strike throw. Just take the throw, huh?
It's that easy, man. Cammy definitely one of the best throws in the game. Pressure-wise, for the just for pure frame advantage, gives it a lot of freedom to do stuff like that. And that's the name of the game in Street Fighter 6, man. You get to that corner, you're gonna have to guess at some point, and you gotta accept it. All right.
Upper stuff is just really loopable. Yeah.
Yes.
Upper stuff is very loopable. Again, the spiral arrow, no bar spent for that Oki. It's just not about the damage. It's about how you continuously in these situations where it's her turn. And all it takes is her landing off a light or a crouching medium kick. The fact that she can get the stuff off a light is pretty dangerous too as well.
Yes, honestly, one of the biggest strengths of any character in this game that you can have is being able to do, drive rush light off of a light confirm into a heavy, which will normally lead to bigger specials, bigger corner carry, lots of things like that. And you don't have to expend too much. Ooh, level 3 coming in for Latif.
Oh.
And I don't think the killer beat. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother saying it. He's alive.
I waited because I actually did not know. 1 for 1, but that'll get it done. Just a dab off the jab. Latif, you carried. Latif can't say that because Cammy's pretty good.
Cammy, yeah.
Yeah, what to say? Hold up now. Latif can't say
For a
that.
while. I know.
Game point here,
like.
Latif.
Had to learn how to play neutral after playing Cammy, man. It was hard.
You said it, not me, but I'll agree with you. Oh, the bait though. Drive rush, stutter step. Base up the DP. Tani had to waste some bar for that, but we'll get this conversion. Chaser, still plus. Text the throw though. No grip.
Oh, but that jump fierce, man. I mean, Latif, we all know that stream title, man. That I still had everyone cracking up on Twitter. Just jump at him, man. He can't anti-him with the bar. He's definitely doing that right.
Yeah. Latif, bumping that light kick, says, get close to me. If you get in this range, it's your own fault if you get hit. I'm going to start swinging out light kick. If you get hit, it's your own fault. Try to take advantage of Otani's pensiveness for that dive kick. Doesn't get anything. Here's the throw, though, from Otani. Drive rush. Oh, he charged up the heat knuckle. Still get the conversion. Beast mode. Oh, level 1.
Welcome blast. Not gonna be enough. Jab goes for the tick throw. Expecting maybe a flash knuckle right there. That was actually minus. I mean, Otani could have pressed and definitely counter hit Latif for the round there. But just gonna play the footsies. Just gonna whip punish with that stand medium kick instead. And 1 round now for Otani.
Yes, good stuff here from Otani. Gonna walk him down, trying to get that drive rush in. But I feel like they're scared of doing even drive rush. That light kick has just been exemplified. So Latif will come to him. 2 minus, my friend, and there's a punish. Chaser. I don't know if that was plus as Latif went to press, or just maybe if it was plus, Latif just didn't care.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't know. I don't know if he's just whiffing that or if that's intentional. The Avenger no Chaser. I mean, I know you can make it like 0 on block, but on whiff, I don't know.
I think it is plus, just like in Street Fighter 5. But, oh man, perfect parry. Let us kill. He actually kills the gauge. And I love that from Otani. Looking at the drive gauge, kill that with the super, heavily scaled. But what's not scaled is the drive gauge when you aim for it. Otani trying to harass, but I don't know if Latif cares. No anti right there. Crouching in kick hits. Off the backboard. Light knuckle, heavy. Drive rush in the bait here from Otani. Doing it right back to him to get the drive impact and tie things up. And hits the beast mode.
Damn, just for the stream right there. Beast mode, baby. Evening out the game.
Divorced.
1-1. And here we go. All right. I mean, that was a pretty clutch game for the time. Oh, big jumping on the low forward. Gonna spend it on the DDT. I actually love that move. I just wish it didn't cost 3 bars.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. We do get Oki after that. Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Yeah. Especially when it gets this character, or you're so close and they'll catch your walk back with a crouching light kick. It makes sense, but it's also kind of wild. Otani, Latif, even out in games.
That's my season 2 prediction. They'll nerf Luke, but they'll make his EX follow-ups a lot better. They'll make him cost like a half a bar or like maybe nothing. Who knows? Maybe they're really spicy with it.
Please don't. What a whip punch. Look at this. Please don't. Neutral jump again. No anti-airs found from the side of Latif. He's gone for these tags. We haven't seen. I don't think back brainless would have worked. But just in general, the anti-airs have been really bad here for Latif. Maybe the mental sack's too much. Perfect parry. Goes for a punish. He wants to get that chaser. This time walks back with the crouch immediate kick on the tech, and just like that, big damage and damage to the drive gauge. Spiral Arrow wakes up with violence. ODDP here from Otani.
Just waking up with violence also. Otani, man, just keep this momentum going. He wants to close this out right now. The Vulcan Blast obviously not going to be enough. In burnout now. Stun, you don't have to worry about it. If you're Latif, you can block this out, but you're getting close to that burnout yourself. Level 3 nearly on deck for Latif. He is burnt out. The air-to-air, the jump back. One more hit. CA on deck.
He knows it. Otani knows it. Latif has up CA. Can't whiff anything. Oh no, that's like OD Fireball doubling down with it, but you don't want to be too obvious. Might be jumped in on. OD1. Maybe. Oh, he's trying to go for the impact, but the trade will take it. Otani had more than help for that transaction and will move on over Latif. 2-1. But it wasn't free.
Damn. Unfortunate for Latif there. Otani taking it though. A very important match. Obviously going down 1 game. Again, we've seen this so often today, right? Player taking that first game, and then the second player, the one who's 1-0 down, making a 2-0 comeback. I mean, I don't know if it's going to say much for when we get this into first to 3 territory, if that's going to change. But it'll be exciting to see when we get to those playoffs. But I think Otani there got himself a little bit closer to possibly qualifying. I have to check. Obviously, Phenom and Mena are D in that same pool, and those two being the favorites to make it out. And we'll have to see how that pool is actually shaping up. But yeah, I mean, Otani's been shown up really big on this Luke, man.
Yeah, he's doing good with it. I like him recognizing the lacking in terms of like anti-airs that Latif had, and that's something that you have to like pin down in this game, right? If you're new to Street Fighter, you know it's different than his other games that he's played. You know the characters that he's played too as well, especially when you have big jump in normals like jump fierce, jump heavy kick, which you really have to be looking out for, even more so than your typical jump ins. And honestly, his pressure on the ground was good, but it's just the aerial approach was a big factor. I feel like how Otani got that victory.
For sure. I mean, that is the problem, right? You gotta really have your anti-airs on deck, because in Street Fighter 6, like pretty much every jump-in button has been juiced up to the maximum. You know what I mean? Like they made sure that these jump-in buttons, you gotta be on point with your anti-airs, otherwise they're gonna hit you like if you're a little bit too slow.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Look at the whiff punish too as well for the Sam Fears. I'm sure Otani has played. I'm sure he's played like people from Nagoya Ojibati Star, like Akira, who is like a really good Kami player.
Yeah.
And many other Kami players that are out there, like Kazunoko and stuff like that. He knows the matchup. He knew how to space himself out against that Sam Fierce, crouching medium punch, and he knows that he is still probably in the running. From what chat has said, Kudo is pretty much out. So it's up to Zen, Mono, and Punk right now. As Punk is still making a fantastic run
I think
through his pools.
Seems 3-2 for both, for all of them? Is it 3-2 for everyone, really? That is an intense pool, man.
Brother.
I mean, no surprises. I mean, again, I think for me, Mono definitely showing up big. We'll see how that pool shapes up. Pretty much, like I said, every pool, every group has just been a fight for this top spot. And a lot of people have been able to make it. And of course, the top 2 do make it to that top 16 for the playoffs, which will be happening again tomorrow and Sunday. And yeah, obviously that's where all the money is, you know. So for the players, if they want to get some of that cash prize, some of the lion's share for that number 1, some of that $1 million, they're gonna have to make it out of these groups in that top 2.
Some of that $1 million. That is crazy. Only so, but you know what's wild is that you get so much for that million. I'll tell you who's gunning for that million. It's the Alpha.
Is it? I mean, obviously, man. I mean, he's still in it, obviously. Like I said, in that group, 3-2 for the top 3. It's intense. It's getting intense. These are the games you have to win, basically, if you want to stand a chance. I don't know how it will add up. But yeah, anyway, we'll learn a little bit more about Punk coming up in this very nicely orchestrated video.
There's a lot to really say about Punk, but I think what actually makes Punk is his consistency and his clutch factor. He is by far one of the most ridiculous players that we've ever asked for in this current era, and even into like Street Fighter 6, he's looking to be that same way. I think it is absolutely the clutch factor that he has in him that makes him propel and also establishes him as Punk the God.
I mean, Punk is the star of the show when it comes to the NA scene, in my opinion, not only because his results speak for themselves, right? He's always at the upper echelon of them, but his personality, the way he carries himself, the way he goes about social media. Like, he is a zeitgeist. He is the cult of personality, what I like to call him. And just in general, I think he's kind of defined a play style that a lot of people want to adopt and bring to the forefront themselves. So I think he's one of the most important players, period, not just in the NA scene, but in the world.
I decided to play Street Fighter. I don't really know why, to be honest. I just liked Street Fighter 4 commercial, and I just kept playing since then.
There are a lot of different strengths that Punk has, but there's the one thing that kind of stands out above all of them, and everybody could agree on this, it's his reactions, right? It leads into amazing footsies, great whiff punishes, as well as amazing confirms throughout every single game. So I think it has to be his number one attribute are his reactions, no doubt.
My favorite match probably would have been actually my match versus Tokido at NTR in 2019, I believe it was.
Tokido with a humongous lead here. Punk, he's got to make it happen.
That's enough!
The buffer, no! Looks for the chip out!
Chip damage from Tokido!
That's gonna be it!
It was just very funny. It was so close that after the set, Tokido looked at me, he's like, I'm so tired. And I'm like, I don't really understand how you're like extremely tired from playing a fighting game. So I just thought that's like a pretty funny thing that he said to me after.
I think Punk's taking the whole bag, baby, straight up. And like, that's why I say he's powered up from the prize pool, from coming off of Evo, getting exposure to the top level players in the world. I think he's taking the whole thing.
I feel very confident to win the whole tournament. I just got third at Evo, which both the matches I end up losing was so close that if we played them again, maybe I would have won Evo. So I feel like if you can do that good in Evo, any event you go to, you have a great chance to win.
Alright, what a lovely little feature video on Punk, who we'll probably see coming up on stream coming up very shortly. I mean, off to a slightly rocky start here in Gamers8, but has been on a pretty good streak since. I think he lost the first like 2 games and now hasn't dropped one in the last 3. And this is where I think he's going to be up against Zen. It's really going to matter. Of course, these guys I think got the same scoreline. I mean, if you're going to want to qualify for that top 16, you're going to have to take the win here.
Absolutely, as mentioned in the video, Punk, the Alpha. You know, he's been consistent, bro. He is a consistent player, consistent tournament winner. And what's wild is some of the times that he has consistency is when he loses, bro. When he makes those losers runs, they are legendary, and he is an absolute demon. Which is kind of what's going on right now, is that he's making a bit of a losers run, having to get these points up on the board.
Yeah,
Again, he has to fight Zen. He's got to get that win. It's gonna be difficult. There's a punish counter, calling out that crouching medium kick. That's been a pivotal thing in a lot of matchups. Using that sway and play, we're gonna have to see players work around and operate around that.
Yeah, I think it's definitely maybe DJ's best tool is the just cool sway, man. I mean, the things that lets you do the damage you get off of it, the convert. Oh my god, Punk going for the immediately eye catch, and Zen maybe sleeping, but look at this side swap combo. Zen not only reacting to his own DI, but also had some sick conversion there. And now I want to see that Larry cut level 1. Punk nearly got beat.
Punish.
Oh, there's that just cool again, Cola.
That move is ruling against the lows continuously. And the way that Zen and other DJ players have been using it out here, you know, another echelon of this character, it's hard to see you downplay him when you see things like that. Reverse slight punch starter, driver's in, baits out the throw though off that stand fierce. Again, you're not looking for damage, getting a lot of Oki and looping this pressure. That's the Cammy way.
That's what you got to look for, man. That's what you got to do. Get that corner carry. Slowly punish him in the corner where you get those big throw loops. I like the neutral jump again. We mentioned it in the DJ mirror. It's such a good tool against DJ if you're afraid of that drive rush in. Definitely uses access to his anti-airs if he does do that. And now, oh my god, wait, the Jackknife Max for trading the dive kick? He must have done the medium version.
Unfortunate. Zen doesn't have much bar to work with. He does have a lot of options. He has that level 3. You're about to see him hit it after that maximum upper. Massage parlor. Bro, Zen should be up a game after this. This saw a ton of damage. This is level 3. About to see Zen about to possibly take this over Punk.
That's a weekend of pleasure. you ain't getting over that one quickly, man. And immediately, one game up for Zen. Punk gonna have to fire back pretty fierce. But like I said, we've seen this a lot, right? Someone goes down one game, they make the 2-go comeback. We'll see if Punk can do the same.
He's got to have that energy of like, I'm in losers and I got to like tighten up. I got to get Shin Punk on the line. Shin Alpha. There's the throw. Then love to get a punish counter though. There's a sway. Now avoiding the dive kicks. It's like that mid-range like does not exist against it.
What? And a DI and no, Punk's not reacting. And that's going to be set point for Zen, man. Off of this DI in the corner. One game away. And again, this is where it really matters. I think if Punk loses this, he might not be able to make it into the playoff spot.
I think so. I think that may be the case. If he does win, he's in. Look how dangerous this is. Down all these rounds. He interrupts the drive rush, though, and now he's a little bit better about that. I feel like driver slight punch has been landing a little too often, but here's that sand medium kick. Gets the spot and the throw right after. Yeah, better than taking, like, the strike.
That was a meteor sweep. Punk just crashing out. Doesn't actually go into level 3. I don't know if he wanted to. I would say he wanted to level 3 there. Maybe it didn't come out. Gonna not be in level 3 just yet either. Maybe trying to save the meter at this point. Hard to say. Gonna burn himself out. Level 3 on deck. The back jumped into the forward jump. Good neutral jump again. It's a good option. The DP, no, it whiffed. Oh,
and that's gonna be Zen moving on over Punk 2-0. Once again, the W done. Buys it, just too locked in with that sway. I feel like that eliminated so much of that close to long to mid range that the character would like to play at. You want to play with crouching medium kick, dive kicks. The sway deleted and defeated all of those things. We finally started to see the neutral jump, but it was a little bit too late, and too lost was Punk, as he, I believe, is out after that. Damn.
Yeah, we'd have to get the table up to see really exactly how it's going to work out. He might still be able to make it over Mono. I think it might come down to whether Mono loses the next game. Not too sure. We might have to see, but I think that is guaranteed to be Zen into that playoff spot. And we're going to see exactly how that happened. I mean, it was a very quick kind of 2-0 against Punk from Zen. But yeah, we saw a lot of that just cool. The funky slicer, the follow-up, the low is incredibly good, man. Right there.
Look at that.
Training outside that footsie range is so good, man.
That is just like something that your buttons, like you like to have like punish counter stand heavy kick and to like dab, drive rush dash up for the Oki and stuff. You'd like to get crouching when kick in their drive rush. You'd like to get all these great things that she's known for. And look at that neutral jump, we're starting to work out, but he misses the DP, and that meant level 3 into death. Actually, CA, the extra amount of damage. Didn't even need the CA, to be honest, to seal it. Zen with the quickness, taking him to the massage parlor, brother. Zen is something different with this DJ. I'm glad he's made the switch. Like the JP maybe wasn't his character. He did do work out at Rebel Kumite. Just showed strength of him as a player, but you can really see the strength of him as a player overall in the DJ. I think he does the just cool stuff more often than other players.
He's
with
using
DJ
it in ways I've never seen before, right? He's using it to contest dive kicks in this footsie range as well. He's not just using it for throw baits or to bait out checks on drive rushes, things like that. He's being really creative with it. And yeah, like I said, I'm glad he made the switch from JP, because I mean, obviously Zen was, I mean, we actually got Zen coming in for a short amount of interview. Just going to brief you guys. Obviously, there's a bit of a delay between us and him, so we're going to ask the questions, and then we're going to wait for the response. Have you got any questions, Cola?
First of all, Zen, I need your favorite MF Doom track right now.
Favorite? Let me pick. What's that? There's one really classic. I forgot the name. Hold on, let me check.
I'll let you.
Rap Snitches. I remember.
Rap Snitches? That's my boy. I'm done. That's all I needed. That's all I
Is
needed.
it bad? I don't know who that is.
It's good. It's good. He's good.
Rap snitches, bro.
That's my boy. All right, what about you, Lazarus? What you got?
We talked about it a little bit, but obviously you're playing JP before. What was the thing that made you switch to DJ? Is there anything particular you think the character's stronger, or you just liked his tools better?
Well, I really like JP, but I think it's some matchups are really hard for JP. Like Cammy, maybe not Cammy, but I think Juri is really hard. And you know, I play with Angry Bird, and before I go to Rebel Kumite, I thought if I pick JP, maybe I get a chance to like wash everybody. But Angry Bird really washed everybody there, so I really felt like there was no chance to beat him with JP. So I just, you know, I feel like DJ's better. And also he said DJ versus Ken is 5-5, so I believe him, you know.
Fair enough. So did you also, I mean, you start with JP, you say you really liked him. Was it just because he's the big evil guy, just like Bison?
Well, not really. I actually didn't like JP before, but you know, like every Chinese player is playing JP and they be kicking ass, and I just felt like, man, I have to join.
Looks like fun.
Herd mentality, yeah.
Winning is
you
fun.
see what's broken,
Hey,
go
guys.
for it. Yeah. Well, all right, Zen. Appreciate you for coming through. You know, the interview, and congratulations. You were even more solidified, more to move on in the bracket.
Thank you so
See you
much.
later.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah, see you later.
All right, I'm enjoying this. I like the little interviews we get with the players, especially Zen. Had a lot to say. I like the reasoning. He's just like, yeah, JP was kind of harder, and then basically I was washing everyone, and then I played Angry Bird, and he washed me up, and he's like, oh, maybe I should play DJ. great option. Anyway, guys, we're gonna be going to another quick break, of course. So make sure to stick around and catch up on the A stream, of course, at Gamers8GG while we're on the break, and then come back to us after this short break. right, guys, and welcome back to the group stage of the Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 Invitational. Thanks for sticking around from the break. Unfortunately, we haven't learned how to perfect cloning techniques so we can have Nephew play in 2 places at once. So he was playing on the A stream. We had to wait for him to come and be available for the B stream, but here he is coming up next for what I think is going to be the final game of today on the B stream. Obviously hosted by me, Lazarus, and Saint Cola. Man, are you excited for this last game, which is extremely important, by the way?
No. Of course I'm not excited. 'Cause I want more action, bro.
Oh.
I want more matches, but we gotta close it out. It's gonna be over, but it's gonna determine so much, right? I think you mentioned this previously. Like if Nephew wins, right, he's in, right? Like if I believe if he wins, because he just beat Mr. Crimson, he should be locked in and he's squared away, right? I think it's the opposite way around. If he beats Shin.
Yes.
Is she in if he wins then? So this determines who gets in then.
Already in, I believe. But if he loses, if Shin beats Nephew's will fall short, and Mr. Crimson will make it through to the playoffs in that second place, I believe.
Ooh, revenge.
Yeah, so it'll be very, very intense here for this game again. A lot to play for, so up to Shin as well. Technically, I think Shin could still lose and qualify. So if he wants to, you know, we don't do that here. But, you know, I don't think you'd want to anyway, right? You want to beat Nephew here and also get that #1 spot. But yeah, I think people have already done the maths on how the tiebreaker will work in this case. Of course, generally, if you got the same score line, so if you're both 4-2 in sets or 3-3, which I think is going to be this case, you'll come down to the individual games of the sets. So depending on how many sets you won 2-1 or lost 1-2 compared to got 2-0'd either way, that is the difference that you'll get. You basically get 1 point if you 2-0'd, you get nothing if you 2-1. Which, you know, will come down. I don't think it's going to be a factor in this game, but I think it might be for what will probably be the last game on the A stream, which will be Mono versus, I believe it's Zen. Oh no, it's Mono versus Kudo, that's it. And if Kudo wins that one, I think Punk makes it through, but Mono wins, Mono makes it through. But that one's where the rounds, it'll come down to the tiebreaker.
Dang, that is dangerous. Your tournament life predicated on what is put down in previous matches or other matches coming up, bro. That is scary. Like your chance at the million or the line share of the million might be all gone away because somebody played worse off.
I mean, it very much like that. Like, I think someone in chat, Neff and Crimson have 1 game left. No, it's Crimson has played all his games. It's out of his control now. He's done the best he can. It is up to now Shin to beat Nephew for him to qualify, which is not a good position to be, but that's what happens, and that's how it's laid out for you due to the fact that you lost a few too many games here in the group stage. Obviously, double round robin is going to lead to these situations. That's why, you know, some of these early games where it is very close, it does add up. You know, the ones that feel like they don't matter, they will eventually. They'll come back, you know, bite you in this case.
Yeah, that's why you want to get as many points as possible, as many rounds as possible, as many games as possible, so that when these tiebreakers do happen, that you have the lead. And I think that's super important. I think all these players came in with that expectation, but it makes the storylines even more dire for people out here. You know, Punk is waiting to see if he's still in. You know, Nephew right now has got to get the win out here, and Shin might be ruining that. And Mr. Crimson still has a chance. You know, he's still not off that big stage. So there's so many storylines that are happening right now. And then tomorrow, there's still more that we have. You know, some of those matchups that we get to see. That's the crazy thing is, like, some of those matches are just like exhibition matches. We're just playing them to be playing them. You know, got to play things out as you know, need be. But some of those matches will also determine who is left in those pools. We'll get the full breakdown, I'm sure, online on their Twitter. But right now, we're sticking with what we know directly.
Yes, and of course, also tomorrow will be the start of the playoffs for that top 16. I imagine we'll work it up until that top 8, which will happen on the Sunday, which will be very exciting, which will also be split up between the A and B stream for that top 16. But of course, on the Sunday, there will be no B stream, so make sure always to go across to the Gamers8 GG channel on Twitch and follow them. They're running the A stream to keep in tight with all the matchups. I think we're just going to have to quickly go to a short break. Unfortunately, we just came back to set the scene, and now we're going to have to wait, I think, for the players to be ready. So we'll be back very shortly.
all so much for patiently waiting as we go through break after break. But now it's time to break down this last match on the B side of things. We just watched on the A side of things that it looks like Punk will be qualifying and moving on by the skin of his teeth. But before we get to the action over here, we got to do those introductions. My name is St. Cola. I'm with Lazarus, and we have a long day of Street Fighter 6. Let's end the night off right with, it looks like Shin versus Nephew.
Yeah, and this is like you mentioned, the Punk versus the Mono versus Kudo set right there. That was for Punk to qualify. He wasn't even a part of that game, but that was for him to qualify. Obviously, if Mono won that 2-0, he would have qualified. And I think we got a similar situation in this set with Shin and Nephew, where if Nephew takes over Shin, he will be qualified for that top 2 for the playoffs tomorrow. But, you know, if Shin manages to beat Nephew, that means Mr. Crimson will be actually qualified for that top 2 position, which was what puts a lot of stake on these in these games for sure. I think we're going to see them coming up very shortly. Obviously, it's going to be that Dee Jay up against the Juri. So yeah, so far Shin's looked pretty unstoppable. I think I lost to Mr. Crimson the first time they played. I got that run back in that second time though, and currently 1-0 up on Nephew also.
And for the people wondering, you know, Shin is not going to be like, oh, I'm just going to take this, or you know, like, you know, take the L or something like that, or get a handoff. It's not going to happen like that. He wants a victory. He wants to have that better seeding as much as possible. So if you're any of these players, even if you have qualified yourself and other people's, you know, tournament life relies upon you, you still want to get the victory as much as possible so you can be in a better seating, in a higher position, so you have less games to have to play. When we go to the playoffs, we're going to end the game right now. The final match on our side of things, it seems, Shin versus Nephew. That's going to be Dee Jay versus Juri, and they are definitely not being serious at all. Okay, they're definitely serious when the match starts, but I'd have a little fun with the faces.
St. Cola, there's $1 million on the line, man. You gotta be serious. This is for all the marbles, man. Come on, Nephew. Oh, I mean, you gotta be a bit lighthearted, to be fair, even in this situation. Don't get a big punishment.
Too much stress.
Perfect parry. But yeah, exactly. I feel like you can ice yourself out if you get too serious. I've definitely been guilty of that before in my past. It's one of the hardest things to deal with is tournament nerves, right? And one of the best ways to do it is to be goofy, just have a little bit of fun. And right now, Zian having a whole lot of fun though. With the DJ
God, is that gonna reach? Damn! Kratos is so buff for the victory. Gets that corner carry too as well. Shin definitely having a lot of fun. I mean, I feel like this character really fits his style. You know, that mix up, great neutral, great buttons too as well. And you have to have, you know, a lot of game time with this character to understand the nuances of like the confirms and stuff. But Shin is definitely that type of grinder. Finds the anti right there with the back heavy kick, has him caught up in the corner.
Yeah, good spacing as well. Also feinted the fireball, had enough time, and there is that sway, the just cool, the funky slicer, and it's such a good punish counter. So much damage. We know Dee Jay can pump it out so easily. The anti-air stands strong now. Nephew and Chip though level.
No,
True.
that's a drop.
That's not enough.
Oh, he's looking for the chip. You're right. Wasn't enough to seal the deal, but one more air slasher probably will get that kill, that chip out. But Nephew's not done either. He's got that CA in play. If he's willing to get a sequence head spin, he might be able to get the win, try to get the AI, but he jumped out. He listened to you, but she was just a flight ahead. Still gets the level 3, actually, the CA. Dumping out a lot of damage here. Lazarus, will this kill? Will this kill?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. Oh, what a man. I'm so bad. The goes for the chip. He just
not enough.
From burnout. Not enough. Oh my god. One last interaction. And one hit, just a jab, suspending it. Oh my god,
he
Nephew!
burned himself out, Nephew. He went for the crouch fierce DP to burn out Shin. What a big bet here. That's Dark Neff. Normal Neff wouldn't do that. Dark Neff though would.
Just patience. I mean, the peace of mind to think, yeah, if I crouch heavy here, he'll be burnt out, and then my EX DP will chip. Such awareness from Nephew to pay attention to that drive gauge, which Jim was trying to spend desperately to close out the game. And now desperately trying to close out the first game again. Jin got that corner control, the dive kick actually landing. Caught
the overhead.
Ooh. Is that enough?
Here we go. He's got that level 2. Oh, he only needs level 1 to get it done?
I think that's it.
Are you for real? Wow. Nephew bringing it back from the brink. That sequencing in the corner was super sick. And how he chipped out Shin, I feel like if you do something like that, you might catch even an Evo champ like Shin unawares. He's going to have to put himself right back in the saddle because right now, Nephew starts off real strong right here. And again, a lot of things ride on this. Strive rushes in with the medium starter. Meaty fireball.
Me too. And again, if Nephew wins this set, he's qualified for the playoffs and playing for a chance at that $1 million in the playoffs with the perfect Nephew on set point off the back of some ridiculous games.
Satsui no Sun right here. Nephew, Beyond Darkness right here. Getting things done against Shin. Shin getting harassed with the fireballs to dash up, nothing checked and challenge. The impact here's a splat.
My man can't play. Nephew just pulling out all the dark tricks. Oh my god, the DP on the cross cut as well. He's out of the corner, Juri, but he needs to play, man. He hasn't played in what feels like 3 rounds now. Amazing check. He might build the level 3. No, not quite. In burnout
Almost
now,
one
Nephew
hit.
is a bit dangerous position, but one more hit.
That's all he needs. That crouching medium punch, is he able to land that? Or the fireball follow-up? Does he even need a level 3 to finish the deal? Nephew getting 2-0 over Shin. Are you kidding me? What kind of awareness do you have to have? What kind of secret arts are you on, Nephew? What kind of darkness is in your heart to make you play like this?
That was a man possessed by the thought of having a shot at some of that prize pool, bro. The way he came back in, I mean, that looked like Shin's round. Shin's round to lose even. And making that comeback last moment, clutch. I mean, we'll see it in the highlights coming up, just how clutch Nephew was. And he had to be, man. If he lost that game and didn't get any momentum going, that could have been it. That could have been his tournament life here at Gamers8. But no, this guy showed some insane tenacity.
Wow, I mean, it wasn't even like Shin played bad that first round, but then the routing back at the scramble situation just set the pace. I don't even know why we watch this, because to be honest, this is a brutality right here. Wrong game, but still. Watch this. This is sick. Drive rush, OD, try to put as much bar as possible. They're both lacking in health, and Nephew's defense is great right here. Jumps with the fireball, drive rush, doesn't get opened up by the lights at all. He burns him, he notices the drive gauge immediately. That crouch fierce into DP to burn him out, and that set up this momentum, that snowballing from the side of Dark Neph.
Wow, and he just did it. Like, he knew that he did crouch fist out of a block string. He knew Shin was gonna try and bait the DP, and he just mashed the crouch fist. It's just so smart, just a huge read, and that's like the most clutch play I think I've seen today, and in exactly the game where it mattered.
You know, if that isn't the most clutch play that y'all have seen, y'all gotta show us something. Add us with some of the clips that y'all have seen on both A and B. But we're gonna actually get an interview from Dark Neph himself. I'm a little bit scared. I feel cold draft coming into my house. I'm gonna let you start because I'm a little afraid.
Okay, look. Can you hear us, Nephew? I can just a quick preface. It's gonna be like about a 4-second delay, so if there's a bit of a pause when we ask questions, don't worry about it. I was gonna ask. Insane clutch moment in the second round of that first game. You did the crouch fierce into the DP. Now, be honest. Was that crouch fierce intentional, or were you mashing DP?
No, I was mashing DP, and then it just shipped, and I was really happy about that one.
I mean, it worked out, man. It worked out.
Are you kidding me?
It looked really smart.
I'm never gonna give you pro players a dang thing anymore. You especially, Nephew. But I hate you so much. All right. I gotta ask you a question though. Because you did do good. You locked in. What's your different mentality? What's your mindset? What made you flip that switch from yesterday to today? What was the mental breakthrough that you had, especially up in this match? What made you lock in?
Yeah, I mean, in this match, I'm pretty sure the way that the tiebreakers worked out, I needed to win at least one game, or Crimson had to lose his, but like I was playing mine first, so you know, it was a lot of pressure for me to just get that one game. So after I was about to make that comeback in that second round, I just kind of locked in after that, I feel like, to try and close out that first game. And then the second game, I was just comfortable. Because
you ran
nothing to worry about.
I mean, yeah, that looked pretty dominating in the last couple games. I gotta ask though, obviously you made it into playoffs. I think you're actually the top of the group as well. Is there anyone like you trying to avoid meeting early on in the playoffs to try and get a deeper run?
I mean, hopefully I just don't play Punk or Do too early. I would like us Americans to try and get pretty far in the bracket. I guess Meta counts as an American too now. So I just like to see our country do well in this event.
Well, I'm sorry, Nephew, thank you so much for telling the truth. Because we thought that was a sick play. The honesty. We appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. Get him out of here, bro. Get him out of here.
I'm so glad I cleared that up, man. I had to know. I mean, it was a sick play. I think the DP might have just still chipped anyway, right? And might have done the burnout and then the chip afterwards because obviously it's multi-hits. So hard
Don't
to
give him
say.
excuses.
But either way, it looked way cooler. And we can just forget that he said it. Okay, guys, he was sick. That was a super insane play. But we've had no shortage of insane plays today, and I'm sure we can continue that tomorrow, where we'll have the final group stages. We'll get the final players in each group who managed to qualify for that playoff spot, which will also begin tomorrow from that top 16 all the way down to that top 8 here on the B and A stream, of course, at Gamers8GG and underscore B as well. I mean, I've had a great time here for the second day here at Gamers8. Again, thanks to the guys running the tournament. It's been insane, and we're finally going to see some even more intense matches. You looking forward to it, Sinkola?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm looking forward to the salt. I'm looking forward to the seasoning. I'm looking forward to the streets that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. As you put it, we'll be seeing people, actually the most amount of people being left to the wayside after we tally all the points. We'll still see some exhibition matches because I'm sure some people are out. We still have them to have to play. But we'll also be seeing the playoffs too as well, so keep it locked and loaded. Same time, same place tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, and we will see you in the streets. Peace out.